Good morning. We will now start the proceedings of the seminar. I would request all the guests to kindly be seated. Yeah. Good morning. We'll now start the proceedings of the seminar. I request our distinguished dignitaries to kindly come and grace the dais. Shri Pramod Kumar Tiwari, Director General, Bureau of Indian Standards. Shri Hitesh Kumar Makwana, Surveyor General of India. Dr. Peter Parslow, Chair of ISO TC 211. Dr. Depriya Datta, Chair of LITD 22, the National Mirror Committee of ISO TC 211. Shri Rajiv Sharma, Deputy Director General Standardization BIS, and Shri Chandan Behel, Deputy Director General International Relations BIS. Thank you, sirs. Distinguished dignitaries on the dais, esteemed speakers and delegates, distinguished guests, and all the participants who have joined us virtually today, a very good morning to all of you. It is with great pleasure and honor that I, Ankita Srivastava from BIS, stand before you today to welcome you to this prestigious global seminar on Standards in Action in Geomatics and Geographical Information. In an era where information knows no boundaries, the role of geomatics and geographical information is pivotal in shaping the way we perceive, analyze, and understand the world around us. Today's seminar serves as a dynamic platform for exchange of ideas, experiences, and insights that transcend the geographical borders. As we all know, during this week, BIS is hosting the meeting of ISO TC 211, responsible for bringing out international standards in the field of geomatics and geographical information. It is a matter of pride for BIS to host this important event. It is high time that we should consolidate our efforts to bring out the much needed standards in this area. Today's seminar is an opportunity for us to discuss on the issues and share our thoughts, experiences, and learnings with each other. On this occasion, we are indeed privileged to have senior dignitaries, large number of global experts, speakers, and participants attending this seminar from different parts of the world with us today. As a gesture of our heartfelt appreciation, I would request Shri Chandan Behel, Deputy Director General BIS, to welcome the dignitaries on dais with bouquet of flowers. Sir, please. Shri Pramod Kumar Tiwari, Director General BIS. Shri Hitesh Kumar Makwana, Surveyor General of India. Dr. Peter Parslow, Chair of TC211. Dr. Depriya Datta, Chair of LITD 22, the National Mirror Committee of ISO TC211. Thank you, sir. Sir. I would now invite Shri Rajiv Sharma, Deputy Director General BIS Standardization, to deliver his welcome address. Sir, please.
Respected dignitaries on the dais, Shri Pramod Kumar Tiwari ji, IAS, Director General Bureau of Indian Standards, Mr. Hitesh Kumar Makwana, Surveyor General of India, Dr. Peter Parslow, the Chair of the ISO TC 211, Mr. Debapriya Datta, Chair of the LITD 22, the National Mirror Committee of ISO TC 211, and my colleague Mr. Chandan Bahal. Ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to all of you. It's a beautiful Wednesday morning here in Delhi, and I welcome you for this event on the global seminar on the Geomatics ISO TC 211. It is my honor and privilege to address the gathered participants for the standardizations, professionals, and honored dignitaries and experts from all across the world to participate in this global seminar. TC 211 of the ISO is a global committee which deals with geospatial and the geographic information, semantics, formats, APIs, and interfaces. We are thankful to the ISO TC 211 for providing us the opportunity to host the 57th plenary of the Technical Committee here in India. Today we are gathered to discuss the topics that play a very crucial role in our everyday lives, the geospatial information. Geospatial information is a multidisciplinary field that involves collection, analysis, interpretation of the spatial data and the geographic information systems, the GIS, remote sensing surveying, and global positioning system, the GPS. It has really revolutionized the way we understand and interact in this world. It has transformed various sectors, including the urban planning, transportation, agriculture, environmental management, and disaster management. The use of geomatics has the potential to drive sustainable development, improve the quality of our lives, and promote the efficient use of resources. As we move towards a more digital and connected world, the geospatial will continue to play a vital role in shaping our future. And standardization, when it clubs with an important topic like geospatial, it provides special advantages to the people. Standardization, as you know, has multiple benefits. When standardization takes place, the game changes. The original traditional way of doing the things now gets transformed into a much better scientific approach, and when the world adopts it, or the nations adopt it on their own voluntarily, it changes the way the things function. It brings much more efficiency and much more systematic approach to the working of the things. And today we are gathered and we have the benefit of participation from the best international experts and who are the best brains in the world to deal on a subject which is of vital national importance to all our countries. So I thank Dr. Parslow and his team to be here in India and to deliberate on a topic which we are all ready and eager to understand from you and learn from your experiences, and our standardization at the national level is going to benefit from your presence here, and the deliberations today from the experts will enrich our experiences to deal this subject in a better manner and bring benefit to the standardization in India at the national level, and we'll all get benefited from it. Thank you so much. And I now request Ankita to take the things forward.
Thank you so much, sir. It is customary in Indian tradition to start a proceeding with lighting of the auspicious lamp. I would therefore request the dignitaries on dais to please proceed to light the lamp. We will now play the Manak Geet, which is the BIS anthem. It inspires and energizes us to actively involve ourselves in the standardization work.
सारे सूरज सारे सागर
सारा अंबर सारे तारे
उत्सव हो हम सबका जीवन
संकल्प हमारा है
पाके सभी के सपनों का
लेकर हमें आगे बढ़ना है
कुछ रचना है कुछ सचना है कुछ रचना है कुछ सचना है नई राह बनानी है सोच नई संधान नए कौशल के नए आयाम
हम जहाँ चले जिस और चले हम कदम हमारे हों
आकाश को गाना है
विश्वास जगाना है
हर इंद्रधनुष सुंदर जगमग धरती पर लाना है कुछ रचना है कुछ सचना है कुछ रचना है कुछ सचना है कुछ रचना है कुछ सचना है नई राह बनानी है
We have with us today Dr. Devpriya Datta, Chair of LITD 22, which is the National Mirror Committee of ISO TC 211. Dr. Datta has served as Head and Advisor in the Department of Science and Technology, Government of India. I invite Dr. Datta for his address on National Geospatial Policy 2022.
Ashish, presentation. Yeah, good morning to all of you and dignitaries on the dais, Mr. Pramod Kumar Tiwari, Mr. Hitesh Kumar Makana, the Survey General of India, Dr. Peter Parslow, the Chair of TC 211, Mr. Mr. Bell, and Mr. Rajiv Sharma. So I, on behalf of the the BIS and on India, I'll welcome you all. Though for the last 2 days we are pursuing this 57th plenary session of the ISO plenary sessions in India. This is for the first time. So the last time when in Jeonju in Korea we met, what we observed that the ISO and the OGC and the standard community is really looking forward, making beyond the standards. After you make the standard, then how really it can be of the use. So, and also in India, the government and the BIS especially is trying to utilize the standard for the socioeconomic growth processes of the country. So in that context, we thought of having a one-day national seminar, that's today that you have been here, that these standards in action. In standards in actions, what's the situations now in India? Just I will quickly give you a glimpse of that. And can you go to the next one, please? India actually has a very vibrant and the geospatial ecosystem. Many of you may be knowing or not, the Survey of India is one of the oldest the cartographic organizations in the world. Similarly, the Bureau of Indian Standards, and also we have a very vibrant, the ISRO, Indian Space Research Organizations. So these are the main axis of our geospatial ecosystems. So, as you can see here, this has been catalyzed by the National Geospatial Policy, which is next one, the promulgated on the December 2022. So this was the National Geospatial Policy, which was promulgated in December 2022. The next, the National Geospatial Policy. Next, please. It's basically, it's a citizen-centric policy. As with this long history of the geospatial ecosystem development, this is the time that the geospatial is being used, the geospatial data and information is being used as a backbone of the nation's socioeconomic development. So in this context, you see that the National Geospatial Policy, it depicts the national, the intentions. The intentions are in the next slide, please. As you can see that we want the India to be the world leader in terms of the the geospatial field. Then we want there should be the framework, common framework. There should be enabling mechanisms for the utilizations of the geospatial data and the informations, and it should really enable the geospatial industry to get, India has a target of $5 trillion, the economy and contributing that. Next. So if you see into the different components of the National Geospatial Policy, on the right hand side on the top, you will see the standard have been taken as in one important component. Why standards? Actually in the morning, for general people, I always think of, if you look at into the standards, and you look it into our Sustainable Development Goal. The Sustainable Development Goal 17 talks about collaboration. Collaborations among the different, the stakeholders to attain the sustainability. And exactly the standards is needed in the context of data. Data should collaborate from different sources. They must talk to each other, and therefore the standard is the importance in that context. Next. Next. So, as many of you know, like the LITD 22 of the Bureau of Indian Standards is the mirror committee of ISO TC 211, and we have long collaborations, and this is the two in purpose, like why LITD 22 exists. Next. So there were around the 12 the Indian standards which has been branded and the co-branded by the Bureau of Indian Standards through LITD 22, and these two which are in the the color, these are basically indigenously developed. Next. So this is the current and the future Indian standards as a part of the our national geospatial policy. In the bottom you can see that these are the thematic area where the Department of Science and Technology is working on the scientific component of the technical component of this the standard development. For that the experts group have been constituted. On the top you can see there are 5 panels have been are working on soil, the geology and the forestry standards, then the LIDAR standards, then cadastral data standards, and the NAVIC standards, which all will be discussed in today's in the sessions on the India's experience in the standards in actions. Next. Other than that, we are also working how to make it actions in the form of as you know, in India we have the you have UPI, the unified the way that which the economic transaction takes place, commercial transaction. Similarly, we are thinking of an UGI architecture. This Indian Institute of Science is working on that, and this is the UGI architecture interfaces. So overall, this is the these are the areas of the standards where we are working. Our intention is the standards after development should be now into the applications for this nation's socio-economic development. Today's deliberations, we will take the the experience across the different the globe, as well as the India's national initiatives, and at the end we'll find out a roadmap for which we can take it forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your enriching presentation. Present among us today is Shri Hitesh Kumar Makwana. Shri Makwana is an Indian Administrative Service Officer, currently holding the position of Surveyor General of India. It is my distinct pleasure to extend an invitation to Shri Makwana to kindly share his perspective on the subject. Sir, please.
Respected Sri Pramod Kumar Tiwari, IAS Director General of Bureau of Indian Standards, respected Mr. Dr. Peter Parslow, Chair of ISO TC 211, respected Sri Dr. Devpriya Datta, Chair of LITD 22 National Mirror Committee of ISO TC 211, Sri Rajiv Sharma, DDG of BIS, Sri Chandan Bahal, he is DDG of BIS. It's indeed a great honor for me to participate in this global seminar on standards in action. Among who are present in this hall, I am the youngest person to be in this field. I have just joined as Surveyor General of India on 15th of November. I would like to mention that this 57th plenary meeting of ISO TC 211, which is being hosted by BIS, it's a real proud moment for our country. BIS is an organization, we all know that it deals with the standardization in the field of various sector, and that is true for geographic information and geometric sector also. In this plenary session or plenary meeting of standards in action, I am told that there's 40 countries they have participated and around 200 delegates are participating. We all know that India is a fastest growing economy, and we have a vision of 5 trillion economy by 2025. Notwithstanding to whatever reforms our country has undertaken, there are great reforms we have done in this geospatial data sector. In 2021, Government of India came with guidelines on geospatial data. Government found that only guidelines are not sufficient. We have come up with new National Geospatial Data Policy 2022. And now we are in the various stages of implementation. When we are implementing this geospatial policy, definitely it requires to review the implementation of already published standards in geoinformation, and it also analyzes what are the new standards required. I am told that BIS has up till now published 12 standards and we are also in process of publishing another 6 standards which are at the draft stage and 7 standards which are in WC stage. So that means it is public consultation is going on. We have also understood that Ms. Dr. Depriya Dutt also mentioned about in detail about our national geospatial policy. And this geospatial policy, we have identified 14 themes. These all 14 themes is being taken care of by various government ministries. And Survey of India, the Department of Science and Technology, we have responsibility to implement 5 themes. And in various sector, our teams are working. When Survey of India, it is having 2 types of role. It's also implementing national geospatial policy, and in certain aspect it's also a regulator. We also implement various projects. So when it comes to Survey of India, we are having dual role. We are one side regulator also, another side we are also playing role of developmental department. Survey of India has taken so many new projects in recent past in consultation or in association with various ministries. We are doing National Hydrology Project, which is of Ministry of Water Resources. We also do work related to National Mission for Clean Ganga. We have Ministry of Panchayati Raj, they are implementing Swamitva project. In that also we are fully associated. So when we talk about standards in action, I feel we are one of the most important departments who knows what are the practical difficulties in various standards and whether that these standards can be, how it can be implemented. If there are certain issues, those issues can be deliberated in this kind of seminar. There are also various possibilities. In this seminar, I came to understand that various stakeholders they are participating. There is representatives from industry, representatives from academic institutions, representatives from various government ministries. There are representatives of industries also, and they all have their own issues in implementation of these standards. If there is that means with standards in action, when Dr. Devprat has already mentioned that this ISO TC 211, they are not only publishing the standards, they have gone one step further to see that how these standards are being implemented and how it is being followed and what are the difficulties. This is really one of the forward-looking point by ISO TC 211. This is also necessary because this field is so fast emerging, fast changing. There almost on day to day some new things are coming. When the new things are coming up, definitely you require our existing standards to be reviewed, our existing standards can be revised, our existing standards can be amended. And point is this is not a static work, this work is a dynamic work, and BIS has taken lead in accepting that yes, this dynamic field, we have to also be dynamic in revising our standards and understanding the issues which are at the grassroots level. I am sure that this workshop will give an excellent opportunity to the technical experts who are in the field of geospatial technology from various countries, and they have come across the globe, and they will definitely prepare a way forward on current issues, and they will provide future directions and strategies for international standards formulation. Survey of India, my representatives are, my department officers are already involved in all the committees, and we will definitely be always in forefront in standardizing each and every requirement of the industries, requirement of geo information and geomatics. We are always front runner, as it was mentioned that Survey of India is the one of the oldest scientific institutions of this country, which was established in 1767. We have a history of more than 257 years. We are definitely going to leverage our past history experience for moving forward. I am once again thankful to BIS for giving this opportunity. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for sharing your valuable perspective with us. We are honored to have with us Dr. Peter Paslow, Chair of ISO TC 211. Dr. Paslow has contributed significantly to Ordnance Survey, the national mapping authority of Great Britain. His extensive experience in the geographical information domain is unparalleled. It is my privilege to invite Dr. Paslow to share his insights on TC 211. So please.
Thank you. Thank you, Honourable Surveyor General and Director General, Deputy Director General. I still find myself a little shy standing in such company, and that's partly that I think of myself sometimes like I was when I last came to Delhi as a young father with my wife and first son on my way to my first posting with the leprosy mission. But that was 1991, so it's fair to say I have gained some experience since then, but actually haven't gained a PhD. I've tried to correct that a few times. But anyway, I'm here today not to talk about me, but to talk about the ISO committee. I thought I'd give a brief introduction to the scope of what we do in TC211 for those who are less sure. I see perhaps half the audience who are very comfortable and confident with this. Some have been engaged in it longer than I have. But next slide, please. When I opened our meeting on Monday, I chose to put up a photograph of the great theodolite, which I'd seen at the UN World Geospatial Information Congress in Hyderabad last year. And it was a reminder of that long history of surveying in India, when surveying was, in a sense, a much harder job, because this is a theodolite, which we're told weighs over 500 kilograms. And yes, there was a British officer in charge of that survey at that point, and there were many Indian people not just helping to carry the 500 kilograms, but as you read into it, actually doing the calculations that proved, to put it simply, that the Earth is wider than it is tall. There'd been argument up until then as to whether it was taller than it was wide or wider than it was tall. But you can look that up if you're not a geodesist. But that wasn't the start of mathematics in India. That was based on the fact you had already centuries of quite advanced mathematics in India, and that has carried on. And we've benefited during this week from having expert input from some of the Indian committee members who don't normally get to travel to our meetings in other parts of the world, but have been able to turn up. We've met them face to face. They've had great input to different sessions already this week. So, but yes, so TC211, we have a vision like that. We've sort of carefully put together each word in there, because standards are only an end, not an end, well, they're an end of the standards committee's work perhaps, but they're only a means to an end of anything useful. I sometimes I sort of risk the position of myself within my own national standards body by saying that standards are actually useless. Unless you get out there and show people how to use them, how to put them into practice, unless there's that framework of policy, education and implementation that turns the standard into something useful. And hence workshops like today where people can share their experience of using standards. So we have a strategy for achieving that vision that sits within ISO strategies. We do it by collaboration. Our main collaboration partner is the Open Geospatial Consortium that many of you would know, a consortium of hundreds of industry, academic and government organisations from quite a lot of countries in the world. They're not quite as international as us, I think, but there's some places we have people and they don't, and vice versa. But we collaborate with many others, with the Group on Earth Observation, and with GEOS, so I get confused sometimes between GEO and GEOS, with the European Commission, for those of us who are in Europe particularly, who've taken our standards and done other things, but also with other standards bodies, like the International Hydrographic Organization. So once you step beyond the land boundary into the sea, they've been using our standards and putting them into practice there, and from that we learn new things. And we have been stretched in our thinking by the space agencies starting to use our standards. So we're used to using their data. Satellite observation data has been a great source of input to geographic information. And now they're saying, well, they've been trying to use our standards. And what does a coordinate reference system mean when you're trying to take off from this planet and land on another one and come back again? We think the coordinate transformations just to get from here to London and back might be tricky, but to get from here to the moon and back is an extra dimension of how to handle coordinate reference systems. So we've been stretched to think about by the European Standards Agency and now perhaps by India. So congratulations on getting that moon mission back into orbit around Earth. I saw on my computer this morning that that's back that nearby. So we look forward to, I'm sure, so scientists in India look forward to getting the results of that back on land, as it were, to see what's happened up there. But harmonisation, I think, is one of the strengths of TC211. So we do our best to ensure that our set of standards will work together. And while we have this workshop in here today, there's a series of technical harmonisation groups going on in one of the other rooms. So at the moment they're talking about terminology to ensure we have consistent terminology across our standards. There's always a rolling program as terminology changes and the standards get revised. But then there's harmonization of data models, harmonization of XML schemas, and so on. So we find that really important, that there's always a generational thing, if you like, between the standards that were first written 25 or 20 years ago and the ones that are more recent, but to try and ensure that if you get a set of standards, they work consistently together. And then outreach, events like this, making sure people understand a bit more what we're doing, how can we engage with them, and we've had useful input during this week from IIT Bombay, for example, in how they're developing training materials using our standards, and we look forward to more of that conversation. Go to the next slide, please. So, as I said, we are international. We're a bit short on input from South America and from most of Africa. Our main active countries are many of the European countries and North American countries, meaning Canada and the United States, but also strong technical input and big delegations from China, from Korea, from Japan, who haven't travelled to be with us this time, but, and from Australia. So we have an east to west spread, depending. It's been interesting this week to hear how that sounds differently when I've been talking to people, and people from China talking about this as West Asia, whereas to my mind this is South Asia. But it depends where you start in the world with West and East and so on. To the Australians, this is all north of, I imagine. So you see from the flags on the right, those are just the conveners of the different groups we have that come from a variety of places. So we do welcome and look forward to having more and more input from India as we're learning what depth and breadth of skills and interests there is here. Next slide, please. So what we do, we think, is to put a layer in between. So we do our best to build our standards on top of general IT standards. So there are some areas like geodesy, we say, no, that's purely ours. We don't want anybody in IT trying to standardise geodesy. You have to be a geodesist to standardise that. We have a set of standards relating to geodesy in sort of all its dimensions of how you get from the satellite positioning to a position on the Earth, how that relates to the positions you find on the Earth if you use more traditional surveying. That block of standards which doesn't have much to do with IT, except heavy use of IT to enable it to work. But then we have standards, from then on, a lot of it is in the area of data management, where we can build on and use IT data management standards, and then data dissemination. So we've heard already a bit about the web services, and there we have this generational change between the old school and the new school. So the web services that people in the geospatial industry are familiar with, all of which originated with OGC, and most of which have also been ISO standards for a long time, but were actually originally designed in the 90s, and computing's changed a bit since then, and they've been updated a few times, but it's now time, and OGC have been leading on this, to come to a different way of sharing data on the web, because that's really what it's about now when you come to sharing data. So we're building on those IT standards, which don't all come from ISO. You'll see W3C in there. So with OGC, we then build that middle layer of standards. You can break that layer down if you like, but then others then build their standards on top. And we saw that examples from India, data content standards for different themes. Those will be different in India to the ones that they've been making in Europe. Maybe the same theme, maybe a lot of overlap, but land cover, land administration will be different in India to Europe. It's different in one part of Europe to another as well. But, and as I mentioned, the IHO, and that is the World Meteorological Office, have built their standards for data dissemination on top of ours. So that means you begin to see better consistency between the way data is modelled and exchanged between land, sea, and atmosphere. There's still a long way to go with interoperability between those domains, but they are all building on the same foundation now. Have the next slide, please. And then we come to the United Nations Integrated Geospatial Information Framework, which we saw mentioned in the Indian standards policy. I've just put one, the jigsaw slide from that. So the IGIF, as it's more often called to save words, recognises that standards are part of a jigsaw. As I put it, standards are useless without these things around them. You need finance or you're never going to implement anything. It's life. You need communication and engagement, or people won't know that the standards exist and they'll go reinventing their own wheels. You need the legal and policy framework, and that's really been It seems to me that in India you've had a long period of seeds of incredible ability, and now the policy has enabled a lot of those seeds to burst into flower. So where you've had some really strong government geospatial agencies for a really long time, and you've had some strong private sector companies who've been, my day job is with Ordnance Survey. A lot of our data is processed in Hyderabad by 2 different really expert companies. And suddenly now lots of other companies have burst up with the new policy saying, right, now we can innovate in this space because there's opportunity for us. So you need that legal and policy framework, and then innovation can spring up and good things can happen. So the IGIF recognises that, and it's there to help countries who are not as advanced as India, although it does help India and the UK as well to structure our thinking in how to run our geospatial industry for the public benefit. And it's being used in many other countries. We hear from little Pacific islands and big South American countries how they're using the IGIF to mature their framework. Next slide, please. There's not many more slides, I think. So that was the collaboration slide. All those different, most of those are UN agencies, the International Association of Geodesists at the bottom there. Next slide, please. So another characteristic of TC211, where we like to stretch ISO, is that everything around us is modernising, so we need to modernise too. So ISO itself is modernising. It is, in essence, the business model. It's a book publisher, and it's busy working out how to transition into the modern world, if you like. So the ISO Smart project, a different set of words for smart, but it's about creating standards which are machine applicable, readable and transferable. That's that project. It's between ISO and IEC, but it's saying how can we go away from a paradigm of publishing PDF files to publishing things which could be automatically assessed. Now, in our industry, as being largely IT based, you can imagine how to do that, and in some cases you can already do it. So we've put forward some of the things, the artifacts we've made available as technical support for implementation testing, and said this is a way to do it in our domain. But if you've got a general management standard or a standard for constructing buildings, I'm not sure what it means to be machine applicable, but anyway, ISO and IEC are looking at that. They're also modernising the way the standards themselves are developed. So there's an online standards development tool, and we've been among the forefront of getting that developed. So we've had the first standard to go through to the public inquiry stage using the new online tool. That's stretched national standards bodies. How do you make your comments into an online tool rather than into a form that you email back to us? But all the more capable standards bodies have coped with that very well. Some have struggled. So that's the modernisation. There's modernisation in IT. So as we talked about the web things, and so we're trying to roll forward our standards to fit with that. And then there's what I think of as modern domains. Intelligent transport, autonomous vehicles, digital twins, machine learning that needs analysis-ready data, so it's not interpreted by people but by computers. So we're looking at creating standards in those areas by collaborating with the relevant bodies in the different spaces, and we've had meetings on 2 of those, I think, already this week. Next slide, please. So that's our aim. I think we don't need that one in more detail. Next slide. I've put too much in here. Is there another? Oh, that's how we do our aim, right? Next slide, please. So I just wanted to put up the scope. So we have standards for georeferencing. I talked about the geodesy. There's also right down to the standard that tells you what the right ASCII symbol or not Unicode symbol is for a degree, and so right into detail that people just assume is there, but if there wasn't a standard, who would know, as it were. Standards for data content, about modelling it, about testing and reporting on the data quality, and then data access, the web surface and APIs. Now you see in the green boxes around the side the different OGC collaborations. So sometimes we're adopting their standards through an ISO fast track procedure, sometimes they're adopting our standards to build on them. That of course gives us a constant interaction to make sure we keep in step with each other. And to make all that work, we need the standards for how we're going to write standards. So, our own internal standing orders, if you like. which other people are free to use. So the standards we have on modelling languages have then been used by people like Inspire, probably by the Indian data content teams as well. Next slide, please. I think that's about the common foundation between us and OGC. Too many slides for the few minutes I've been given. Next one. That was some of the most active countries a few years ago. The next one. I think I'm done, probably. I think this is showing my hidden slides. Can we stop the presentation now? So, thank you. There are other slides, so if the slide set is shared, you're welcome to look at them, but those were intended for a different version of the presentation where I had a longer time and a different audience. So thank you again, and thank you so much to the Bureau of Indian Standards for hosting us, providing a good supporting team of staff who've really enabled us to have a productive week so far, and I'm sure they will for the next couple of days too.
Thank you, sir, for your insightful presentation. It was truly enriching. It is my proud privilege to invite our next speaker, Director General BIS, Shri Pramod Kumar Tiwari. Under his exemplary leadership, BIS has made remarkable strides, setting new benchmarks in standardization. I invite Sir to deliver the inaugural address to this august gathering.
Good morning, everybody. Sri Hitesh Makwana ji, Mr. Peter Parslow, Sri Datta, Mr. Rajiv Sharma, Chandan Bahal, ladies and gentlemen, friends, I extend a very warm welcome, though I know that you have been here since 3rd of this month, and there has been hectic activity. So many working groups have been working on different subjects. But even then, since we are meeting for the first time, it's my duty to welcome you to this beautiful place, Delhi, capital of Bharat, India, to all those who are attending physically and virtually. It's always a wonderful sight. And in fact, after joining Bureau of Indian Standards, I realized the importance of this work. That experts from different parts of the world, different parts of the country get together to work on developing quality benchmarks, standards for the common good of the humanity. I mean, except in the area of domain of standardization, I don't think this kind of partnership, this kind of collaboration, this kind of experts getting together, stakeholders getting together to develop something of common interest is visible. So it always inspires me to be a part of or to get an opportunity to participate in any meeting of this kind. My office has given me a very good speech, sprinkled with all kinds of technical jargons and terms. Problem is that a lot of the things have already been talked about, and second, I don't dare talk about technical terms in the presence of experts. I'm a journalist, I know very little about the subject. And sometimes I advise my colleagues, if we can do away with the inaugural this tradition of having inaugural sessions, because this is the time when the least informed about the subject talk about the subject normally. But anyway, we had some very good presentations from Mr. Peter Parslow, Mr. Makwana, and Mr. Devdi Datta also talked about the Indian perspective. Let me say something about the challenges we are faced with, not only in this related to this particular area, but in general, and that was touched upon by Mr. Parslow also. Communication, engaging stakeholders, and how to spread the awareness about the standards. We have been striving very hard. It's really a challenge to ensure that the best of the brains in a particular domain area are associated with the standardization process. Again, this is one. Second, and then all those who can use standards are aware of the standards, and we have a credible, very robust, vibrant systems of continuous dialogue with them, continuous collaboration with them, and we also have capacity building mechanisms. So these are the areas in which BIS has been working very hard, I would say, for last few years. Academic institutions, our premier academic institutions, to ensure that they are also associated with the standardization efforts, we have taken the initiative, and which has been appreciated at ISO and IEC levels also, of creating chairs on standardization in IITs, except Delhi, IIT Delhi. Now all the IITs have chairs in standardization. We have also signed MOUs with 60 odd other engineering or professional technical institutions. And idea is to promote education in standards. Idea is to involve the faculty, research scholars, and students in the R&D projects which are related to standardization, and of course, to create awareness. I'm very happy to learn that now we, after this policy, geospatial policy of 19 to 22, the sector has been opened for private sector participation, and some of the startups have started working on developing applications on GIS, or Geographical Information System. I hope this will pick up in coming years, and we will have more and more companies, more and more startups or entrepreneurs working in this field and developing applications which are which can be used in diverse fields. Having some experience of land revenue administration, I worked as principal secretary in a state. I can tell you how important GIS and what kind of revolutionary impact GIS can have on the quality of governance and quality of program implementation. For 60 years, we use the traditional methods of survey and mapping in land administration, using that old bamboo poles for taking bamboo poles or iron chains for measurement, maintaining records manually, which will always be full of errors and always give rise to a lot of litigation. I'm told that a large percentage of litigation that our courts are now burdened with relate to land matters, because we never had a very scientific, very accurate system of land surveying and measurement. I'm so happy that there will be a session on LADM. I'm very excited, and in fact we have already planned that in the month of January we will be organizing a workshop or seminar with our state governments, the land revenue departments of state governments, to talk about this new development and how they can benefit from it. And then there are so many other areas in which the GIS will be useful. In fact, I was talking to Mr. Oberoi, and he just mentioned to me that we have created standard clubs in schools and colleges. And the purpose is to share information about how standards contribute to the quality of products, quality of processes, quality of services, and why we should demand standards in our life. So he just mentioned that we normally focus on traditional products like helmets and gas cylinders, gas stove, things like that. But now in our standards clubs meetings, we should also be talking about GIS and these areas, IT related areas, so that students also get enthused about these developments. We will certainly do that. That's an excellent suggestion. Associating industry with our efforts, or particularly to use standards, to promote standards, has again been an area where we have been pretty active, very active of late. And one of the steps that we took is to nudge industry, to request industry to create standardization cells devoted to their area of work, so that in every industry association, we have a group of tech experts, technically qualified, or who are interested in standards or development of standards, and they can act as a bridge between BIS and the industry. I'm very happy to inform you that nearly 100 major industry associations have come forward to create standardization cells, and we are in the process of organizing capacity building programs for them, how we can work together, how we can move together. So these are a few things we are doing to spread awareness about the standards, and also to ensure that there is another area of startups and innovation hubs. Most of our, or majority of our academic institutions now have a fairly, I will say, a strong startup ecosystem. They are also starting innovation hubs. How to ensure that these startups or innovation hubs work closely with BIS, and whatever pioneering work they are doing, that is utilized or that is factored into making formulation of standards. We have also put up mechanisms in place and started coordinating with the academia and of course industry also to fulfill that or to achieve these objectives. So a lot of these activities will continue. I'm very happy that the Mirror Committee, which Mr. Datta leads, has been working very closely with the ISO, and already we have, as was informed, we have developed certain standards, and of course a lot is in the pipeline and is already being done. Meetings of this kind. So I think I forgot to thank Mr. Parslow for agreeing to have this meeting here in Delhi. It provides an excellent opportunity to the stakeholders in India to know about the work ISO is doing and how they can participate in the process. So thanks for that. So with these words, I think I will stop, because I always try to follow that famous saying that if you don't have light of your own, the least you can do is don't stay in the path of those who have light. So many wonderful experts are present here who know the ins and outs of the subject. So now it's time they start discussing the real issues, the technical issues, and so I stop here by welcoming you again and thanking you again for sparing time to participate in this workshop. And I hope GIS in coming days, with the help of the standards that the committee will develop, that we will develop, will transform the lives in many areas of, in many aspects of our life, our country's life. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your kind and guiding words. Before we conclude the session, as a token of appreciation, I would invite DG sir to present mementos to our distinguished dignitaries. Shri Hitesh Kumar Makhwana, Dr. Peter Parslow, Dr. Depriya Datta. Thank you, sir. I would now invite our Deputy Director General, Rajiv sir, to present memento to DG sir. I would also request DDG sir to present a memento to Mr. Mats Ahin. Mr. Mats Ahin is the ISO TC 211 Committee Manager. Sir, please welcome to the stage. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Sir, I would now request Shri Chandan Behel, Deputy Director General, International Relations, to extend the vote of thanks.
Thank you, Ankita. Honorable dignitaries on the dais, speakers and delegates. We know that this is a very important seminar, and we believe that outcome of this seminar will serve as a stepping stone towards a future where global standards and regulations are streamlined, international trade is more efficient, stakeholder participation and consumer protection are prioritized. And therefore, I stand before you for presenting this vote of thanks. I would like to begin with expressing our sincere gratitude to respected Director General Shri Pramod Kumar Tiwari ji, who has always been a guiding force for us, and we are grateful for him for his unwavering support and a very insightful address as well, where he expressed about the challenges, critical challenge of stakeholder engagement that all standards developing organizations are facing, and how we are doing at BIS our bit to overcome this important challenge. I would also like to thank Shri Hitesh Kumar Makwana, Surveyor General of India, for his gracious presence and enlightening us with his perspective on the subject, and also the important work that the Survey of India is doing in fulfillment of various national missions and schemes. Sir, I also thank you for expressing Survey of India's commitment to development and implementation of standards. Thank you so much for that. I would also like to thank Dr. Peter Paslow, Chair of ISO TC 211, for the great work the TC 211 is doing in his leadership and sharing all that with the audience. Dr. Paslow, I believe that your interaction with the Indian stakeholders during this seminar and the plenary meeting will help both the Indian stakeholder as well as the TC 211 in developing better international standards. Thank you for being here. I also am grateful to Shri Depriya Datta, the chair of the National Mirror Committee of the ISO TC 211, which we call as LITD 22, for apprising us about the Indian geospatial policy, and also expressing that how standards form an important pillar of this national policy. Thank you so much, Dr. Datta. I will not do justice to the task assigned to me if I do not thank all of you, our international guests who have made an effort to be here, and all our national participants who have joined here both physically as well as virtually for sharing your experience in this seminar as well as the ensuing plenary meeting of the ISO TC 211. And I thank all members of the BIS team led ably by my colleague Rajiv and Reena for making this seminar as well as the whole plenary week happen, and I hope it is very successful and all of you enjoy this week here. Of course, we will continue this session with the two technical sessions wherein we will have the experience sharing by our international participants as well as our national stakeholders. I believe the insights shared today will be instrumental in fostering a constructive dialogue that promises to have a significant impact on the global standards and regulations on geospatial information. Thank you all for being here, and let us continue to work together to turn these aspirations into reality. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir. With this, we come to end of the session. Please join us for tea. We'll gather again at 11 a.m. Thank you.
कि तुम्हारा लैपटॉप इतना मरा हुआ है कि स्टार्ट नहीं हो पा रहा है, so I've got asked for a backup laptop. That should work better. ये इस तरह से तो ये लोग presentations नहीं दे पाएंगे जिस तरह से मर रहे हैं. दूसरा वाला आ जाता है वो लगा देते हैं. Yeah. Hi. Exactly. Yes. Yes. Yes, and what I have done is I have copied all these slides that we have received in advance in one particular folder. They are both in PPT as well as PDF format. You can use whatever you want, and you can control it from right from here. You're welcome. So we are just setting up things. I think it will take another 5 minutes till the time you can have your coffee or tea. Yes. So you. Yes, you will find me here for that support, and people from IC are also there. So no issues. Welcome.
इसका लैपटॉप है?
ये ऑफिस में किसका नीचे है? मेरा मर गया. ये नहीं हो पाएगा. इस पे मत मेहनत करो. दूसरा वाला ही. मनीषा, सोहन नीचे दिखे तो जो नीचे प्रिंट आउट के लिए हम लैपटॉप यूज़ कर रहे हैं ना, डेल वाला, वो लैपटॉप और चार्जर ऊपर भिजवा दो. डेल वाला लैपटॉप नीचे बिजनेस सेंटर में रखा हुआ है, वो ऊपर भिजवा दो चार्जर के साथ. यहाँ पे चार्जिंग पॉइंट होगा राइट बस का.
जब आ जाए
हाँ, मैं आपको बता दूँगी.
ये नहीं चल रहा.
ये वाला चलेगा, लेकिन जिस तरह से ये मर रहा है ना, अगर हमने स्पीकर को दे दिया वो ये माथा फोड़ देंगे अपना. अच्छा नहीं है वो ऐसे बोले इंडिया के पास एक जिंदा डिवाइस भी नहीं है.
आप जो है ये आईसो की ऑर्गेनाइजेशन टीम से, वो पेन ड्राइव ठीक हो गया ना?
ठीक है. हमने बताना जरूरी है.
हाँ मैं बता दूँगा.
ये वाला पूछते हैं 4-5 साल में
मैंने उस पर एंटीवायरस लगाया है। नहीं, वो जो हमारा लेनोवो का लैपटॉप है ना, उससे आपकी पेन ड्राइव में आया, उसमें भी किसी गेस्ट ने अपनी पेन ड्राइव लगाया। मैम ये तो लैपटॉप बिल्कुल नहीं, इसलिए मैं कह रही हूँ नहीं चल रहा है। ठीक ठीक।
वो ले जाओ, ये भी ले जाओ, वो एमटीएस के साथ में लेते जाओ, और मुझे ना इसका चार्जर भी भिजवा दो। मर गया तो ये फिर रास्ते में हम क्या करेंगे? ये अलिश्मिता का है। अलिश्मिता, तुम्हारा लैपटॉप नीचे बिजनेस सेंटर में भिजवा रही हो। नहीं, शेड्यूल हमने इसमें से निकाला था ना। हाँ, तो उसमें वापस लगा देंगे। हाँ जी सर, मैंने यहीं पे सेटअप कर दिया है। वो सिर्फ इनॉग्रल के लिए रखा था, बिकॉज प्रोफाइल, अब हम सेकंड वगैरह में प्रोफाइल नहीं दिखा रहे। वो प्रोफाइल करने के लिए वहाँ से रखा था। मुझे पता था इन लोगों को सबको प्रोफाइल चाहिए होती है। अब मैं यहाँ पे करके कॉपी करके भी टेस्ट कर ले रही हूँ, क्योंकि सिस्टम नहीं था। मैं इसकी लैपटॉप भी चाहिए होगा। हाँ बोलो। हाँ हाँ ठीक है, मैं बस ये सेटअप करके आती हूँ। नहीं मैंने अभी कुछ नहीं लगाया है, ये पहले से है। लैपटॉप आपके है ना? नहीं, इस टाइप का एक और है डिपार्टमेंट की, मेरे से सीधा के लैपटॉप मिला है। मैं थोड़ा यहाँ सेटअप करके आती हूँ, आप लोग चलो।
मैम कंसोल पे पी लेंगी। मैम यहाँ रोज ये ऐसे ही और हैप्टिक देखते हैं।
आपने प्रोफाइल को चुन लिया है ना, मुझे वो प्रोफाइल नहीं चुनेगी, मुझे ये सब नहीं करना था। यहाँ इतनी लिबर्टी नहीं होती है। वो सारे का वॉलपेपर चेंज कर दिया, बाकी चीज़ मुझे देखो ऑडियो की भी जरूरत पड़ेगी हमें।
किसी पीपीटी में किसी अंग्रेज का वीडियो
हाँ
होता है ना।
हाँ हाँ है, इनका यूट्यूब वीडियो है, बिल्कुल सही किया आपने, लास्ट में है। अब हम यहाँ पे डाल देते हैं इन स्लाइड्स।
वो एम्बेड है उसमें पीपीटी में।
उन्होंने उसमें लिंक दिया हुआ है।
हाइपरलिंक है।
आई होप क्लिक करने पे चल जाए, एक बार चेक कर लूँगा।
विदाउट नेट चलेगा?
नहीं हाँ नहीं, मैं बस सर सेटअप कर रही हूँ कि डिवाइस पीपीटीज वगैरह वहाँ से कर ली थी फर्स्ट राउंड में, सेकंड राउंड में लोगों को यहाँ से करनी है ना। सर आपने चाय वगैरह पी ली? मैं बस ये चाह रही हूँ कि थोड़ा सेटअप हो जाए, लोग एकदम फ्रीक आउट कर रहे हैं कि हमको यहीं से चाहिए, ये चाहिए। अब इसमें नेट नहीं है और एक ने अपना यूट्यूब का वीडियो ही दे दिया है प्रेजेंटेशन में। ये लगा देते हैं। और बाहर फिरोज आपको चिराग दिखे ना तो मुझे प्लीज़ बताना, या उसको बोलना मुझसे मिल ले, मुझे वाईफाई चाहिए। हाँ चार्जिंग चल रहा है, मस्त कूपन चाहिए। हाँ क्योंकि अब ये बंदा अपना करेगा मीटिंग, उसकी स्टार्ट तो हो नहीं पाएगी। सब चले गए। अच्छा पी लिए चले गए, बस वहीं तक का सा टेंशन था। अब ये ख़त्म हो गया तो अब थोड़ा शांति से सांस ली जा सकती है। राह तक रहते आपकी। एक बंदे ने अपनी प्रेजेंटेशन में एक स्लाइड रखी है, उसमें एक यूट्यूब का लिंक है, और वो यूट्यूब का लिंक वहाँ जाता है और 12 मिनट का वीडियो चलता है। पता नहीं बट पॉइंट है, चल जाएगा, थोड़ा स्लो चलेगा, चला के देख लेती हूँ मैं। यार एक बात बताओ, ये जितनी बार सिस्टम बंद होता है उतनी बार ये वाईफाई डिस्कनेक्ट कर देगा ना, लेकिन ये एलन को समझाना पड़ेगा कि इसको छेड़ना मत, मतलब करते रहो प्रेजेंटेशन वगैरह जो भी करनी है, बस उसको बंद मत करना। सर कुछ भी बना दो। ये यहाँ से ही कहीं से कंट्रोल करना है, कैसे करना है ये नहीं पता मुझे। Hi, good morning. Yes, now we are setting it up over here. You can do all the presentations from here itself. So you'll be able to see the time over there.
No, 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 I'm sorry. Well, my presentation will be available for people to download.
Yes, as of now it's not there, but by the end of the event we'll be listing it out on our page. Yes. अच्छा वो वहीं से बजेगा घंटी कौन बजाएगा मतलब यहाँ पे जो मॉडरेटर है उसको बोलना है भैया 5 मिनट हो गया अब नहीं बोलने देंगे हम तुमको हाँ जी सर हाँ जी सर हाँ जी सर कुछ तो गया है नहीं नहीं मतलब बस टेबल पे रहे ना तीन के क्योंकि ये तीन लेके नहीं गए वो वाला लेके चला गया होगा बंदा तो हाँ देखो चार ही लोग बैठे हैं और ये हम वापस ले चलेंगे अभी हाँ ले Yes.
Is it going to be in presentation mode, or will we be able to see the next slide in order? Or no?
Yes.
Yes, perfect. Thank you so much.
So
This whole thing has been organized brilliantly. You folks have done an amazing job. All the sessions, everything has just been beautiful. I've been working in this field for 30 years. I've never seen an organization that was like this. Thank you.
That really means a lot. I'll definitely convey to this team because they have actually put in a lot of effort to organize. But we are still, nervous about our little things here and there. That there's slight mismatch, but still, that means a lot.
Loss, we need to monitor many types of geographic information. The Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations, FAO, is at the forefront of global
हम ऑडियो चेक कर सकते हैं यहाँ वाला? What happened, भाई साहब?
We are all responsible for preserving the environment of our common planet.
अच्छा, एक दिन की यहाँ ड्यूटी लगानी है, बस एक मिनट ना. हेलो, अभी हमने जो किया था वॉल्यूम कम आ रहा था, आपने वहाँ से कंट्रोल किया हुआ था, राइट? डन डन डन. हाँ डन डन, बस ठीक है. एक मिनट. अब हमें करना क्या है? हमारा कुछ काम नहीं है, बट एक जन को यहाँ पर टेक सपोर्ट में बैठे रहना है, ठीक है? पहले सेशन तक तो मैं रहूँगी. यहाँ पे डेस्कटॉप पे EC21 में सेशन 1 का फोल्डर है, ठीक है? इसमें 8 प्रेजेंटर हैं जो कुछ अपनी प्रेजेंटेशन देने वाले हैं. सबकी यहाँ रख दी गई है. 60वां वाला ऑनलाइन है, फिर भी हमने उसकी प्रेजेंटेशन लेके यहाँ रख दी है. यहाँ से प्ले करनी होगी, यहाँ से करेंगे. उसको वहाँ से करने का मन होगा, वो वहाँ से करेगा. वो भी नहीं करना है. यहाँ पे एलन होंगे जो मॉडरेटर है, वो सबको 5-5 मिनट का टाइमर देगा और वो यहीं से कंट्रोल करेगा कि सब 5 मिनट बोल के चुप हो जाओ, उससे ज़्यादा नहीं बोलना है, थोड़ा बहुत एक्सटेंड वगैरह करके. वो यहाँ से प्ले करेगा, वो सब कुछ करता रहेगा. इन केस वो कहीं अटकेगा और बोलेगा क्या इंग्लिश समझाएं, तो हमें यहाँ आके बताना है कि सर यहाँ पे है, प्रेजेंटेशन तो प्ले करनी आती है, जैसे मैंने एक मिनट में बता देती हूँ मान लो मैंने पहली प्रेजेंटेशन प्ले करनी स्टार्ट की, पहले तो फाइल खोली, यहाँ से स्लाइड शो मोड आ जाता है, ऐसे किया हमने और ये इस फॉर्मेट में खुल जाएगा, तो हमें नेक्स्ट स्लाइड दिखती रहेगी, तो बंदा अपना ऐसे 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 करते 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 पूरी प्रेजेंटेशन खत्म कर सकता है। वही करेंगे, हाँ वही टैप करते रहेंगे अपने से, हमें कुछ नहीं करना है, हमें बस ये देखना है कि बवाल मचे तो हम में से कोई रहे, और कुछ भी नहीं समझ में आए मुझे कॉल करना है, ठीक है। फर्स्ट थिंग ये हो गई कि प्रेजेंटेशन कैसे करनी है। लास्ट वाले बंदे ने अपनी प्रेजेंटेशन में सिर्फ एक स्लाइड रखी है, यूट्यूब का लिंक, उसे क्लिक करना है, अगर उसको क्लिक करने पे ना चले तो मैंने यहाँ पे ओपन करके रखा है, तो प्ले करना है, ठीक है। इस प्रेजेंटेशन हाँ आठवां बंदा है, ठीक है। इसके अलावा मुझे लगता नहीं किसी और चीज़ की कोई ज़रूरत या टेंशन होनी चाहिए। टाइमर वहाँ से कंट्रोल होगा, वो मैं एलन को अभी खुद बता दे रही हूँ, अगर वो कहेगा 5-6 मिनट ज़्यादा करना है देखना है, तुम चाहो तो यहाँ आगे बैठ जाओ, चाहो वहाँ पे लास्ट में बैठ जाओ, जहाँ तुम्हें कंफर्टेबल है। और हाँ एलन से मैं इंट्रोड्यूस भी करा दूँगी कि यू विल बी देयर, ठीक है। बाकी और कुछ करना नहीं है, मेन ये है कि इनको मीटिंग करनी है, अपने करते हैं स्मूथली होना चाहिए, तो नाटक नहीं होना चाहिए, टाइम इसलिए जो पहला स्टार्ट हो जाए उसके बाद में जाना नहीं चाहिए। हमने कितने बजे बोला है? 11-5 मिनट है, आऊँ क्या पी आऊँ? अच्छा फोटो, बट मुझे लग नहीं रहा यहाँ से भी कोई अच्छी आएगी।
So welcome back all of you.
We'll be starting with our technical session 1 in a very short time, so we would request all of you to be please seated.
This is the first session folder. This is the folder for session 1. Right? These are the presentations. It go by name. Okay, I think that's sorted. And this is the presentation where we have the speaker profile. Yeah? Okay. So, if you want, I can.
Another baby.
Yeah?
So the full PDF sounds.
Yes. So, whatever, in whichever way you feel comfortable, you can just ask the speakers to run their own presentation. Okay? And we'll be right here in case there is some technical difficulty. We are right here.
I know. It all works.
Yeah? Should we start? We have 2 minutes, right? Let's just wait for 2 minutes. पहले वो अपना जो भी उनको स्टार्टिंग में बोलना है वो बोल लेंगे, then we will invite Scott. Once we invite Scott, तब 20 minutes के बाद इसको छोड़ दो, वो अपनी प्रेजेंटेशन खुद ही चला लो, हमने यहाँ पे देख लेना। नहीं चलाएंगे तो वो वही करते ना।
Ladies and gentlemen, we are starting the first technical session of the day. Please take your seats. Thank you so much. And welcome to the first technical session of our seminar on Standards in Action in Geomatics and Geographical Information. We have on dais with us Mr. Scott Simmons, Chief Standards Officer OGC, Mr. Chris Boddy, LADM Project Leader TC211, Alan Jameson, AG1 Convener BSI, and Donald Sullivan from NASA USA. So let me go ahead and introduce our session coordinator for the day, Alan Jameson. Alan is the data standards lead at Ordnance Factory, Great Britain. He works with various international standards organizations like Open Geospatial Consortium, ISO, BSI, and the central government of Britain to develop these standards to add value to geospatial data and services. We are glad to have you here, Alan. Over to you now. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the very warm welcome. I've really really enjoyed coming here to India this week. It's a place that I really enjoy coming here, not just because of the country itself, but also because of India's commitment to geospatial information. So during this week, I've had lots of good, rich conversations with Indian colleagues about geospatial. So it's really refreshing for me to be here and to host today's Standards in Action seminar. The one thing why we put the Standards in Action seminar on every meeting is really because we sit a lot of our time in meetings and putting standards together, and if you want any evidence of what all that good work does, then this is it. So these presentations before lunch and the ones after lunch, there's good standards content in all of them. So when you talk to your colleagues or your bosses or whatever, what use is standards? Well, here's your evidence. So I'm really looking forward to the program that we've put together. So the first part of the program up to lunchtime is our international section of the program. We've got 8 separate speakers for you on different topics. And then after lunch, I'm really pleased to see that a number of top quality speakers from India have stepped forward to tell us about their geospatial projects and how they are implementing standards in India. Okay, so our first presentation then is Scott Simmons. Scott, he's a well-known figure in these parts. He's a Chief Standards Officer at the OGC, and he's going to present to us on a repeatable approach to validate geospatial interoperability. Scott.
All right, there I am. One moment, folks, while I get this up. I'm too tall for that pip. All right, everything goes. Great. To my friends at the Bureau of Indian Standards and ISO TC211, thank you so much for inviting me to speak with you today. I'm absolutely thrilled to be here in India again. Some of you in the audience know I really love coming to India. In fact, there was a time in my life where my wife thought I had a second family here. That is not true, but if I did have a wife in India, her name would be Alfonso Mango, and you all know what I'm talking about. You can have your own holy war about what mango tastes best, I know. If you look at my title, it looks like maybe this talk should come at the end of this session. But in fact, what I really want to do is highlight to you the work that is going on in this community to ensure that the standards you're using really do what they're supposed to do. So a little bit of that confidence you can get in the next 20 minutes that you can use as you hear our other presenters to really believe what they're saying. It's not arm waving, this is real stuff. There's a general philosophy I want to address. If you cannot prove that a standard addresses the use cases and conditions for which it was developed, that it is market valuable, that it has a relevance in the marketplace, and that it's purely and truly testable, it is of almost no value. So a standard that can't meet those conditions really doesn't bring value. And we have a process in our committee to ensure that the standards meet those processes. So what I'll do is talk a little bit about OGC's approach to standards and innovation, some of the testing we do in real life, and then how those standards can also be tested for our software community that's implementing. The OGC Standards Innovation Continuum is really an integrated process of developing standards and ensuring that they fit the use cases for which they're derived. Much as Dr. Dutta talked earlier this morning about, again, those standards addressing the needs of the Indian community at BIS, it's those things that we need to do to ensure that when we look at the standards, we're looking at them in the context they'll be used. Both sides of our cycle are focused on use case and requirements. Again, we won't start writing a standard in OGC or ISO unless there are real good requirements and use cases. And we won't test them or test these use cases unless we have them well defined. What we do in OGC is we experiment in context. On the left side of this cycle, you'll see a whole series of steps that I'll come to in a moment where we ensure that those use cases, one, have a potential for a standardization target, and if they've already been standardized, does that standard hold up in real-world use? And then on the right side, we break those problems into discrete pieces and solve those through writing very discrete standards. There's a famous quote in the standards community from Andrew Tannenbaum who said, "The nice thing about standards is you have so many to choose from." And that's tongue-in-cheek. That sounds kind of humorous, but it's a really important factor that we all break our standards into the small pieces so we solve discrete problems, problems that you can understand, you can address, and that you can communicate with your stakeholders. In our process, we're also leveraging the product lifecycle management paradigm that many of you, particularly at BIS, are probably familiar with. This came out of the aerospace community, and it's a way to ensure that when you're developing any product, that product can be a standard, that as you develop it, you are continuously refreshing that work to the use cases and the community of use. And you're not going stale and developing something that sits on a shelf never to be used again because you've lost touch with the relevant community. And here in India, the city of Pune is a world leader in where PLM technologies are being developed. And so we've been able to leverage a lot of our members here in India to ensure that this approach to standards lifecycle actually occurs. So where do we do this? We have this program in OGC referred to as Collaborative Solutions and Innovation. If you looked at my figure 8, or I prefer the infinity diagram, I look after the right side, the standardization side, and we have another senior staff member, Dr. Ingo Zimonis, that looks after this aspect so that we can collaborate and ensure that our testing is a bit independent of that standards development process. And in that innovation, we look at trying to bring the expertise our member community has to a trusted forum that we guarantee to be as neutral as humanly possible and do this testing. This stuff is real. It works very well. A wonderful example for a short story, in 2016 and 2017, OGC worked with Dr. Acharya and NSDI to do an Indian Plug Fest, where we took several commercial software vendors here in India, a number of national and state government agencies who served up their data from those agencies. The software vendors attached their solutions to the data and tried to solve a number of problems. There's a report. The report looks great. It shows, man, all this stuff works. The standards worked as promised. The government agencies are providing data in the right way. But also, equally valuable, we had one little thing. Esri India and Hexagon discovered a standard they'd both been implementing for 10 years was not compatible between their two systems. And they were both implementing it correctly. The standard was wrong. The standard had a tiny inconsistency that we didn't discover until we could actually exercise this effort. It's that effort of converting data to wisdom. We can talk to the data, we can play with the data, but until we really try to analyze and work against the data and use every aspect of how it's standardized is when we finally discover if the standards work and if the solutions are being addressed properly. I don't know, many of you familiar with the technology readiness scale that came from NASA, how they described all of the work that NASA does to develop rockets and all sorts of things that go to space. This is a scale of where technology is suitable to address particular needs. And we use the same TRL scale, technology maturation strategy or technology readiness levels, in our standardization process to ensure that we address standards at the right point in technology. We want your use cases and requirements to also fit this TRL. And so when you look at this, the way OGC builds its exercises to study these standards, we have a number of different types of initiatives that have a variety of content. If you look up vertical on this scale, those are the more diverse projects and where they sit on the TRL. So we have test beds that do very fundamental research, all the way out to PlugFest where you're using existing software solutions against existing problem sets. And with this, we can test standards or standardization targets across the breadth of the realistic industry we need to address. We are not doing fundamental R&D in the standards community. If any standards community goes way over there at TR level 1, that's unrealistic because we have yet to invent time travel, but if I write a standard for time travel, it's not gonna be relevant, and I'll bet you money it doesn't work against the real actuality of time travel. On the other side, once something is so stable in the market that it is ubiquitous, standardization is done. Ideally, it's already using the standards. So we work between those two edges. We bring sponsors in, government agencies, commercial entities, et cetera, who collaborate and pool their resources and their funding to ensure that they can do these projects against not just the targets, but against their own mutual desired outcomes. So two different sponsors working against two different sets of use cases might have a lot of commonalities that can be addressed by one experiment. And so that cost sharing helps. They can also influence their partners. So if two different government agencies in India want to sponsor an initiative together, one might be able to help the other come to the common mindset that may not be shared. And we bring in OGC members as participants to actually do this work. OGC staff, there's only 20-something of us. We don't do the work. It's our members who are experts in all these little problems who then develop software, they develop new specifications, they test against existing standards, and they do all of this work in a managed environment and report out the results back to those sponsors and to our whole community. Every one of these initiatives is 100% public in outcome, so you all get to see the results, and they really do inform all of our standardization processes. In fact, I go so far as to say that we cover the breadth of what we need to in OGC to develop not just our set of standards, but that much broader community with ISO and with the International Hydrographic Organization and the World Wide Web Consortium and any number of other bodies out there developing standards and solutions. And so those projects, in order to do so, have to cover a number of different steps in our ecosystem. We have projects that really are research, but it's applied research. This isn't fundamental research. This means a problem's being solved in some fashion or another. How do we ensure that we solve it in a common way? And so our test beds really do a lot of that work. Someone has a concept of a specification that will probably solve a problem. Let's refine the problem, refine the specification, and lead to standardization around that effort. In the middle, we look at the application of standards and standardized solutions to problems. These middle-level projects are where a lot of that collaboration with emerging and slightly mature standards might come together. This is a lot of the places where in OGC we find we have a standard we think is suitable for the ISO community, and so we work as we develop that standard to ensure that it might fit better, and we will refine our work so that those that need ISO standards can adopt an ISO standard that may have some origins in OGC. In a similar fashion, a lot of the standardization partnership we have with ISO, World Wide Web Consortium, as the two most fine-pointed examples, mature and interoperate our standards in these kinds of real applications. So ILIAD, for example, is a digital twin of the ocean project, a digital twin of ocean science. What are those aspects of science we need to address? And finally, we work on projects that look at communities. How do we bring other stakeholders in and inform them of the standards and the solutions that exist, and ensure that those stakeholders see in their own context the relevance of what we do? And we've had a lot of marine pilots to do that. So I'll step quickly through some of these examples. Our testbed 19 today is being demonstrated in Washington, D.C., showing off the results of a lot of the work we've done on collaboration across ocean science and space science, but a few other topics. We've had a multi-year effort on what we refer to as our Federated Marine Spatial Data Infrastructure Pilot. I know it's a mouthful, we just call it FMSDI. And right now we're looking at commonalities between Singapore, the Arctic, and the Caribbean. Now, I'm going to give you the two end members there. In Singapore, what's the biggest thing they do at their port is they offload freight or transport freight from a bigger ship to a little ship, right? Singapore is the trade nexus of the marine world. The Caribbean, a similar thing. They offload and onload cargo as well. It's just their cargo is not very friendly. It's all passengers on cruise ships, but it's the same problem. A container in Singapore and a passenger on a cruise ship in St. Thomas are the same problem set from a marine perspective, where the navigation needs to occur, where the infrastructure needs to be built. We've had a climate resilience pilot that is emerging to some new pilots, so we're looking at climate resilience, not climate change in OGC. We recognize the climate change thing, that trucks left the station, as we say. Climate change is occurring. How do we respond? How do we make our society more resilient? And what standards are necessary to ensure that we can have common ways of describing the impact of climate change and the resilience we might be able to build to that? Highly related is disaster work. Many of the disasters we deal with now have a climate influence. You had a cyclone in the south of India recently with a lot of flooding along the east coast, certainly aggravated by the fact that the sea levels are half a meter higher in the region. And so we've been running these pilots to look at where those disasters are being aggravated by climate issues. The Innovation Days I talked about going on this week in Washington, D.C. to talk about how these pilots all are addressing problem sets. And then if we start looking forward to what the coming year, we have a new effort on making a open science persistent demonstrator. Persistent services that are available to the whole community to give you a foundation of science. Persistent data and persistent systems built on OGC and ISO standards. We're merging our climate and disaster resilience efforts into a common pilot, our climate and disaster resilience pilot, because we found the use cases overlap so much that in some effect we were squandering resources by attacking the same problem twice. And so we've folded these together and have a new pilot that will be going in 2024. And if you're interested in participating in any of these, either to sponsor, to observe, or to get funded to do cool work, go to the OGC website. There's links to all this stuff. You will find many, many of these initiatives have a very, very heavy presence from ISO TC 211 and organizations in this room that are very active in both, who are helping to ensure that this climate and disaster resilience issues can be addressed by quick developing OGC standards and more persistent ISO standards. The final thing I want to talk about is that last bit of those three pillars I had. The pillar of we have to things that address use cases, we have to be market relevant, but finally everything has to be testable. We have policy in OGC that thou shalt not write a standard that is not testable. You cannot. It will not pass our process. If the standard can't be tested, it can't pass. We have a program to do that testing. We refer to it as our compliance program. It's deeply integral to the standards development activities I look after. So we ensure that while we're developing the standards, we're also developing the tests. And we're testing in real time now, so that those tests actually do ensure that the standard you're implementing works as promised. We base it all on work from ISO. So ISO 19105 is our holy book on how we're going to do conformance and testing. So we follow ISO protocol, and we've developed specifications in OGC to ensure that the more generic description that ISO might provide to this environment is realized by very specific instructions. And again, if you write a modern OGC standard, you will not pass any of our votes if you haven't met all the ISO 1905 considerations and what OGC refers to as our modular specification that codify those into real rules. The process is fairly simple. If you have software, you don't have a software developer, open source, government agency, whatever you want, you can test your stuff for free against these OGC test suites that are out there. If you've tested those and you think they work, you can then come to us and apply for a certificate that you are certified as working against those standards. And ultimately, your organization gets a big stamp that says you are certified as compliant with that OGC standard. Now, this is your secret pro tip. A lot of the ISO TC 211 standards are also OGC standards. So if you need to test against an ISO standard that happens to also be an OGC standard, you can test and be compliant against that ISO standard in the same fashion. Nothing has changed. All the normative content is identical. So being able to test against some of these, what we call WFS is called something different, 19142, right, or 3, or whatever it is in ISO. I'm not a 191 speaker, honestly. I'm not native. It's like my second language. But you will know which of those, if you can find the appropriate standard, the OGC test works for the ISO test. And it doesn't take much time, 5 to 10 minutes to do a test. If you're trying to get compliant and get certified, you got a half hour free and a little bit of cash in your pocket, we'll be happy to certify the standards for you. So these tools are available for free on the OGC website. You can also download the entirety of the engine and put it into production in your own environment. I'll say the U.S. Department of Defense runs an entire parallel system to ours and tests 100% of their OGC software against all of our standards in their own test environment because it's behind a classification firewall. They can't test on our open environment, but they can test on their own. You can all download and test yourselves. And then you can use that validator against all of these standards. And ultimately, we ensure that these tools are available in the most modern frameworks. So those of you who are software engineers in the audience or have software engineers working for you, a lot of these icons will look familiar to you. The stuff is available in the ways that developers need to approach it now. And so we continuously are modernizing this, continuously trying to ensure that the work we do and the test environments we provide are relevant for all of you. So before I thank you all for your attention, I just want to reiterate one more time, I'm going to pound on this today, we in the standards community are deadly serious about ensuring that those standards we write really do make a meaningful difference. Every one of us is super passionate in our own personal beliefs and our standardization beliefs, and we don't worry about letting that bleed over. So when we say something has to address a community of interest, I will tell you, one of our staff members or one of our members in our organization will be an expert on that topic. So we're writing a standard with experts who actually care. We also work diligently, very diligently, to ensure that when we pass a standard, the marketplace has had a look at it and can tell you, yeah, we can probably put this into software, be that open source or commercial. Because ultimately, none of you are going to write 100% of your own tools to do your work. You're going to procure software from the software vendors. You're going to go out to the open source community. And if they're not publishing a solution against the standard, you don't get to use the standard. So we work really hard to ensure they're involved. And then lastly, as I finish the presentation, that testability is important. It may not seem so important initially, but when you start to be able to test your tools against these standards, you know that no matter what you procure, if it's certified, it's going to work in the larger ecosystem. And so with that, thank you very much for your attention, and I look forward to talking with every one of you the rest of the day.
Thank you very much, Scott. That was really good. What really strikes me is the relationship that OGC have made between standards and innovation, and how those things go together in your, I think you call your figure of 8 diagram. I think that's a very important point to make, because there's a lot of, I think there's a lot of misconceptions that innovation doesn't necessarily fit with standards. So yeah, that was very good. Okay, I'll just bring up the slide set for our next speaker, and our next speaker is Chris Boddy. Chris has been in the industry for a number of years. He comes from Australia, and he's going to present to us on the potential economic benefits using LADM. LADM being the Land Administration Domain Model. Thank you, Chris.
And good morning, everyone, and thank you very much for the opportunity to address this audience on a topic that's fairly important in our society. Just waiting for the slides to come up. Thank you very much. So yes, so the topic around is the potential economic benefit for our land administration. And when we start to think about where we are on this earth and what we've got, is 70% is water and 30% is land. And our land component is a significant value to our communities and to our nations. So I'm outlining the components of this morning is around LADM, the future work of LADM, and the links with other initiatives and programs. Just that one. All right. Thank you. So I'd like to outline where we've got with the LADM and the various parts. We've divided into 6 parts. The first 2 parts are from the existing LADM of 2012, and we decided about 5 or 6 years ago to divide it up into further parts to outline some programs that we'd like to address throughout those other parts: marine, valuation, spatial plan. And lastly, and is just as important, is the part 6, the implementation, that we're going to use OGC as its platform, and as Scott has outlined, the importance of conformance testing and testing against the standard to ensure that implementation is appropriately done. Just that. Okay. All right. So this is outlines where the version 1 and version 2 is, and where we're going to. Thank you. So the parts 1 and the other parts outline where we've come from, where we're addressing, and I'd like to acknowledge the editing teams that have contributed to significant work around the parts 1 to 5. And they've come from a range of countries, but mainly through Canada, the FIG, through the Delft universities, Netherlands, and also some significant input from other communities like IHO. So I'd like to outline what are the various parts for part 1. It is, as I said, it outlines the first parts, or the existing 2012 part, and it outlines the spatial unit, administration, party, and basically encapsulates the conceptual model as a whole. So, I'd just like to update you on the program is that the final draft international standard as a committee of comments finished last month. We've collected the comments and we're submitting it to ISO Central Secretariat this month, and we're going to produce the Part 1 LADM as an international standard in the first part of next year. So it is technically finished. Part 2 is the land registration, and it also provides a scope of extending the 2012 into, we've refined it to ensuring that it meets not only the 2012 program, but also going forth in with other associated parts that we have. It also refined the program with the OGC's land infra and infra GML standards, so we brought some of their knowledge into this part. That's all right. So it outlines also some of the work that we're also doing within OGC's indoor GML program also. So it is encapsulating not only 2D but 3D environments for your buildings and so forth. So this is a city called Melbourne, not as large as some of your cities, but it has 5 million people in it. It has, over the last 30 or 40 years, have changed its outlook, perspective, from a fairly low-lying building environment to a high-rised, multi-storey environments, where we're now looking at how does LADM start to address multiple stories, and also how does the cadastre work in various levels of that building. So this is also flying from Melbourne to Delhi. You can see on the left-hand side new developments that are happening. How does the state and jurisdiction start to plan their developments of cities and towns within their jurisdictions? And we can see how the gridded systems are happening in this particular town. So land information and spatial planning and so forth comes under, it encapsulates all these activities. So the DIS, the Draft International Standard, will be registered for this part in early January, and outlines that the standard will become an international standard by the following year. The marine georegulations is one of the other components that that has matured significantly, and we've used IHOs as a footprint and resources to further develop this program of work. And it has a number of packages associated with the marine environment that we've taken from IHO. It will be registered with ISO Central Secretariat at the end of the week, and will become a standard by the 2nd of May. So valuation is one of those new parts that we've included to assist in how do we understand the value of our properties and our land. So this is a photo of my valuation notice by the ACT government. It gives you an outline of how much it is, and it provides, I've blacked out what it's actually worth in the bottom, but that's how our ACT land values its land, and then we pay rates on that. Thank you. I'd like to outline what this graph is showing. This shows the total value of the state of New South Wales of land. It is $2.8 trillion in Australian money. That's what they value their state in land. So if you think about Australia with its other states and territories, the land value is over $10 trillion in Australian money. That's a significant amount of money that we as a community value land at. So, you can buy, though, an island off the Queensland coast for $1 billion. However, you have to recognise there is some risk with that, buying that island, with climate, weather, and so forth. So, while the land might be of value of $1 billion, there is some sort of risk to it. So you need to understand also there is risk with your land. Thank you. Of course, when you fly over Australia, it's a big continent. It takes 4 hours to fly from the east coast to the west coast, and you fly over a lot of dirt. However, that has still got value from the mining companies and so forth. So we're registering that in the middle of the next year, and most of the work has already been done at the committee stages. Part 5 is the spatial plan information, so what your land dimensions are and so forth, the units and groups and blocks and permits. So this is my place in Canberra. So it sits on a bit of property in the ACT. And this is the size of the block. It's 820 square metres. And that's just a general size of a typical block in the ACT. But we're also, the ACT government is changing the laws around the redevelopment, and of course housing has become a significant challenge to our societies about cost of housing and affordability. So we're rezoning some of these places. LADM plays a part. And over the last 5 years or 6 years, during COVID and so forth, over 8 million people changed addresses and property and so forth. So part 5, we're also in the final stages of the committee draft, and will be published as a draft international standard towards the end of the middle of next year. So, the more interesting part is the implementation. And we're going to have a standards working group within OGC, and it's going to outline some of these initiatives that are coming through from the various parts, from the model, encoding, the management of the semantics and the processes for it. So we've had some preliminary work around that, and we've had a couple of workshops in Sweden, also in Singapore, and we've got some OGC meetings in Delft and in Montreal next year. And these are the programs associated with the LADM. You can see from that list, it's not a large list in terms of where the touch points are. But as you can see, down the bottom there's a couple of significant programs like the UN GGIM, the Sustainable Development Goals and FIG. Also, we're linking up with OGC's City GML standard about their solar. So the property has a value other than the building. And of course, when we get into disasters, how do we as a community start to go back and support places that have been devastated by disaster. Where does that information leave us or have in our systems to manage after this significant disaster? So, finally, part 1 and 3 are finished technically. Parts 2, 4, 5 are about to be completed in terms of their technical content. There is a bit more room. And part 6 is the OGC development, which will start next year. So on that, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Chris. That was a really good deep dive into LEDM. But what I really liked about your presentation was that you actually seen the 6 parts all in the same presentation. So it really does set the scene. And there's no country in this world that doesn't have land. So it's applicable everywhere. So thank you very much indeed. Your next speaker is in fact me, so you're going to have to listen to me a little bit longer. As a bit of an introduction, my day job is I work for Rod and Survey in the UK, who are our national mapping agency, and I thought we had a very long history. We go back to 1791 when we started. But I learnt just recently that the Survey of India actually go back further. So they've been at this game since 1767, a whole 24 years in front of us. So at Rod and Survey, I'm the data standards lead. So it's my job to make sure that the data standards that we use now and in the future meet our organisation's requirements. So if we pop the slides up on the screen, when you're faced with a large organisation, and I'm sure a lot of you are in this same position, and wonder what standard actually goes where? How am I going to meet that target of making sure that the standards are all relevant for us going forward? And our approach at Rod and Survey has been to base our standards work on the data principles, QFAIR. Now, you may have heard of FAIR data before, but QFAIR has sort of taken off in the UK, with the Q being added for data quality, because we think that that's important. Data quality is obviously very important for making our data authoritative, meaning that our customers come back to us time and time again, rather than just pulling a data set off the internet. So my talk today was really just to talk about the standards that we use within that framework, and then tell you a little bit about another initiative in the UK, which is our UK National Geospatial Data Standards Register, which was started in 2022. So if we start then by looking at QFAIR, really sensitive buttons on the slides. So you're probably familiar with the FAIR part, but data quality, I say, makes sure that our data is fit for purpose. The F stands for that data should be findable by both humans and computers. So why would Rod and Survey exist to publish geospatial data sets if our customers can't find it? And we can do that through metadata and cataloguing of data. The other principle is our data needs to be accessible. So again, once you've found that data, our customers want to be able to access that data in an easy way. Now, in the past, that could be sending it out on hard drives and things, but we need to move with current trends. So we've moved over to system using APIs to access our data. The third one, I think interoperability is going to be more important in the future. At Ordnance Survey, we've got a very good geospatial database of the entire country. Like I say, it dates back hundreds of years. It's very accurate. We've got high-scale resolution maps of our urban areas, and all our mountain areas are all mapped to a minimum scale of 1 to 10,000. So essentially, it's a really good resource for other organisations to bring their data together with them to look at things like managing land, or managing energy distribution, or managing what's beneath our feet, the utilities that are beneath our feet. And the only way that we're going to do that is by increasing interoperability of data. So we've started up a few initiatives with the likes of our statistics organisation within the UK, with our transport body in the UK, because they've got good transport-based data sets, for example, that they want to make sure fit together on our positions, on our geospatial database. So I see interoperability as being really important well, it's important now and we're working on it, but I think it's going to be more important in the future. And who in this world, can you put up your hand if you don't think data should be reusable? We spend a lot of time and money capturing data, so we need to make sure that those data sets are reusable. So I use this framework to look at the standards that we've adopted at Ordnance Survey and to help inform our thinking. Okay, so the first of those is data quality. So you can see in the orange boxes the standards that we have adopted in the UK. And if you know your quality standards, like 19157, for example, you can see down the bullet points on the right-hand side that we obviously look at completeness, we look at logical consistency of our data, positional accuracy. And the thematic quality, at Ordnance Survey, we split our work into different themes. They're detailed there for you, from buildings to land use to transport, etc. And we also look at the temporal quality. So the standards that we use, you could probably have answered those yourselves. So that it's the 19157 series that we use for our data quality. But the one at the bottom, I think, is underutilised, and I also think it is of a lot of use, and that is the data product specification. So we've got really quite long, complicated data flows from data capture from aircraft, from satellite, from ground surveyors, and that data's got to make its way right the way through to product at the end. So we use the data product specification in lots of different ways. As it steps from one stage to the other, we use it internally, so that the producer, the part of Ordnance Survey that's producing the data, knows what the specification is for the target, and then they know what to receive. And that helps an awful lot. So a lot of people think that data product specification are for end products, but it can be utilised for interim products as well. So that's quality, findable and accessible. Again, if you look at the standards in the orange boxes, these are the ones that we use. Findable is very important to us. We are increasingly seeing a world where clients drop onto an internet page, go look for data, and unless ours is up near the top there, then they won't know that we exist and what we can produce. So we spend a lot of time getting our metadata right. So the data is actually findable within our organisation and externally. And then there's a number of those metadata records that are exposed to external websites. And that goes a very long way, because our customers are able to have a look at those data, that metadata, decide whether that product is right for them, and then once that decision's been made, then they can obviously contact us and work with us to deliver that data. And we use a metadata standard called UK Gemini, which is based on the ISO 19115 standard. And we're increasingly looking at GeoDCAT and Stack, which I think is an OGC community standard stack. And then accessibility. So once they've found that data, they understand that that's the data that they want to use. We are increasingly looking at using OGC APIs to help us deliver that data. At Ordnance Survey, we've been using WMS, WMTS for a number of years, but our data was always sort of parcelled up in square kilometres. So our client would choose 5 or 6 square kilometres, and we could only deliver the data in full square kilometres, and they had to take the entire attribution set that they wanted. So we thought that this wasn't really satisfying our customers very well, and Ordnance Survey as a company, we got involved with the OGC, and we spent a lot of time helping to develop the OGC APIs. And it pulled off for us. So last September, we released a product called OS Select and Build, and there's a massive difference there. It was built on OGC API features and maps, and what that allowed our customers to do was they could actually choose the area they wanted. They weren't restricted to the square kilometres, and they could choose any area they wanted, and then they could choose the features that they wanted. So if they just wanted buildings, they could just have buildings. If they wanted buildings and roads, they could just have those. And that our customer base really like this because it provides them with massive flexibility, and let's face it, their money goes a bit further rather than paying for attribution that they might not necessarily use. So that has been quite a shift for us, and it's all been brought about by being forward-looking and looking at the standards that are coming out and being able to help shape them into what we think is useful for our customers. So a real success story there in terms of accessibility. Okay, then the final part of the fair is obviously interoperability and reusable. And interoperability, we sort of split it into 4 sort of areas. We have the obvious one, which is data formats. So the ones on the screen there, GeoJSON, GeoTIFF, GeoPackage, we use heavily at Ordnance Survey. GeoPackage is relatively new. GeoTIFFs have been around for a long time. However, GeoTIFFs, they're now moving into cloud-optimized GeoTIFFs. So we're starting to look at those. But that's only one part of interoperability in my view. There's also the interoperability of data models. So we use the ISO standards there to help us make sure that our modelers are getting our data models correct to international standards. Why? Because if I want to share that model with another UK organisation, like our geology organisation or our land management organisation, they plug straight in if they've obviously done the same. And that helps us with the interoperability. And then the third flavour of interoperability that I've highlighted is to do with the system architecture. I don't know any geospatial organisation that isn't thinking about the cloud, or is either on the cloud or thinking about the cloud at the moment. And we are no different. So as I previously mentioned, we're looking at cloud-optimised GeoTIFFs. We're looking at ZAR and Stack as well. To help us manage our cloud resources. And then the final part, I think, is an area that we need to, is important, but I do think it's an area that will become increasingly important going forward, and that's the language that we use. So there is an existing ISO standard for a feature catalogue. so that one part of the business understands what a fence is. It's the same understanding elsewhere. But that semantic description of features really needs to extend, in my view. I'll give you a very good example. At Ordnance Survey, we map lighthouses. So we've got our lighthouse, it's mapped as a building footprint. We've probably got a building height on it, and that's as far as it goes. One of our partner organisations in the UK is the Hydrographic Office. They look after all of our sea navigation charts. They're actually global. They work worldwide. They see a lighthouse as a navigation aid. So it's got different attribution for the colour of the light, the angle of the light, when it comes on, its flash rate and everything else. And then there's a third organisation within the UK called NATS, and they look after our aircraft navigation, aircraft control. They see the lighthouse as an obstacle, right? So that the aircraft don't meet it. So there's at least 3 definitions of a lighthouse there. So that semantic interoperability, I think, will become more important in the future as we start to share these data sets. It's important now, but I think that'll be another theme for the future. And then the final part, obviously, is reusable. Reusable, I don't think there's a particular standard that you would follow that would help things to be reusable. But if you make sure the quality is good, if you make sure your data is findable, if you make sure that your data is accessible to your customers and interoperable, then that is only thing that's going to result from that are the standard is that data will be reusable by lots of different actors. Okay, so that's QFAIR. Incredibly simple, but it does help focus your attention on how you would look at standards within your own organisations. The other thing I'd like to bring your attention to is the National Geospatial Data Standards Register. Now, one of my other hats today is that I am the UK head of delegation, and as such, I chaired the National Standards Committee at the BSI. And this was an initiative that we got involved in. The Geospatial Commission are a government body whose reason they look after geospatial data within the UK. They look at policy. They look at how we can take advantage of the skill sets that we do have in the UK and try and join the dots between some of those organisations that I was telling you about. Just as you have here in India, you've got different organisations working with geospatial data. So this is a government commission that tries to join those dots. So they own the National Geospatial Data Standards Register. The BSI, we perform the function of control body. So our group of experts within that National Standards Body Committee choose the standards that go on there. And Ordnance Survey take the part as to manage the register. So that falls to ourselves. And when we started having discussions about this initiative, we started to think about data as part of QFAIR. So you'll see on the slide there a lot of the standards that I've been talking about, and you'll see the themes: metadata for findable, data formats for interoperability, coordinate reference systems, very important for interoperability, and then there's a whole section on accessing spatial data on the web for your access. And we'll look to extend that as we go, and it is meant to be a starting point for organisations that maybe not got a history of working with geospatial data, but want to harness the power of that geospatial data. And there's a couple of good examples. One is in health in the UK, whereas during the pandemic, there were a lot of people in the Department of Health who felt that geospatial data would obviously work for them. And Nord Surrey were actually involved in helping them choose where to locate testing stations and things like that. So a really good resource, and it's been really useful for us in promoting geospatial data in the UK. And I think that's my last slide. Yeah, a very simple presentation, but sometimes I find sometimes that there's so many standards out there. You've got the international standards bodies all doing different things, and people like us try and bring clarity. So hopefully that brings a bit of clarity as to how you could approach your own organisation and how to move forward. Thank you very much, and we'll look at our next speaker. Okay. Our next speaker is really pleased to have Donald Sullivan here from NASA. So he's going to give us the USA perspective on implementation of standards. And I do love your title, Don, Geographic Information Standards, why bother? So over to you. Thank you.
Alrighty, thank you. This working? Yeah, okay, good. I want to, great, well, okay, good. I want to apologize ahead of time. You've got the trailer speaker here is somebody who can't speak, who doesn't do PowerPoint. I'm an electrical engineer. I'm a hardware and software developer. So I've got some really boring slides, but about some really interesting stuff. These slides, I've been told, are all going to be available online. I've got a lot of links in there to things that we're doing inside of NASA. Another hat that I wear is cybersecurity, and we're told never to click on links in a document, so I'm sorry, I've taken all the links out of the PowerPoint, and you're going to have to copy and paste it into a browser. I apologize ahead of time, but that's the way it is. When I was asked to do this, I was asked to give the United States perspective on standards. I am not authorized to represent the United States here, so I thought, okay, well, what am I going to do? I mean, I can't do the U.S. I can't represent the country. As an electrical engineer, when I first started my career, standards were, I mean, it was an of course. I mean, you know, if I bought an integrated circuit from Texas Instruments or I bought one from Motorola, they were going to interoperate. They would have the same levels of switchover, TTL levels. I mean, you know, my program in C. It's another standard. So standards were like something that I just expected. I was building flight simulators when NASA asked me to help them on a program to catch illegal fishers. And I thought, yeah, that'd be kind of fun. Let me do that, and got into it, and was pretty good at it. Later on, there was a program. This was about 93, I guess, maybe 94, to put maps in a browser. The first browsers coming out, there was a place in Switzerland called CERN, and they were producing a browser, and Mosaic was the browser. In any case. Was gonna put maps on the web, and I went, well, what are the standards? And they went, well, there aren't any. I mean, what the hell? What do you mean there aren't any? You know, and at that time there just weren't any standards for data sharing on the internet. I was working with the state of California, the resources agency, and they funded some folks up at the University of California, Berkeley, a guy named Ken Gardells. And he was doing some cool stuff. He had a thing that he put together called the Open GIS Consortium, and he was actually making a standard. So I hung out with Ken a lot, and I was one of the people who wrote the first 3 implementations of the WebMap standard, WebMap service rather. So I thought, well, if it doesn't exist, by God, I'm going to make it, and kept on going. So what I'm going to talk about today is not the U.S. perspective, but the NASA perspective, and how we're looking at open science, open data. We've had a recent initiative. Let me actually start this thing here. Okay, so but prior to that, I thought, well, okay, what am I gonna write on? I mean, it's like, again, standards. I mean, I live and breathe standards. To me, it's an of course. So I was I was thinking, well, I'm going to drive to the airport. I live in the Silicon Valley. I flew out of San Francisco. I'm going to drive to the airport, and I'll probably have to gas up on the way. The car's a little low on petrol, and oh, I've got that pair of shoes I got to pick up. So and I'm going to plan it on the app that's on my phone. I'm just going to plan my whole trip and get the map out there and keep on going. And I thought, I wonder how many standards are being used there. Well, it turns out that this is and by the way, I'm not going to read these slides. I don't read slides. It turns out that there are at least 10 and maybe 14 different standards that were used on my drive, my 70-kilometer drive from where I live in the Silicon Valley to San Francisco. And most of them concern where I was. They were where standards. So I thought, well, I'll do this, and then was consulting some folks here in the committee, and they said, well, that's a little bit narrow. You should probably get back and and actually talk about what NASA's doing at least. So I said, okay, fine, I'll do that. We have now recently, I'd say in the past couple of years, gotten an amazing program executive, Dr. Alvarez. This is the letter she wrote. We have at NASA always had open data. Our data has always been free and open. We endorse open standards. I'll talk a little bit about that later on. She said, take it a bit further. Take it out to the people. Make it happen. And let's open up the papers, the scientific papers. I mean, we at NASA fund a lot of research, and what we do now is we say, okay, if you're going to have a program funded by NASA, you're going to write a paper, it has to be open, which means we pay for it. So if you have a funded program from NASA, we pay for your publication, so it's not behind any paywall. So it's open data, open science, open presentations. She is amazing, by the way. So, in NASA we have an office of standards. We actually have a body that puts together standards. I mean, of all different types of metadata and data quality, emerging standards. We have all of them. And again, these are all links that are not live in the document, but that you can copy and paste. So we then we don't require research that's funded by NASA to use the standards that we incorporate, but we let them know that during the selection process, if they don't say they're going to, they might not get funded. So, so while we don't mandate it, like some of the U.S. government, Department of Defense agencies mandate open standards, I actually work with the NGA on their Geoinformation working group, and we do that. But inside of NASA, we don't mandate it, but we say, hey, look, if you want to get funded, you probably should do it. We also realize that standards, to be useful, to be valuable, to be used by anybody, they've got to know how to do it. So we've had a long time now, since the I guess 2012, 2013, we started putting together online courses that people could download. Certainly they could do them in real time when they were given, but they could download them and look at them later on. We have a whole series of classes. Most of them are multilingual. I'm going to, let's see now, I'm going to interject into this presentation a bit of personal requests. And that is, we would love to have work on getting these into other languages. I would encourage, I would hope that there'd be some interest in taking these and putting them in other languages. In any case, RSET's been a great program. We have developed Severe. Again, these are all acronyms for programs we have inside the agency. I'll be talking about develop a little bit later on, but these are all online courses. Again, mostly multilingual. Okay, now these live too. Oh, yeah. Okay. All right. More recently, we've realized that the program we had, RSET, while it was really good and focused on specific topics, was really to the point. We really needed a general educational outreach, a MOOC, a massive open online course that would take it from the beginning of remote sensing all the way to the end, would take it to open results. So this is going to be live. It's in beta right now. We would like to have it live in the next couple of months. So probably February, March, we'll have the system live. And again, these TOPS, did I not put the link in here? Okay, my email's at the end. Get in touch with me and I'll get you the link. I apologize. No, it's not there. So, in any case, TOPS, a MOOC that we put together that's really good. Now, the Open Science Persistent Demonstrator that Scott mentioned earlier on. This is something we're heavily involved in with other agencies, ESA. There are a lot of other folks that are doing it. We're very, very heavily involved in it. We believe in it. We believe in it majorly. Scott mentioned it, but I've got to emphasize one of the outcomes of this. There have been lots of pilots, lots of short programs, lots of let's see if we can do it, let's see if we can interoperate, we'll have a sprint, but then it goes away. It goes away. The goal of this is going to be persistent services. That is, you put it up and it stays up. It keeps on working. It's an evolving, living test bed. It's really exciting to be part of it, and Scott, kudos for putting this whole thing together. Really amazing stuff. Let's see. Yeah, I don't think I need to speak any more about this. My presentation, by the way, is going to be kind of short, so you're going to be able to have some extra time on the other ones. Now, develop. Here's where I've got to diverge a little bit from the NASA official perspective and give a bit of personal involvement, personal requests. Okay, develop is a program we have. We have students come in 3 times a year. We put together a research program. The students with NASA mentors define the program. They define the thing they're going to address. They define the problem. They define the approach, and they work on a solution and then present it. And these are international. And again, this is personal. This is not NASA. I'm now speaking as an individual. It made me crazy that we would in the U.S. fund U.S. students to go somewhere outside of the U.S. To do research in Chile or Nigeria or whatever, and not involve local universities. So here's my informal hypothetical situation. Hypothetically, say Israel was to work with IIT and hypothetically maybe speak to the NASA administrator. I mean, Israel and NASA were already co-developing a satellite. We've already got a really good working relationship. We work with international partners in space a lot in the Earth Science Division that I'm in, the Airborne Science Program that I'm in. We don't, and we really need to, I think. So, hypothetically, we're somebody to speak to Bill Nelson, our administrator, and say, hey, why don't we work together on this? I think it'd be really great. I think it'd be wonderful if we had a program, say a research program here in India, that we had IIT and U.S. university students working side by side, working together on a project. Working together is always more effective than working alone. Yeah. Okay, so again, I'm not going to read a lot of these. I am just about going to wrap up here. I'm going to be way early, so I'm going to leave you with this last slide. By the way, the thing that I started with and the thing that I'm ending with right here is this is our thumper. I figured that preceding me were going to be people with really good slides and really good presentations and great graphics and just really cool pictures, and I just don't do any of that sort of stuff very well. So what I did is I figured I'd get a cool picture. This is something that we just rolled out. Literally, I mean, rolled out of the hangar. It's a supersonic airplane that doesn't have a boom. It's got a thump. I'm not sure how many of you have worked around Air Force bases where the jet jockeys just love coming in and blasting you. They just love getting a sonic boom right above. And I've been almost knocked out of my chair a couple of times by sonic booms. Well, this has no sonic boom. This has a sonic thump, and we'll be flying it probably early 24. It's going through ground testing right now. I want to make a note too that all the verbiage that I put on here that's been in my slides has been taken from open NASA documents. None of this is proprietary. There isn't a proprietary or secret thing on my whole presentation. I put my contact information in there, my telephone number, my email, which I got right this time. Yeah. Feel free to contact me. Again, this is now speaking as an engineer working in NASA. I would love to work more closely with you. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Don, for NASA's view there. I'm certainly interested in your last slide there about without a boom. So that was really useful. And the other thing that obviously struck me is that your openness about your research and things like that. I think that's something to be applauded, so that others can benefit from the work that NASA does. So thank you very much indeed. Just before we move on to the next speakers, we've got our host would like to say a few words.
Thank you, Alan. While we still have our speakers on the dais, I would invite Ms. Reena Garg, Scientist F and Head, Electronics and IT Department of BIS, to come and give mementos to our speakers as a token of our appreciation. Ma'am, please. Mr. Scott Simmons, Chief Standards Officer, OGC. I think please give him a round of applause. Mr. Chris Boddy, LADM Project Leader, DC211. Mr. Alan Jameson, AG1 Convener, BSI. Mr. Donald Sullivan from NASA USA. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. I've still got a job to do, but I've got my memento, so I think I'd better carry on. So we've got another 4 speakers in this session before lunch. If I'd like to invite them to the stage, please. So we've got Professor Sung-Ki Hong from the Republic of Korea, Jari Reni, who is from the National Land Survey in Finland, and Matthew Henry from the UN FAO. If you could come up to the stage, please.
Matthew will join a bit later.
Matthew will join later. Okay. And also in this session, we've got Yuki Bai, who will be joining us remotely. So if we can have Sung-Ki and Jari, please. Okay. Okay. So Our next speaker is indeed Song Ki-hong from South Korea, and he's got a presentation on geospatial standardization and conformity assessment in the Republic of Korea. Song Ki.
Thank you, Alan, and good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Song Ki-hong from Korea. And with me, we have Mr. Chan Ho-son and Kyung-nim Choi here in India. And I'd like to give presentation on geospatial standardization in our country and also conformity assessment process. The Ministry of Land, Infrastructure and Transport, we call it MOLIT, M-O-L-I-T. MOLIT is now overseeing the standardization process in Korea. It used to be the Korea Agency for Technology and Standard, KATS. They were in charge of developing our national standard, but we realized that at the age of digital transformation, the specific fields needs to take care of their own standardization process. Oh, sorry, I'll just, put it up like this. Okay, yes, thank you. So now the MOLIT is in charge of our standardization effort. The process, I think, is mostly the same for almost all the countries, but we developed the standard, then we go through the deliberation process by the expert committees, and we have advanced notification and deliberation in our mirror committee in TC211 in Korea. Those processes are handled by MOLIT now instead of KATS. What CATS does is to check the redundancy and consistency of these national standard, and then MOLIT is supposed to publish and notify the national standard. In terms of adapting international standard to Korean standard and developing our own national standard, obviously we started by adopting the ISO standard as our national standard, but also we started to develop our own national standard. So the numbers are growing quite big, and also we adopt and translate OGC standard as well. One of the examples that I can give you in terms of developing national standard is about national digital twin standards. A lot of you are now familiar with what digital twins are, and we realized that we would need some sort of a national standard for these digital twin projects. Why? Because a lot of organizations, including central, local government, and the public agencies, city governments, they are all starting to build digital twins. But if we want to have a working digital twins, all these different twins should fit together. And if one agency builds one digital twin and that does not interoperate with other digital twins, the whole point is just moot. So that's why we started to think about developing national standard for digital twins. And as in any other standard development process, we started by analyzing use cases and requirements for each domain. In here, for domain like sectors or some sort of a group of features like buildings and undergrounds and terrains and transportations. I just call it domains, and we analyze the requirements for the domains, And then we check to make sure that the requirements are consistent across standards. And then national standards are developed by profiling, basically profiling appropriate international standard, which includes ISO and OGC standards. And here is the structure for our standard development strategy. We have three levels of the national standard hierarchy, maybe. We have a national level reference model, which is also national standard. Then the main thing would be the core models, core data models and core data standard for each domain, for example, building, transportation, underground, and terrains. And there are sets of standards that are involved for each domain, mainly 4 standards. I'll go to that later. Then the third level would be the very application-specific domain-oriented standard, which inherits all the classes and definitions from that core model and extends it to each domain. So this is a domain-specific data models, and we have planned to actually create a register and publish these domain models as well. But that's not going to be a national standard, but still it could be findable and reusable. And the standards set would be comprised of data model and data quality standard, data product specification, and metadata. So these 4 standards are a set for each domain. As you can see, we are applying a lot of international standard, for example, ISO 19157 for data quality, 115 metadata for metadata standard, but basically we are profiling these international standards. Then this is the, currently we have developed 20 Korean standard, so building, transportation, indoor, underground, terrain. Those are the set, and then we have a reference model on top of it, so 21 total. And these are all based on ISO and OGC standard. Now, the difficult thing is fitting them together. When we actually started building these national standards, there are significant overlap between these domains. For example, building has indoor spaces, building has underground part, above ground part, transportation facilities like road, tunnels. Do we treat it as a sort of a surface thing or transportation thing or underground thing? All that stuff. So we had a real hard time fitting them together, and we came up with the idea of space, which are all in common in all those data models. So we use that to making standard fit together, and one thing does not have to be regenerated and redeveloped for other domains. And this is just a XML schema for building data model, and I am not going to go into the detail, but these are all encoded in GML. And so after this very basic set of standard, we are working on developing next next set of standard, which includes the dynamic part. Digital twins need to be synchronized with the reality, so we need to figure out what kind of changes, discrete changes or continuous changes are happening. So we are working on developing this dynamic part of the digital twin standards at this moment. And next I have a short video of the digital twin platform. Some of you, a lot of these videos are available, but I just thought that this is one example of digital twins that we are building. So. This LOD is a level of detail, so if we increase the LOD, details go up. I think I should have put some music in there too, but that's a short video.
Give us a song.
And that building that kind of stuff is good, but if it's not reusable and interoperable, it really doesn't make any sense. At a national level, regional level, these twins should fit together. And the standards are essential to make them fit together. So that's why we are developing this standard at the national level. And I think that Korea is one of the few countries that actually adopted OGC's CTGML 3.0 as a base for the national standard, as well as ISO standard, TC211 standard. So I'm very proud of that. We are also looking into developing sensor and dynamic data standards, and we do have some Korean satellite, and we are using a lot of satellite images and things like that. So we're working on that standard as well, and carbon neutral related standard if we can possibly make it. So that is what we are focusing at this moment. I'll be talking just a little bit about the conformity assessment. Korea has a Framework Act on National Spatial Data Infrastructure. This is the most basic law that we have on the spatial data infrastructure. And in Article 23 of the law, says that obligation to comply with standard. So when the head of a management institution constructs, manages, and utilizes spatial data systems or distributes spatial data, he or she shall comply with technical standard prescribed by this act and the standard prescribed by other statutes. And there is a following presidential enforcement decree that requires to check the conformity to the standard. So we have this conformity assessment process that when you start a GIS project, then you creates what kind of standards are required to carry out that project. And if you're not sure, you can actually ask for consultation service from COSD so that you can figure out which kind of standard needs to be applied to that project. And then the little graph on the right-hand side, those kind of requests for conformity assessment has increased quite a bit over the last few years. And basically organization structure, MOLIT in the middle. So management agencies, somebody who builds data or doing the project, draw up what kind of standard they are going to use for this project, and actually turn that into MOLIT. Then it is passed on to the some agency called COSD, Cooperative Agency for Standard Development, which is the LX currently, Korea Land Information Corporation. They get that plan and check the conformity of those plan, and they review that, and it gets back to the initiating agency. They will carry out the project. So when we check the conformity, we start by identifying what kind of standards are required. Then there are several reviews processed by internal and external experts, and then the report gets back to the initiating agency. And the post-assessment is also almost the same process, but in this case, we checked the data. If the data has been constructed conforming to the standard they are going to use. They said they are going to use, see if the data is actually correct in terms of the standards, and that the report also goes back to the agency. So there's a cycle, a pre-conformity review, national geo projects going on, then post-conformity review, and feedback and apply. And this cycle makes it sustainable in terms of conformity. And finally, we have, just like UK's portal, we have an integrated standard support system portal, which has obviously all in Korean, but it has all the standards that we have published. Also, we have some pages and all the guides how to implement and use these standards, and education and training materials as well. So this is quite useful site. There are a lot of industry people are visiting this site to get the necessary information. And finally, Korea is very keen to supporting international standard activities. We are very active in ISO TC211 and the Open Geospatial Consortium, and we have 2 working group conveners in ISO TC211 and several project leaders. So I am very happy to give you this presentation here. I welcome India, to actively working with us to develop a better international standard. Thank you for your listening.
Thank you very much, Song-Ki. That was great. I do like your emphasis on the conformity as well, and also the emphasis on digital twins, because that's the thing that everybody's talking about. So you do seem to be preparing well for the future, when digital twins will be much more prevalent. And I think you're right to focus on the interoperability between them. Digital twins to me is a bit of a strange term, because there's more than 2. There'll be a lot more than 2 twins. So thank you again, Song-Ki. Okay, so our next speaker is Jari Reini, and he comes from the National Mapping Agency in Finland, but he's going to give us the view from the EU. So he's going to talk about geospatial standards implementation in the EU. So Jari, please.
Thank you very much for this great opportunity to be here in Delhi and give a presentation about some activities happening with regards European Union. My title for the presentation is definitely over-promising. I don't have a mandate to talk about all the standards implementation in the EU, but I will have some aspects or topics what we are currently working there. So, few words about European Union in first, but then I will go to some of the recent activities called so-called input to EU data spaces. So we have currently an ad hoc group within ISO TC211 where I'm a convener of that group, and there we will talk about few technical building blocks and then also some recommendations which standards should be used. I of course give an introduction to these EU data spaces as well. So the reason why I'm not really giving a presentation on behalf of the whole EU is that we have 27 countries, and I'm coming from there up north from Finland, and I do have some ideas from a Finnish perspective, but I can't talk on behalf of Spain or Portugal, Italy and other countries. So that's just a kind of a warning during my presentation. But if we are looking a little bit into some activities in European Commission, European Commission is doing a lot of work with different legal frameworks. We have so-called Data Governance Act, we have Data Act, we have also Open Data Directive, and then implementing Act on so-called high-value datasets. And by following and using these different legal acts, we are working on common European data spaces where we are delivering content and then, of course, sharing it to the users. If we start with this input to EU data spaces, this is an ad hoc group which was initiated about a year ago, and the idea is really to give some recommendations how standards can be used in these EU data spaces. We have quite a good participation in this group. Almost 30 participants, not only from Europe, but also from other parts of the world, as well as we have liaisons from OGC, and European Commission has also given a very important input to this document and the work. This is the big picture of these common European data spaces. There are many surrounding activities in which one is also mentioning standards and interoperability. And then the idea is to, of course, give our geospatial data to these different data spaces. Green Deal data spaces may be the most important one. There are many different data teams, but also mobility, agriculture, etc. So geospatial data is actually used quite a lot horizontally in different data spaces. And from the right-hand side in this picture, we are delivering that geospatial data and also high-value data sets, and of course using ISO and OGC standards to have a good interoperable delivery to data spaces. I will say a few words about these high-value datasets implementing Act. So, European Union Open Data Directive came into force already back in 2019, but now just recently, this year, also high-value datasets implementing Act was taken into place. And in this high-value datasets, there are several different categories. There is geospatial, Earth observation and environment, meteorological, statistics, companies and company ownership, as well as mobility. So a lot of different content where geospatial has a big relevance. So what are the requirements when it comes to these high-value datasets? It's quite open. It just has few topics to be included. Like it was in INSPIRE directive, which is a legal framework in Europe as well. In that legal text, there was really explicit mentionings towards OTC, WMS, WFS, and with particular standards implementations. Right now, these requirements are more flexible, machine-readable formats, standardized data structures, availability via APIs without saying what are those APIs, but should have APIs. And also, last but not least, very important from a sharing point of view, open licensing. So we are obligated to use CC by 4 or less restrictive license when we are delivering these high-value datasets. European Commission made some work to look into how many different license models there are in Europe, and if I remember correctly, it was close to 200 different license models. So with this legal act, we are switching into more or less one single model. When we are then implementing these data spaces and delivering these high-value data sets, there is so-called Data Space Support Center in EU, which is coordinating these acts. And I will not dive into the details of Data Space Support Center, but they are providing so-called building blocks. There are organizational and business building blocks, but today I will talk more about these technical building blocks which are required when implementing data to data spaces. And also with this ad hoc group report, our recommendations are based on these technical building blocks. So here you can see 3 different pillars for these technical building blocks. On left we have data interoperability, then in the middle data sovereignty and trust, and then we have data value creation. And each of those pillars include smaller boxes, data models, data exchange, provenance and traceability, etc., etc. So with this work in our ad hoc group, we tried to map different standardization activities to these individual topics. The next slide is a bit noisy. I would say that there is a lot of information in that, but it comes with the recommendations for these different pillars. So from the left, data interoperability, we have data models, use ISO, OGC standards there. So we are not actually saying use ISO 19100 something, while we are more making a generic recommendations in this work. And some of the recommendations are also fitting into many other boxes as well. So there are kind of generic requirements as well. We will publish this document shortly. I provided it yesterday evening to committee manager. It will be kind of a control check, quality check. Some really minor modifications will be there, but then it will be published. You can see in the middle, or if it's seeable, I don't know, but there is a little bit about this EU policy context, a bit of background, what is happening within EU, then some information about standardization, And then we have these recommendations for these 3 different building blocks. And we divided the document so that the first 15-20 pages is more about the background and the recommendations, and all the relevant standards are actually in annex. So it's easy to follow. You can read the main document and then you can go to the annex and see what standards should be used. So what are the main recommendations? I didn't want to go through all these, what were there in the previous slide, but I would say that use ISO OGC as well as W3C standards and specifications, and also Inspire good practices. So within Inspire implementation, we have developed quite many different good practice documentations, like related to deliver GeoJSON or other similar kind of good practice documents. Create data product specifications and registers. Have your persistent unique identifiers in your data, and also create metadata. By default, it's usually ISO 19115 family metadata, but when we are more and more in this open data related activities, also DCAT AP is very important, and if we would like to have more geospatial component there, then also GeoDCAT. And also deliver your content and data via geospatial APIs. There is a list of different OGC APIs or geospatial APIs from ISO TC211, like features, maps, tiles, and so on and so forth. But maybe the most important recommendation is that do not reinvent the wheel. So we have already within ISO TC211, we have currently 96 standards available under the responsibility of TC211. There are a lot of standards by OGC, a lot of recommendation papers, so please follow those. So that's maybe the main message during this presentation. But that actually concluded my presentation, so thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Rari. Thank you very much. That was great. I know you've been working hard on the ISO working group to put all that together. So it's good to see that you're coming to a conclusion, and thanks for those presenting those results. That's really useful. I acknowledge that you're not speaking for the EU and that it was just your view, so that was really useful. So our next presenter is online, and that's Yuki Bai. I was wondering if we could set Yuki up online with us. And he is from China, and his presentation is on geospatial standards implementation in China. Can we get Yuki on the screen? Or?
Can you hear me?
Yep, that's it.
Yes,
Hi, Yuki. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yep. you're ready to go, Yuki.
Okay.
Thank you very much for your presentation.
Yeah. So do I need to share the screen by myself, or you will show it on my behalf?
You may share.
Yuki,
So do I need to share the screen?
Yeah, Yuki, can you share, please?
Oh yes, no problem. So can you see my screen?
Yeah. Yeah, that's great, Yuki. You're good to go.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, everyone. I'm very delighted today to be invited to give a brief introduction to geographic information standardization activities in China. Actually, this is my humble understanding, so I hope it meets your expectation. So if I have any further questions regarding how are things going on out there, I can try my best to answer. Also, I can defer that question to the responsible officer from the China SAC department, SAC agencies, so that we can answer your questions later. Yuki Bei from the Department of Earth System Science at Tsinghua University. I'm right now leading efforts in WG7 and also AH11 or climate in TC211. Today, I would like to briefly introduce the current governance architecture, policies, and regulations related in China, and also briefly introduce the national standards development here, followed by our participation and contributions to ISO TC211. And the end would be the promotion and also implementation aspect. As shown on the screen, we have the National Mirror Committee in China supports ISO TC211 on the left hand. And this National Mirror Committee is actually supported by the Ministry of Natural Resources in China. And in particular, we have a National Geomatics Center of China, which is responsible for running this Mirror Committee in China. And also you can see we have the SAC on the top level as a governance architecture. And we have a TC260, which is actually National Technical Committee for Geographic Information Standardization. And the secretary of this technical committee is actually the backbone for this National Geomatics Center of China. This is the overall governance architecture. And under the leadership direction of ISO TC211, we are developing international standards. And under the governance and also management of SAC, we are developing national standards. And with a very strong support from many other agencies and also ministries, we are also developing sector standards as well. For this TC260, it was actually established back to the 1970. And right now we have reorganized 5 times. The current the committee was established 3 years ago. Totally, we have 64 members of this committee, and within this TC260, and we have information analysis, survey and mapping, and also satellite applications. We have a sub, we call the SC, ST1, 2, and 3. 25 members and 35 members and 31 members. So totally, we have about 100 dedicated members for the Technical Committee for Geographic Information Standardization in China. And we have, very first one would be the standardization law of the People's Republic of China as a very up-level law and policies. And under that, we have regulations on national standards management and how to management of national professional standardization technical committees. And we also have a dedicated measures for participating in ISO and also IEC international collaborative efforts. Besides those policies and regulations, we also have dedicated natural resource standardization and management of this kind of activity as a regulation. And under that, we have dedicated charter for the geographic information standardization technology related activities. And so far, we have been with you at an international level. At the national level, we have been working on guidance technical documents, some very important mandatory standards, and also some voluntary standards as well. And under that, we have a sector standard, we have a local and associate standard, and we also have enterprise standard. This is currently, besides international, we have a totally 5 or 6 level or layers of standards. This is our own way of managing standards developed in China. And what is showing here is the system standards framework for the National Geographic Information. We have, following ISO TC211, we adapted and to meet our own specific need. This is the overall standards framework for the National Geographic Information. And this is on the level, one level lower would be the standard information for the natural resources. And you can see we have very first one as fundamental and general purpose standards. And on the far right hand, we have a natural resources informationization, we have survey and mapping. And for this part, we have some underlining sub-architectures. We have very first one showing here for the general purposes, and for the acquisition and processing, and for the products and also services, and for the management and also satellite applications. This is kind of lower level architecture for this part. And so far, in terms of national information standard, the very first and also very important will be adoption of ISO TC211 standard. And so far, we have 37 ISO TC211 standards have been adopted as a national standard, and 23 ongoing projects out there, and 5 are under preparation. And among all the TC211 standards, we have adopted many of them. The percent is roughly about nearly 70% have been adopted in China. And in terms of the national standard development, as you can see, nearly about 1/5 were adopted from TC211, while other parts have been developed by ourselves. So among all the development of national standards, so far we have published 2021 standards, and 5 of them are mandatory, and more than 200 are voluntary, and 3 are technical guidance documents. And we have ongoing 66 projects out there. And also we have another part would be foreign language edition. We have 13 versions, works on that part. In terms of participation of ISO TC211 and also our contributions, and so far we have been actively part of main standardization development teams. And in particular, we are leading 10 or 11 of them. And the very first one was released back to 2016. And also we have some ongoing projects out there, numbered 9 and 10. And we have one right now is kind of under preparation. So total 11 methods, standards. And the second part would be recommending specialists to be a member of the working group and a member of the standard development project. So for during the last 20 years, we have dispatched more than 300 experts to participate in, this variety of activities. And currently we have 47 registered experts participating, a variety of working groups and also projects. And I am the very first convener elected and 3 years ago, leading the efforts in W7. This is a very small step for ISO TC211, while it is really a big leap for China. I was very honored to endorse as a convener of HG11 Climate Change. It is an ad hoc working group. And in several days, Professor Yue Peng from Wuhan University, will be endorsed as a convener for the WG4 services. And besides that, we actively participate in TC211 plenary and also working group meetings. These are some, nice pictures reminds us those were great days and we were very happy. And the lower right corner is the one that we took in the South Korea. And besides that, we are also we were very honored to host several plenary and also working group meetings. We actually hosted 4 times in Beijing, Xi'an, Shenzhen, and Wuhan. So we were very glad meeting you there and hosting there, and we really had very good and fruitful discussions at that time in China. Very last part would be the promotion and implementation, and we took many opportunities in raising public awareness of our work here, dedicated training sessions, or dedicated implementation workshop, professional technical forum, and even be part of a big GIS forum annual big event. We hold a dedicated session for standards. What is showing on the top right corner, as you can see, we also invited the chair of the TC211 to briefly introduce our work of TC211 for the participants at that time. So basically, besides those, we also another big part would be standard implementation assessment. We issued the usage survey questionnaire, forum on the degree of use and applicability survey, and also standard relevance assessment forum, and even developing standard use cases as well. So hopefully, we would like to see many standards have been utilized in a variety of national, regional research projects or implementing projects, because that would be the final goal of developing standards. So with that, I would like to thank you all for attention, and in particular thank our colleagues in India for very well organization of this Standards in Action seminar. With that, I would like to thank you again, and I'm ready for any questions or comments. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Yuki. That was a really comprehensive run through on your standardization in China. That was very comprehensive. Thank you very much indeed. I'd like to move on to our final speaker in this session before lunch, and that is Matthew Henry. Matthew comes from the UN Food and Agriculture Organization, and he's going to talk to us about land cover. There's a lot of land cover standards. So Matthew, please.
So the YouTube link is already open in one of the browsers. You can directly print from there. You got that?
Okay, perfect.
Good morning, good afternoon, colleagues. My name is Mathieu Henry. I'm the acting head of the Geospatial Unit in the Land and Water Division at FAO Rome. That's our headquarters. I just came a bit late because I was in our representation. We have an FAO country office 5 minutes walk from here. I had to meet with my country representative. And we are also present in 130 countries. So worldwide, we have quite good representation, and we have good connection with most of the national mapping agencies on many different projects. And we are the Food and Agriculture Organization, which also means that our focus mostly is about agriculture and natural resource management. When we talk about natural resource management, this is not only about agriculture, but this is also about livestock, it's about forestry, but this is also about environment, and it's also about land, and it's about national economy. So I would like to highlight the importance of the standard development process, not only from a sectoral point of view, but from a multi-sectoral point of view. And for this, a number of countries, as highlighted in the presentation for China, but also in the context of India, have adopted national policies and acts to maximize the possibility to have integration of data and information from different sectors to ensure cost-effective approach to deal with management of natural resources, agricultural monitoring, and so on. So I'm the convener for the advisory group 13, ISO TC211 AG 13 on land cover and land use. Several of you are participating to this advisory group, which mostly focus on supporting the 19144 series standard development, that is about land about classification system, about land cover meta-language, land characterization meta-language, and registration. Now, during the last 2 years, we have been collecting videos, interviews from colleagues in different countries about their experience in using the standards for their applications. We will have a short video. My colleagues did a great job. I mean, today is the first day that we are presenting the video. The video at the origin was more than 2 hours, and they managed to make it 10 minutes. So you will have a 10-minute extract from these 2 hours interviews done about asking about what have they done with the standards and the work we have done. So I hope the audio from the computer works.
We are all responsible for preserving the environment of our common planet. To achieve the Sustainable Development Goals, adapt and mitigate climate change, reduce land degradation and biodiversity loss, we need to monitor many types of geographic information. The Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations, FAO, is at the forefront of global efforts to fight hunger and achieve food security. FAO recognizes the importance of data collection and standards to address these major challenges at national, regional, and global levels.
The International Organization for Standardization provides a world forum for the establishment of common standards. In 1994, ISO established a technical committee addressing geographic information / geomatics, and in 2006, ISO began cooperating with UNFAO to establish a series of standards, ISO 19144, on classification systems specifically addressing land cover. This standard was adopted in 2012, and the current work is revising the standard and extending it to encompass land use. These standards are not intended to replace any existing system or schema for a country, a region, or any specific geographic area, but to complement these diverse systems, allowing for the integration of data.
The progress of science is never linear. There are always some sector in any discipline that remain untouched for some time. And this is for sure the case of the formalization of the meaning of our land cover land use information. Even today, in the digital age, still we rely on the ambiguity of the human language to decode and to compare our information. However, this situation can change quickly due to some innovation coming. And one of these, it is for sure the ISO standard SCML. SCML is an object-oriented system on which the definition of a specific class is given by the combination of a set of standardized atomic attributes. So it will not exist a fixed database with a fixed legend. It will exist a database with a draft legend that can be decomposed and recomposed according to the needs of each specific application. So we have now the theoretical basis. It is up to us to put all this theory into a technical practice.
The world is changing at breakneck speed, and the researchers and experts need all the help they can get to speed up the process by devising automated or semi-automated processes. Digital tools can play a similar facilitator role for the land cover community while creating, processing, storing, sharing, searching, and comparing geographic data.
In 2021, FAO has developed an online land cover legend registry based on international standards. Its aim is to provide updated and latest land cover legend information at global, regional, national and subnational levels. Using Land Cover Legend Registry, a user can access latest information on land cover legend and contribute to populating the registry to ensure the sustainability of the system by engaging land cover community from all around the world. The land cover legend information is available in different machine learning readable format, including for high performance and cloud computing applications.
En Uruguay, el conocimiento de la cobertura del suelo, su evolución y la detección de cambios se ha vuelto un requisito fundamental para la planificación y la gestión del territorio. Usando el sistema de clasificación LSCS de FAO, Uruguay construyó una leyenda adaptada a la realidad nacional.
It's important that land cover data, when produced, be updated regularly, given that it feeds into the SDGs and also the RED-related activities that Ghana has embarked on. As part of the first phase of the Severe West African Program, USAID and NASA has been supporting to develop a regional land cover map for the West African sub-region. It is important that the national land cover classification scheme that was developed for Ghana would be harmonized with the regional land cover reference system that has been produced by FAO.
Bangladesh Forest Department prepare land use and land cover map for the national and subnational level. We prepared first national land use map of 2005 using Landsat satellite images. In 2012, Bangladesh Forest Department has initiated the process for preparing a land cover map, maintaining international standard and quality. FAO came forward to assist us through an USAID funded project. Bangladesh Forest Department then started discussion with other land cover land use practitioners such as Survey of Bangladesh, Local Government Engineering Department, Department of Agriculture Extension, Soil Resource Development Institute and others, and decided to use land cover classification system LCCS version 3 to prepare 2015 land cover map of Bangladesh using spot satellite images.
The sound administration and check of the support system required information on land use and land cover at parcel level with a pan-European extent. To build such reference system, there's been a need for data interoperability and harmonization from different national land cover sources. Hence, since 2009, we have started to use the FAO land cover classification system and land cover meta-language thematic framework, and also to follow all ISO developments on land cover and land use.
For more than 30 years, the National Institute for Space Research in Brazil, INPE, had been monitoring land use and land cover, mainly related to forest conversion into other covers through PRODES project. In terms of methodology, one of the greatest challenges for monitoring the project developed by INPE and partners, such as Project S and Terra Class, is automating the process of information extraction from satellite images while maintaining the standard of results obtained by visual interpretation.
Under Survey Hindu Kush Himalaya ITC mode, we are using publicly available Landsat images for national and regional land cover mapping. Bangladesh Forest Department, Forest Research and Training Center from Nepal, and Ministry of Agriculture and Livestock from Afghanistan were involved in land cover mapping effort, and also harmonization of land cover classification systems. Those are government agencies that have also played an important role in collecting training samples as well as validation of land cover. Together we are trying to understand the changes landscape of Hindu Kush Himalaya region as well as filling the land cover data gap.
At its establishment 20 years ago, SWALIM was mandated to develop, consolidate, and manage land and water information for Somalia, essential for informed decision-making to promote food security.
In the past, land cover mapping was done through analog remote sensing techniques. Around 2006, Swalim transitioned to larger computer-based digital remote sensing methods with dedicated software and use of land cover classification system developed by FAO as a mapping standard, which enhanced satellite image interpretation and analysis.
LCCS was successfully introduced in Eastern European countries, such as Bulgaria, Romania, Azerbaijan, and Moldova, through FAO technical assistance projects. It helped the relevant administration to build and strengthen their capacity in the use of new technologies for agricultural monitoring and to improve the semantic interoperability of their national land cover data. In Europe, the LCML was implemented in the Project Special, a large-scale cross-border initiative between Bulgaria and Romania in the frame of the Danube strategy. This helped the semantic translation of the land cover data recorded in the national land parcel identification systems, and they are upscaled to create a common reference land cover dataset for the entire cross-border area. ISO land cover meta language could provide the structure for such conceptual link. It could be further enriched by some novel approaches for better description of the individual physical three-dimensional nature of land cover features and their interactions with the soil. The Advisory Group 13 on land cover land use of ICTC 211 could be one of the opportunities to discuss such developments.
We have now no land cover class and mapping standard in China. One reason is land cover diversity over large territory, especially in local land cover mapping. Another reason is various application and purpose. Now, Ministry of Ecology and Environment in China accept FAO LCCS to produce land cover of time series at the national level. We hope it will be standard and extend to more users.
FAO plays a central role in the development of international standards on land cover and land use, notably through the development of standards on land cover classification system and subsequently the inclusion of land cover meta language in ISO TC211. The joint UN FAO ISO land cover and land use meta languages provide a valuable and common framework for characterizing land-based geographic features. These efforts help improve our understanding on land features, promote effective data integration in the digital age, and better contribute to the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals.
Thank you for your attention during this video. Just a few words as you can see that
Motorola is on a roll, दोस्तों. Segment का पहला 5.
So it was a bit challenging to put all the different interviews into one video, but well, my colleagues managed quite well to produce this video. So you have seen different in-country examples on the use of the standards and the national standards applications when we talk about land cover and land use mapping. Also highlighting the importance of monitoring land cover and land use and natural resources for different sectors, and not only for agriculture, forestry, but for various sectors. As highlighted several times during the video, you may have different ministries or different organizations who are producing similar data that may overlap, and if we want to develop some cost-effective approach to land cover and land use, the adoption of the standards is quite important to provide a framework and a framework for cost effectiveness of use of satellite imagery and field data collections to better understand what is happening. And yes, we definitely hope that in the next video that we will be preparing, that we will have colleagues from India who will be sharing their experience. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Matthew. I think our host would like to say a few words.
Thank you, Alan. I'll once again request our head, Ms. Reena Garg from Electronics and IT Department, to please come forward to give the mementos to the dignitaries. Professor Sang Ki-hong, sir, if you could please come here. Please give them a round of applause. Mr. Matthew Henry, FAO. Sir, please. Mr. Jari Rini from National Land Survey, Finland. Should I announce? Thank you so much. With this, we come to end of the first technical session. Lunch is served in the lobby. Please join us for lunch. We'll begin the next session at 2:20 in the same room. It is a technical session where we have a lot of Indian speakers, so we look forward to joining you. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you've all had a nice lunch and that you're suitably refreshed. And we'll move on with the second technical session in today's seminar. The second session is entitled Indian Experiences in Geospatial Standards Development and Conformity Assessment. I'm really looking forward to this session because it will showcase where India is in terms of its standards development, and I'm looking forward to seeing some of this really good work that's been created. So I'd like to thank the BIS for putting together this excellent list of local speakers. Granted that some of you may not all come from New Delhi, but it's good to see such a strong lineup of speakers. So if I could invite the first three speakers to the stage, please. So that's Sonami Bora, Dr. Reddy, and Vijay Kumar. Could you come to the stage? Okay, so we've got these three speakers, and then we've got a further three to end session 2, and then the final part of the day we've got a panel discussion. So our first speaker is Sonami Bora. He's from the Department of Land Resources in the Ministry of Rural Development. And he's going to speak to us today standards implementation in the DILRM. Sorry.
I'll just check. Mike, is it ready here? Where is it? Session 2. Maybe one? Yes, this one. Yeah? Yeah, I think so, this one. I think this is the one.
This is the one, yes.
Yeah, I think so.
They will switch on to the PPT mode.
Yeah.
Oh, so it's in a PDF mode, okay.
No.
It's a
just
PDF,
just 1 minute.
It's a PDF one.
The other
This
one,
this
this
one,
should be
yes.
PPT. Yes.
Shift F. Oh, now it's done.
It's done?
Yes, done. PPT mode में कर दीजिए. अच्छा.
Yeah, I think this. Good afternoon, everyone. I must compliment BIS and ISO for this wonderful event, where all the stakeholders, including Government of India and other agencies, have been put into one place. And I'm told that in the morning sessions, a lot of deliberations
already happened. A lot of brainstorming into the issues, different models in India and around the world have been already talked about. I think all the participants are going to be immensely benefited from this brainstorming. And I'm also told that this is live, so everything is put in the digital footprint. So one can again go back and see whatever, if one has missed something. And kindly excuse me because I could not attend in the morning session because of many preoccupations in the department and the ministry. So I'm really happy to be here this afternoon. And right after lunch, I think everybody must be feeling very heavy. So I'm keeping it very light. So some of the initiatives we have taken already initiated in India, so we'll talk about, and how Government of India from a pan-India perspective is actually trying to support the states and union territories as far as the standardization of different aspects of textual as well as spatial data is concerned. So since we have a lot of friends coming from outside India, so I think for their benefit I would like to give a snapshot that how actually India looks like and what is the composition. So here you can see that we are already number one in population, and if you can see our GDP, we are fast moving very rapidly into the best of 3-4 economies in the world. And if you look at our structure, we are actually kind of federal system where we have around 28 states and 8 union territories directly governed from the central government. So this is the composition. So I mean, many friends, I know they are all aware of, but still they may think that India may be a very composite kind of unit where standardization may be very easy, sometimes, but it is easier said than done, and it is a huge challenge as far as our federal system is concerned, where we have to persuade, constantly follow up with the states and other stakeholders. And there also we'll see that within the state also, there is huge diversity, prevailing in the states. This is our administrative hierarchy. So Government of India at the top, then we have the state governments, UTs, then we also have administrative boundaries called divisions. Mostly these are revenue divisions within the states. Then you have districts. Within the district also we have some blocks. Then local bodies could be urban bodies or gram panchayats to say the villages. So villages is the lowest unit in the entire hierarchy. So the department does many things apart from digitizing the land records or the registration process, mutation process. So we have plethora of mandate as per the business rules of Government of India. You can see that right from land related, all kinds of works are actually allocated to our department. We just don't do digitization of land records or registration process. We also administer various acts. Apart from that, we also have the mandate for land use, land tenure. You can, think of anything related to land, and that everything actually falls within the domain of our department. So I'm not going to speak on this, that why it is so significant, why it is so important to have land digitization, why and how it is going to benefit, but here you can see that there is a huge diversity prevailing in the country, and there is a huge need as well, where a single source of authentic information is readily available for the common citizen as well as for the government. Here I'd like to emphasize that we have 3 lists for subjects. One is the union list, then we have a state list, then we have a concurrent list where both the union government as well as the state governments are empowered to enact laws. So here you can see that land and its management actually falls within the domain of state governments. So the union government here comes in a very supportive kind of a role, than to say that where we see that certain standardization actually takes place in all the states, since there is a huge diversity in various aspects. So historical legacy, if you can look at, we have a colonial past. So if you go beyond the colonial past, so still there were a lot many monarchies and a lot many conglomerations where there was asymmetrical land record keeping system, methodologies and ownership, so and so forth. During the British time also, whatever they tried to do as far as survey is concerned, or keeping the records, so that was mostly aimed at collection of taxes. After independence, lot of initiatives taken place. There was a huge demand for land reforms as well, but soon it was felt that land reforms can come when your land records are in order. So thereafter, from 80s, the initiative slowly moved up, where the land administration were actually focused. But as I have already mentioned, that within our federal system, the land and its issues are so sensitive at times that they need to be nurtured very carefully and have to be brought in all these reforms or all these initiatives cautiously. So slowly it kept on, the Government of India kept on working on this. 2008, that is a watershed time when there was a centrally sponsored scheme, national scheme was initiated for land records digitization. Thereafter in 2016, it was made a central sector scheme where now we provide 100% funding to the states and UTs for implementing different components of the land digitization scheme. So as we move on from 75th year of independence, so we have a very futuristic plans for India, where second generation reforms and third generation reforms are actually now we are moving on. So here you can see that the journey itself, we have already come across various milestones. Used to be manual. From there we moved to computerization, digitization. At the same time, you can see that the cadastral maps and field measurement books prevailing in some parts of the country were actually digitized, as well as they were all linked with the record of rights. Then this land registration part also, so we try to strengthen that part of the important process, because from registration again it comes for the mutation part, which again gives the titling. So this is also equally important for the land registration process. So here you can also see that these all initiatives and components while doing standalone, but at the same time, they have been all linked. All systems have been linked to one another. Then the final focus came in, that is the georeferencing. We thought that this locational information and data is actually extremely important, not for the citizen, but for the government as well. So now whole focus is georeferencing, where we are slowly moving to GIS-ready land governance. As it must have been already talked today, this new geospatial policy which came in last year. So now there is a huge focus on the creation and sharing, generating, so all these data, and in a way, India has now opened actually. So long as all these data were stored mostly in a very standalone kind of situation, but where now India has actually liberalized that whatever we have created, suppose as a department, whatever data we have created, now it is open for others to optimize on that. And whatever data other agencies, other stakeholders within the government are creating, so those are also now being shared with each other. So there is a whole of government approach, which is, I think, a very momentous milestone in the journey of India itself. So I'll just briefly talk about the scheme which we have been spearheading in India. Yes. So this is the scheme I have already talked about. Here you can see this is mission. I'm not going into detail about the objectives I have already talked about, but here I would like to emphasize that you see the enormous task we have already achieved. More than 31.98 crores of record of rights have been now computerized, which means that almost 95% of the villages in India have been now computerized. We have some issues, especially with the northeast part of India, where we have community ownership and the details are not being shared with the government. But there also we have now have a breakthrough, and all these autonomous district councils are coming forward for the project. So I'm just, because I think this PPT will be shared with all, so if you should have any queries or any remarks or any suggestions, so you can always write to us. So here you can see that the huge achievement actually been already done in India. Second, here I'll like to talk about this Bhu Aadhaar, we call it in local language, which is a unique land parcel identification number. And this is again ECMA and OGC standard compliant effort, where each land parcel of the country is being assigned a unique number, which is based on the georeference, geocoordinates of the vertices of the land parcel. So I can tell you, as I stand here today, that more than 14 crores of land parcels across the country have been now assigned this unique ID based on the geocoordinates. So 27 states have already adopted this practice, and we are hopeful that another 2 years' time we'll be able to complete the rollout of this new initiative. So benefits, the enormous benefits, here you can see, and for regular parcel of the land, whether it is irregular land parcel, whether it is embedded plots, so everywhere you can create this land parcel. This is an example from Madhya Pradesh, where you can see that the record of rights is now embedded with the first column itself is the Alpine number. So now there is a legal backing for this number. So we are slowly doing away with the old survey numbers. Of course, in the legacy data we'll keep in the storage, but this is the new number through which interoperability of different systems
and different services will be actually taken care in India. We are also trying to standardize the survey, resurvey methodologies. You can see here also. E-registration, one nation, one software. In the land registration also, we are trying to standardize. We have a generic software which is being now adopted by 18 states and UTs. Another 12 are also conforming to our basic modules, and they are also sharing their data as well. Transliteration, because India is a diverse country, so we have so many languages. The Indian Constitution itself recognizes 22 languages. Most of these record of rights or the land records are in the local language. So we have taken up the phase 1 is the transliteration of the record of rights. The second phase is the translation. So all the documents, etc., will be translated into English, Hindi, and rest of the 21 Indian languages. Also, we are linking with the civil courts. So all courts, all the disputes, we are hopeful that with this giving access of the land records with the civil courts, the civil court cases disposal will drastically reduce. So these are some of the initiatives, and there is a huge scope for collaboration with, I know I'm running out of time, we look forward that we have a very meaningful collaboration with all the agencies. Especially we are going to be an active partner with OGC very soon, and we are hopeful that with ISO, FIZ will work together. And in LADM also we are interested now, and we know that there are a lot of issues as far as the Indian conditions are concerned, but there is a readiness, as I have already explained, whether it is the measurement, whether it is the standardization of the record of rights, whether it is the unique land parcel. So we have already started various initiatives, so there is a readiness. Of course, there are purpose and goals, there are issues, but I think in due collaboration and due course of time, we can come out with solutions, and we can have a customized LADM for India. And maybe soon we can have a stakeholder brainstorming with all the states and UTs where we can create a model which can be adopted by all the states, maybe in a particular block or few villages or few districts, and thereafter it can be rolled out. I think with these words, I'm not going into detail of the issues, and challenges. This is the way forward, which we are looking at DOLR as of now, and I thank the organizer for this opportunity to present a few of the initiatives we have taken at DOLR for land governance and standardization. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that 15 minutes isn't a very long time to talk about all your activities, but there's a couple of things that struck me really. The first is your use of unique parcel identifiers. That's something that we've already doing in the UK. And I used to think that I used to deal with a lot of big data with a UK data set, but nothing on the scale that you have to deal with in India. So that's really quite admirable work to reach the point that you are now, and that you are considering. I've seen blockchain on the screen there as something going forward to help with your property transactions. So brilliant. Thank you very much indeed. That was a whistle-stop tour. So thank you. Our next speaker is Dr. Reddy. And he comes from the National Bureau of Soil Survey and Land Use Planning, and he's going to talk to us about soils, geology and forestry. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon to the Galaxy of experts joining here, and good morning and good evening those who are joined online. In fact, I am discussing a brief on data content standards on geology, soil and forest, if you look the continuum of these three domains, the geology is subsurface part, and over the geology we have a soil, and on soil we have a forest. So I am discussing in that sequence. First I may touch upon the geology. In fact, actually this is a national effort and developing the national standards in Indian context. And here actually the domain institutes are involved, of 3 domain institutes, as well as the National Spatial Data Infrastructure, NSDI, and the working group on data content standards, as well as LITD 2022, a panel 2 working on a data content standards. So this is and of course the IT domain, the IT inputs are given by from IIT Mumbai. This is the GIS lab, IIT Mumbai. So this is a combination of the experts from different organizations in the Indian context, and brought out these drafts of these 3 domain areas. So if you look at the core objective of these, the content standards of these important domains is basically to provide a common definition and standardized attributes of geospatial information on surface geology, soil and forest, to facilitate the effective use and enhance the data visibility and dissemination of the standardized geospatial information to the users. And of course to resolve the disturbances which are having within the domain and across the domain, to use the data sets of the various organizations and agencies to minimize the duplication within and among the data sets. And of course to provide the guidance and direction for geospatial professionals on standards and standardized attributes and definitions to improve the standards in data acquisition and management. And of course this is actually, as I told, it is a participatory involvement approach, and we had a wide consultation with the stakeholders of all the 3 domain areas over the course of time. I briefly discuss about the data content standards on surface geology, which is basically, core organization is from Geological Survey of India, which is a Ministry of Mines, Government of India, which are involved in this developing the standards in collaboration with other organizations. Of course, the working group of the NSDI, where actually 17 organizations are associated with that. The core aim of this surface geological, the standards of surface geology is to actually standardize the process of surface geology was carried out through wider consultation with the stakeholders within GSI and other associated organizations. And the objective in developing these national standards for geological mapping, and of course map symbols, colors and patterns, how we are actually mapping and how we are generating the database. And it is also provide the common definitions for various geological information and parameters in the database which is generated by the GSI. The surface geology is actually covered on 1:50,000 scale soil information, geology information generated by GSI. And of course, this DCS, that is a data content standard geology, will also have a significant helps to follow the uniformity across the organizations in data acquisition and data management, as well as data dissemination. If you look at this conceptual model of this whole exercise on data content standards and geology, it is basically linking with the surface geological information and all the associated parameters you can see here. Because see, like geological structures, if we again structures, we have a folds, faults and shear zones and dikes and various attributes which are associated and which are linked properly to provide the comprehensive information on surface geology, including fossil fuels and mineral resources, even archaeological sites, imported archaeological sites as well. If you look at the details of this data content standards developed by the core GIS organization, each parameter was very precisely described and decoded in the document. Once we see the document, you can see the more detail of each parameters, how we define in standard way, so that all the users, all the stakeholders can use it for their data generation. Similarly, if you see like a small one parameters like a fold, how we have defined different types of fold and what do you mean by each fold of the geological formations, we can see the details like this. And this indicates, or this diagram shows the entire this data content standards on surface geology, how each parameter is linked and how they are associated to the main surface geology on the top, and each parameters how it is associated with the other what you can say like hierarchical level in the database. And these are all actually significantly used in the data generation, and it's a Bookosh portal is there from GSI.
There are already most of these standards are implementing and they are disseminating the information. And of course, it is always in a continuation process. So we are actually using, refining the existing data standards in a portal to disseminate the standardized information to the global community. Coming to the second part of the soil, this is on the data content standard on soil, which was basically in the core organization is involved, this National Bureau of Soil Survey and Land Use Planning, located in Nagpur. And this document, which is already submitted to for the further processing. Here is actually all the soil information what we generate normally. So we have actually standardized and listed all the parameters, and these standards will significantly help to store, retrieve, and manage the spatial and non-spatial information of the soils more effectively when we are going for the geospatial data management and geospatial data modeling. If you look at the broader perspective of the soil content standards, which are basically categorized into 4 categories like soil site parameters, soil morphological properties, soil physical properties, and soil chemical parameters. So we can see the bracket, how many parameters, sub-parameters are there in each, the main category. If you look at the one parameter, say for example, soil site parameters, you can see like drainage. What are the classes normally we follow in standard format of this, how you define the surface, so it means drainage. So we have standardized classes and what type of data type and how we describe each class. When you say the very poor drain soil, how you describe it in standard way. So those things we have given in the document. And similarly, physical parameters, if you see, for example, soil depth, what are the standard depths we follow normally, what is the range? When you say the extremely shallow soils, so what we have to follow across, the national standards, so like 0 to 10 centimeter we call it extremely shallow soils. Like that we have a different depths up to 150 centimeter, even more than 150 centimeter, very deep. So these are the, the standardized parameters we have defined. Similarly, chemical parameters, there are a host of chemical parameters, just I'm describing the soil pH, so that once we have this type of data set, so that whoever is generating the soil information across Indian context, so that we can follow the same standards and that database can be put on a common platform for the user's perspective and we can disseminate that information to the users. If you look at the conceptual model, which is, so here actually significantly, contributed by the IIT Mumbai in developing this IT support, in developing these conceptual models of 3 domains. Here if you see, the soil mapping unit is a core part of the soil data content standards. So all the attributes, like whether it's say like soil site, physical, chemical, and morphological properties, which are directly associated with the soil mapping unit. When I say the soil mapping unit, if I click the soil mapping unit, or if I query through soil mapping unit, I can get all the information of this, the related soil property information. Again, we have different properties on the morphological, physical, and chemical. So if you look at this code list, how we have prepared for across the 3 domains, when I say the soil site characteristics, so there are the huge number of, the different code list, and each code list we have a classes, how we are defining that particular code list. So these are all actually linked in the model. Similarly, morphological properties, similarly we have a physical properties, and similarly we have a, soil chemical properties, because all the properties which may not require the code list, which some of the properties which have a what you can say like absolute values. So for example, soil organic carbon, if you don't have a standard classes, so we are giving the out of the code list, but those we can define in absolute values. Similarly, if you look at this overall UML diagram of the soil, so all the parameters which are associated, either it is in morphological and physical and chemical, they are all linked to the say like your soil mapping unit. On the left side on the top, you see this is the soil mapping unit, and all the morphological, physical, chemical properties, including the soil taxonomy of different levels of soil taxonomy, like order, suborder, grade groups, subgroups, soil series, all are associated with the soil mapping unit in the model. So this way actually we have standardized the information, and we also implementing, as I told in the geological case, in the soil domain also we are actually portal. We are majority of these standards actually we are implementing and developing the soil portal for dissemination. We are also developing the interoperable platforms. So here actually 3 portals already linked, and 3 portals can talk each other, the databases in interoperable mode. The remaining part is next to how to develop the applications by using this information. That is actually the next challenge. If you look at the next third data content standard, that is on forest, which is basically developed by the Forest Survey of India. Again, it is under the Ministry of Environment and Forest and Climate Change, Government of India. they are significantly, they are the core domain areas, domain institute in developing this forest information. And here actually this FSI, Forest Survey of India, basically involved in as a nodal and the premier organization in India, is involved in forest cover and forest type mapping across India at biennial basis. Every 2 years they are developing this information and disseminating to the users. And of course many other associate parameters also they are mapping while doing the forest cover mapping, forest cover and forest type mapping. So these are some of these recent updates on forest cover and forest type mapping of India. So you can see the distribution, how they are and what are the dynamics they are mapping by using the satellite and of course the legacy data which they have developed over a period of time. So this is a more precisely mapping, and these databases are extensively used by various stakeholders and users across India and outside. So if you look at this forest cover mapping, these are the different classes and how we have coded in short name, whether data type, what type of data type we have, and the unit of measures, then description as we mentioned in other domains. Similarly here also each parameter was clearly defined and was standard definitions were given. Similarly we also given here this sample of forest type, how this hierarchically related, how we can say like a major group and subgroup and forest type, and what is the description of each class. So and the code, corresponding code also is defined in the document. So this way all the parameters were standardized and coded in the document. Here if you see the UML part, this is actually explained again as we've seen in the other two cases. Here also it explained how the databases and how the structured in the model, the forest type and forest cover, how we have related and how they are associated each other. And we also followed some of the standards, existing standards in developing this data content standard like ISO 19103, ISO 19107. These are the standards which are available. We have also followed in developing the content standards for forest. So these are the important the UML diagram for this forest. Here again explain how this forest cover and forest type was related and what are the associate parameters, whether it is a one-to-one relationship or one-to-many relationship. So you can see in the model how they are associated in the data structure. So this is a UML part of this forest. So you can see the each parameters and their associated parameters, how they are linked and how we have organized in the document to define this forest cover and forest type database. If you look at this, the importance of these documents, which are the submitted drafts, which are these three domain areas of this data content standard, significantly helps for uniform data acquisition, maintenance, and interoperability in the coming years, because these are the major challenges when the many organizations are involved in the generation of the data. So the acquisition and maintenance is very, very important. So I think these standards will significantly help. It also helps to strengthen the geospatial infrastructure in the Indian context to assimilate and dissemination of the standardized information to the users, so that users can use that standard information for various applications. And we can also use this information to develop the theme-based applications through service APIs, and of course through geoportals for dissemination to the users, because the next level of next course of this implementation is the developing the APIs for various applications. And we can also develop the interoperability, that is again very important challenge, and reusable services through service APIs, so that users can use across the domains for various applications. And we also try to develop this cloud computing capabilities and data analytics once we have these standards in place, so that we can go to the next level of analysis. And these standards significantly helps to develop the cross-domain and domain-based applications, and to enhance the economic value of these resources, the valuable resources at the national level, and it directly contribute to this economy of the country. So that way, actually, we are contributing through developing the standards across these domains. Of course, other domains are coming up. So this is in brief of these data content standards on surface geology, soil, and forest. So I'll stop it here, and thank you very much. Thank you very much.
It's the
Yeah, that's a really fantastic description. You can what you can see from your presentation there is just the complexity that when you start to put together a data content type standard, and the interaction that you've got in the way that you've structured your data between geology, soils, and forestry. I think that was great. I also like the your conclusion slide. I like the word interoperability in there because I mentioned that this morning. To make your data interoperable, but you see the benefits for both your customers and then more importantly, for future development. I think that is definitely where standards play their part. Okay, our next speaker is from industry, and that's Vijay Kumar, and he's come from Esri, and he's come to talk to us about opportunities and challenges in standards implementation. Vijay.
Yes. Thank you, Alan. It is really a pleasure to be part of this conference, this workshop, and thank you BIS and ISO for inviting me to share my thoughts and experiences. So in the morning, I got an opportunity to attend sessions from various speakers. I heard Scott and Chris and Alan and Don and a few more people. It is really great knowledge sharing, in fact, and very motivating, content from everyone. And I think one thing is I really appreciate that working in standard creation is not an easy task. It needs a lot of patience and passion. So probably we should have a big round of applause for everyone sitting here who are really passionate about standards. It's a great work, in fact, and which all of you are contributing in this domain globally. So here today, I would like to share my thoughts around importance and experience with geospatial standards. I am Vijay Kumar, CTO at ESRI India. So we at ESRI, we carry open vision. We believe that sharing, collaboration, and interoperability are crucial to addressing today's challenges with urgency. And I think all of us are agreed, and that's why we are here, and which is a very, very important, aspects. Just to share our experience, how we actually look at it across ArcGIS, ecosystem. So if you see, standards are, we categorize this, let's say, you have domain data standard models, you have metadata, you have web services and APIs, you have security domain, encodings and catalog and search, accessibility. So the cross-system workflows actually across. Standards are not just around data only, but I think across. And what we realized, if you see the bottom part of it, every part of the life cycle or implementation or life cycle also day to day, when you produce or publish, collaborate, share, use and reuse, and interconnect or collaborate, I think every part of the life cycle, these standards plays very, very important role. So that's why I think success of any system implementation across the world, I think is governed by these standards practices everywhere. So success is integrated and holistic. When you follow these standards and this interoperability and this kind of thought process, success is integrated, which is connecting organizations. If you see open systems, solutions, supporting services, engagements, data and technology, and governance part is also part of it. Capacity planning is also part of it. So in fact, if we follow standards, right, capacity planning is also governed actually in an effective manner, which is an integral part of the success story, always. So in fact, every geospatial database infrastructure, everywhere in the world, I think without standards, it can't really work and be successful. And this is our experience also in multiple, many large implementation across the world, and in India as well. So it's kind of a system pattern. When you start from, let's say, regional planning or foundation data initiatives, or you have whole of government collaborations, multi-level collaborations, right? This all makes actually quite effective when we follow standards in implementations and, in product and in projects, which is actually a kind of experience with everyone, all of us. And that's why this becomes very important and, key aspects when we integrate and develop products and solutions. So connecting community, how worldwide we see organizations that need to share open and secure decision-ready data everywhere. I mean, data can be open, but it need to be secured also, right? So that engagement of community can happen across the stakeholder. So standards plays very important role in those. So making data open as well as secured, right? That's actually everybody would like to have. So people are interested in connecting and collaborating in a system of systems to support knowledge, understanding, and action on various key decision making aspects, which is actually again standards play a major role. I would like to share a couple of examples and experience, how actually large implementations actually were successful when we use standards in the back, entirely in the product as well as in implementation also. So you see, this is geo-enabling sustainable development. So we created this framework, which is primarily an interconnected system of systems for the SDGs, where multiple countries are collaborating, right? It's a hub network. It's the SDG hub network where multiple departments, multiple ministries, multiple countries are collaborating and bringing it to common set of standards. It's a great experience, in fact. When we talk about influencing new adoption and conversations, the work we are doing on standards and interoperability is helping to drive conversations and new adopting of these integrated patterns. I think standard plays that role, critical role there also, when we start the conversation and when we want to actually solve the business challenge and objectives. So our experience around this is really phenomenal and valuable in terms of standards. So as I mentioned, experience across this ArcGIS enterprise system, entire life cycle, as I told, the produce, publish, collaborate, share, use and reuse and interconnect. I think it's important for all of us when we design or we architect the system, we should consider the standard, in every part of the life cycle, not just data storage and data sharing. It has to be part of the entire, stage of the life cycle, which is very important. So thank you so much. I thought to bring actually only these slides here and sharing a couple of our experience, around the world and in India also in a couple of large implementations. And I think thank you very much, BIS and ISO for inviting me for sharing my thoughts. Thank you so much. Thank you, Alan.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you, Vijay. That was really good. I think that the things that I pick out from your talk really was the wider effect that standards can have. So in data governance, engagement, data and technology, I think sometimes they're overlooked. But if you've got good standards in place, it means that those aspects can be easier implemented. So thank you very much. We've got 3 further speakers, so I could have asked the gentleman on the stage to step down, and we'll ask the new speakers to join us, or are we doing something different?
So I'll request Ms. Reena Garg to kindly deliver a mementos to our speakers as a token of our appreciation. अच्छे से दो. No. Then only only Reena Garg and Akhilesh. Reena Garg and Akhilesh, not me.
Thank you, Alan.
किस मदद से? This one ना?
So before we proceed further, I would like to inform that all of you delegates are kindly invited to join for the networking dinner, which is today at 7 p.m. at Silver Oak Hall. So the dinner invitation is your delegate kit, but I am again inviting you for the please because some of the delegates are leaving, so I'll just request you to please be hold and join us for the networking dinner. So, Alan, over to you.
Hey, continues. Good. Just okay, for the yeah. Okay. For the final part of session 2, we've obviously got our panel session to follow this, but in session 2 we've got three additional presentations. So could I ask Dr. Rajendra Gaikwad to the stage, please, and PV Prashankar, and also from the BIS, Reena Garg and Dr. Aklan Shekhwar, please. Okay, if we're ready to continue, our next speaker is Dr. Rajendra Gaikwad. He's presenting on the development of GIS standards and application cases, and he comes from the Indian Space Research Organizations. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, and those who are joining remotely, good evening and good morning. So basically, this is the title I have chosen for the presentations today. We are talking about the GIS and geoinformatics as a subjects. So basically, what types of data standards we are adopting at national level, and the practices we are having at the international scenario. So I was involved in this activity, so I thought of presenting these of the, excuse me. So this is basically, I will be covering in 2 sessions, like one is standards I will be talking about, and second is how that application has been taken care. So first part is the standard one, where basically we started the practices of the generating the standards at national level. Before going to that, we have to just revisit some of the activity what we are today's gathered here related to the geoinformatics. I just have to point out some of the points that is very, very important to understand the metadata, how or any GIS standards we are trying to adopt it. So many of us, we are knowing that how this has been referring to the regions with some of the point locations and how the data can be realized in the sense. So if you see the history of flowing this activity in this environment, like whatever the phases are there, I just want to revisit that one. When the phase 1, when in 1960, this has been started basically for the organization who trying to understand the processes, and it was in a deep pockets kind of thing. So it was not publicly available. Then slowly many organizations has to come together and they try to learn the processes in 1965. Second phase, we found that there are the information system, like there are the attentions at the national level that has been taken care, and the processes has been standard to the standardization process as such. 1980, that is phase 3, we found that this information system, which is has come in the market point of view, how it is a marketing kind of thing, how the business sector has been evolved in that one. And this is the phase 4, where I would just want to highlight that the inventions, we are talking about the various technology. Today we are talking about the AI, ML and all these things. So these are all geospatial technology has been evolved, and that we try to emphasize on that one. So today we are at today's 2023. I just want to highlight that today we are here with the BIS and ISO. These are the standard, and even OGC are there. So these are the driving force, we can say that. So basically it gives the directions to have our standardization process in the going in the geoinformation services. Before going to this actual development, what took place, I just want to highlight some of the points on this. We have to understand how this standardization in GIS, it took place, and there are various what you call data sharing concepts we talks about last 2-3 days. There we are talking about the geospatial standards, and then there are the types of standardization like what we talked about, different types of standardization like interoperability, interchangeability, various things are there that we try to understand it. There are the standardization 5S, like it is highlighted in here. We talked about the deploying the various technology, various activity we are doing. And there is a fourth one is the development of the GIS, that is how this concept and has been evolved in this one, where the software has been, like previous speaker, we have seen the, there is a software, how that help us to understand this process. So these are the all activities, GIS development, just want to put it in front of you. Now I will come to the actual how the evolvement has been taken place. So if you see the metadata elements of any development, services has the two components as such. One is your data generator, and second is the data user. So spatial data set, if you see, the data generated is very, very important. So how that data has been generated, and that has been reflected in the metadata as such. So this metadata standard, which provides a framework to that generator to help us to disseminate the services. And the user, at the user side, we have to see that how these standards can be used for the many purposes, to finding the, like morning we have seen the US presentations that my phone is I'm having and carrying from somewhere. All standards are helping me in all the locations and many purposes. So how that user will get benefited, that is what I just want to highlight it. So metadata standard, basically we at our center, we started in 2003, first metadata standard was published. It was 1.0, NSDI was the focal point, and various organizations, as previous speakers talks about the FSI, and there are GSI is there, and there are NATMO and various CWC. These are the organizations. These are all national bodies. They have their expertise in their sectors, and we sit together and we try to bring these national standards. So so that this 2003 we started the first version, and I just correlated with the yesterday's presentation. UN FAO has started with the LULC standards in 2003. So I just want to correlate with that one. I will come to the next point also. So this is a NRIS, what basically helps for the understanding the data sets in this area. The concept of NNRMS standard when was designed that time, and it was a very good objectives and visions for the understanding the data at the spatial, non-spatial concepts, and we try to how design the GIS database itself. So we adopted various software and various frameworks understanding the data, geospatial data in the national interest. So this is 2009, 2.0 has come. So again, it is correlating with FAO has came with the in 2009 ISO 191441. So you can see that as national level also we are moving in that way, that one version has come, second one where the international level like LULC standards was also going on. So parallelly our activity was in that directions to understand the various standards. We adopted the Australia, Then there are some doubling code standard was there. These elements was very good that was described in the metadata services. So we took the help of that. These are the organizations which associated with the activity in 2.0. These are some of the elements, most of the things are there published in 2009, and there are various data sets, like 28 elements was designed, out of that 9 was mandatory and some of them was optional. So that was the idea behind that. Many of the organizations may not having that type of data, so we can have the provision to give the platform to the end users so that their applications can be accommodated at the spatial repository. So that was the idea we started with it. This is the 2016, what we presented in 2009 as a NSDI 2.0. It has been converted as a BIS as came in activity of this Indian standards, and it has published in 2016 with the IS 16439, and again we adopted same standards of the actually published, and there was some revision has been taken as far as the wherever the technology has been changed accordingly. So currently this is in the present mode, like a draft mode is ready. So 2013 we now coming with the new ideas of the UML diagrams and all these things, which is all ISO standards are following. So idea is that we try to understand the new concepts are there for the bringing the database to bringing the geospatial data standards in for the nation. So this is what about all activity we did it, and some of the things we talked last 2 days. We talked about the 10. This is one paper, like 10 by 10 possible data formats are there, and they want to interact with. So many organizations are there, and they want to do the business of transferring interoperability. Many things are there. So we have our geo services at ISRO, and many organizations are associated with it. So we did this activity, and we are ready with the geospatial services as such. And if you see this now, National Geo Policy has come, so it should be what you call for the user purpose, like citizen centric. So 2017 it was presented like it should come with the ideas of let us give it to the public so that it can be benefited for the all. This is some of the references from the OGC to understand how this activity has been taken care. Anyway, today's morning we had this all presentations of the fair, so I am not going to repeat it, but I just want to say that whatever the findable, accessible, and what are the advantage of this fair, at our center we have the portals of geospatial at ISRO. Most of the these technology, this whatever the advantage of fair we have adopted, and we already ready with the solutions. Anyway, I am not going in that one, why it is important, all this thing. So this is when 2009 Geospatial World has published our, and what is this importance of this publication? It gives visibility to the many users who are not aware about the standardization process. Like NSDI is doing the workshop and all this activity, and there also many organizations may get benefited or may not be. So that was the issue. And this was the repository platform. We try to put it all the standards for the NSDI. As I said of the NSDI workshop, we try to train the people, and we conduct a workshop accordingly, and there some of the development which took place for the disseminations of these metadata services has been demonstrated. If you see the last one, this is the tool we developed that time, and already data was there, and we try to map the data with this tool, and this tool is directly automatically generate all NSDI meta standard. These are layout of that tool which sits in between, and as we have seen that many spatial data available with the n number of agencies, those who stakeholders, they can be easily use these tools, and that was given its XML services. This is the interface of that tool. So that was designed and developed long back. This is the reflections of that all metadata on the national portals. I will come to the second point. If time permits, I will try to make it fast. This is applications. First is when we do any type of activity for the application development, there are different types of steps are there. Like one ladder is talking about the coordinates, second ladder, I am just trying to highlight it in such a way that when we want to put geospatial services, we have to sit together and bring all this to bring that is the actual requirement for the services and data models. This is the after development of this metadata standard, this is the one portal of ISRO. This is the National Database for Emergency Management portal. So it is basically a geo portal to disseminate space-based inputs along with services of forecasting organizations. And if you see on the this front page, recently I captured on 2nd December there were some warnings and current disaster related issues. So it is dynamically, actively taking its, why I just want to showcase this one, because of this only. So this portal is now following all the NSDI standards what was published, and now it is ready with the all database. So that is the activity which is happening at different portals at national level. So this is again NSDI format what they try to put it in this portal itself. This is another portal, NATMO is there. This is a National Atlas and Thematic Mapping Organization, which is the collaborative agencies with all these activities. They also have their interface, and they also adopted these standards at their web services. We have the different types of state stakeholders, like national bodies are there. There is a metadata related to the issues. They try to, like Kera state remote sensing is there. They have adopted this one. Where I am involved in at our center, we have this Vedas is there. Is basically visualization of Earth observation data and archival system. This is one of the portal which has the various applications. It was listed on the application site. You can visit this portal. Basically, idea is that we have the all remote sensing data in a large number of disciplines, which includes agriculture, land use, photogrammetry, forestry, and environment, coastal, marine resources, hydrological studies, and various urban and infrastructure, cryosphere, special data sets. These are all atmospheric and ocean sciences, early warning, and we have the planetary sciences, etc. All these are hosted in this portal. So idea is that we try to put it, many of the applications at one platform. And now this is a research purpose. This portal can be utilized. National level also this has the visibility. Now various activities has been taken care by the ministries, and that was showcased in this portal itself. This is one of the metadata which this portal is also following. So this is the NSDI format. So interesting thing is, yesterday we discussed about how this metadata or any API can be used. So this portal is now using the REST API for the Vedas layers metadata. Whatever the data is showcased in this portal, it is giving now API, REST APIs are there. So you can get the metadata out of that one. So that is very interesting part of one of the services we can give it in this way. This is see fully automated part of this is one of the data sources where we try to put it Sentinel 1A and B SAR data on a Vedas portal. You can see the entire India is now covered in this one. So it is a very interesting web services. You can have visit of this one. And this is again flood monitoring services are there. You can have the flood monitoring of the various parts of the country, and that can be utilized for the any decision making processes. This is very interesting applications on this application portal. Is a solar calculator. We have the Android app and we have the services. Basically, at any locations in India, we can have the get the solar potential, how much power can be generated. That will be possible through these applications. I'll just try to hurriedly complete this one. Anyway, these are some applications. You can visit this one. This is another portal of ISRO, Bhuvan, where we try to give the various data services to the end users, and all satellite data has been showcased, and we give the services to the various ministries also. So basically this portal is also following the metadata standards. So that was the idea to put these slides. We have the state stakeholder like Kerala State Remote Sensing, they are also following. Jharkhand State Council, GeoHub is there, they are also following. Maharashtra Remote Sensing. So these are all state agencies who are involved in this activity. They are all following all these NSDI metadata standards. So that was the achievement what BIS is trying to put it, their efforts to standardize the geospatial data services. So anyway, these are some applications at my center related to the meteorological and oceanography. You see these are the open data is available. There are 3 categories: land, air, and we have the ocean. So various data sets are there, is openly available for the research purposes, and anybody can visit this one. So this portal also we have the data standards, like we are trying to put entire data in the showcasing in this way. So anyway, I'll just go. Now time is very less, so this is just question to all we have to ask ourselves and try to understand how this standard, like morning we have see what for and why I have to bother about the GIS standards that we saw in the morning presentation. So anyway, these are policies we talked about, and we have to comply 100% all over in world, so that we can have we can say, yes, I am complying with all standards available. That was the idea. And with this, I thank you. So together to lead, that is the message I just want to give. If we sit together and bring the all standards in a one showcase. So thank you, sir. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. That was really a really interesting talk. The things I picked out of it really was that you started on a metadata journey to create a metadata standard, and it led to I'm guessing much easier development of the applications that you showed later on. So I think that's another lesson for today really, is that if you do go down that standards route, it can lead to so many different things. We've had it from Regendra and also from VJ previously. It does help to cover a lot of different aspects of geospatial data management, including things like governance. So yeah, that was fantastic. Okay, we've got 2 more speakers to sit before we have a break, and this is the one I've been looking forward to actually. As being a part of our national mapping agency myself, we've got PV Rajashekar from the Survey of India to talk about geospatial standards in the Survey of India.
Good afternoon. I thank the organizers, ISO and BAS, for giving me this opportunity. I'm not actually planning to talk about the standards which are being developed by Survey of India. I think that is being done in collaboration with BAS, and that may be part of the presentations of BAS. Primarily, I am just focusing on the National Geospatial Policy 2022, and there are the aspects on which we need to pay attention, especially those who are involved in the geospatial data creation in India. All of you have already been introduced about the geospatial policy in 2022, announced in December 2022, and some of the aspects have already been discussed. And one of the main aspect of mandate of geospatial data policy has been that of making the geospatial data created as part of making use of the public fund as a common good, giving the right to every citizen of India to have right to access the data and then derive economic benefit out of it. So, which means the kind of demand on geospatial data is set to increase considerably, and also the expectation from the producers of geospatial data to meet the standard also is going to be increased exponentially. So this is one of the aspects. And the other mandate from the National Geospatial Policy has been that many of the fundamental data sets which Survey of India as the national mapping organization has been creating and disseminating has been now distributed to various other nodal government organizations which are working in their respective domain, which means the responsibility now onwards to create geospatial data of roads would be to the departments which are dealing with roads, and the railways will be with the department dealing with railways, and water hydrography would be that of the departments dealing with water. So you have already listened from the previous speaker that how the hierarchy of the government of India and the other tiers of government is organized, and from that we have actually realized that it is not that the government at the center, with the government of the organization coming under government of India, which would be generating this data directly. Instead, this would they would be depending on the departments which are reporting to them at the lower level of government, and then those are the agencies which would be now generating this spatial data. What does this mean? All of these days, it is the trained geospatial professionals who has been generating this data as a primary responsibility under the National Mapping Organization and other various agencies which has been traditionally involved in the creation of the geospatial data. Whereas what is now going to happen is that the users themselves becoming the generator of their data, where they would do this. So the data collection in those domains which have been now given to those nodal agencies would actually get generated as part of the business, executing the business processes of those organizations. This has a lot of good advantages in the sense that now the data would be conceptualized and extracted by those people who understand those geographical phenomena better than those who are working in the national mapping organizations. Whereas at the same time, to ensure that this data is consistently collected regularly collected in a consistent manner, we need to ensure that we encapsulate the entire complexity of collecting geospatial database and then make it easier for us to scale up these operations of collection of geospatial data by the domain experts, but not so well trained in geospatial data collection. Whereas, if at all we need to ensure that this becomes a reality and takes place on a regular basis in a consistent manner, then we need to ensure that more than the metadata what we prepare, we need to focus on their business requirement, business processes and the use cases, and then generate more and more of their application schema, and then ensure that they actually do their business process and collection of geospatial data in a controlled manner through a kind of a workflow process, accessing the data centrally by all the organizations which are dispersed all over India. Unless and until that is done, we can never be sure that data gets collected and stored in a systematic manner. We all know by now that if the data gets collected in a systematic manner as per whatever schema, as long as we know what is the schema and we document it and publish it, we will be able to map this data from one schema to another schema, and we will be able to seamlessly access it. But unless and until we ensure that there is one-to-one correspondence between the metadata what we project and the underlying database is consistently for the extent for which the metadata has been created and the temporal interval for which the metadata has been created has been in fact collected in strictly as per the schema, there is no way the metadata and all other mapping tools what we generate would work as per the expected form. So that is why I just wanted to highlight this, that we in Survey of India have undergone this transformation from the analog to the digital, and we have had bitter experiences of making a whole lot of mistakes in the process of changing over from the analog to the digital by way of actually starting with one application schema and ending up creating multiple application schema, not for without valid reasons, with very valid reason of meeting the requirements, varying requirements of different situations where this data is being collected, and then finally ending up in a kind of a database base which does not actually match with any of the metadata in a consistent form. And I see when you look back, the entire data collection in Survey of India in those days was being monitored and controlled by those who were veterans of geospatial technologies. They were masters of photogrammetry, geodesy, cartography, you name it, everything. But still, they ended up in creating such a mess, and it took a lot of resources and effort for us to finally come out of it. And now there is no reason to believe that the other newly introduced organizations would not make the same mistake and end up creating the very kind of confusion and the mess what Survey of India ended up creating in the initial stages, and then delaying the whole process. So now that the data, there is a high demand for the data, and the applications, once it is getting generated, and if the metadata gets created, if the database collection process was not managed in a controlled and a systematic manner, ensuring that there is systematic adherence to the schema, there is no way we will be able to use it. So I wanted to make use of this opportunity to bring everyone's attention who are involved in preparing standards and managing the transition mandated by the geospatial policy in India, to pay utmost focus on this and ensure that application schemas meeting the requirements of those organizations, newly endowed organizations which are given the responsibility of generating spatial data, has been made as fast as possible, where this time is the essence, and then made available, and it is disseminated in a controlled manner, so that we have a better chance of not committing the mistake. The national mapping organization, including me, ended up committing in the earlier stage of the digital transformation we have undergone. So this is a major aspect, along with all other standards, whatever we are just now paying maximum attention on. So if this message is conveyed to all of you, I think I have done the job. Thank you for patiently listening to me. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was really useful, really useful summary of the policy work you're doing with standards at the Survey of India, and potentially the journey you've had between analog and digitalisation, in which you've introduced standards to help you in that process. So it just highlights another use of standards, really, when you're making a sort of business transition from one position to the other, whatever that may be. Standards can obviously be helpful. Okay, before we adjourn for a break, I think it's fitting that the last presentation in section 2 is from our hosts here, the BIS. So for this talk, we've actually got two speakers. Reena Garg and Dr. Ashiklawar from ISRO, please.
Okay, I'll be Okay, good afternoon everyone present in the hall and the virtual participants. So I'll be making a presentation giving an overview of BIS and its activities towards standardization in the field of geospatial information. I'll be very brief, 5 minutes for me and 10 minutes for the speaker next to me, Dr. Akhileshwar from ISRO. So he'll be just telling about a part of the project we have undertaken. So I'll be telling you like subsequently in my slides. So BIS, by now all of you know that it's a national standard body of India, and it was established in 1947, and now there was a in 1986 there was a BIS Act which has been revised in year 2016, and it's a act passed by Government of India through which it has been designated as National Standard Body of India. And core activity of BIS is not only standard formulation, but there are other activities which are carried out by BIS, like conformity assessment for products, self-declaration of conformity, hallmarking for precious jewelries and precious stones, and system certification, then testing and training. So all these activities are carried out by BIS. And just to give you an idea, like BIS develops standards in 16 sectors through 16 division councils, and under these division councils there are 350 technical committees which we call sectional committees, assisted by more than 22,000 experts who are the members of these committees. So out of these 16 division councils, there is a division council electronic and IT, and so these are other divisions listed over here. So under electronics and IT we have 35 technical committees, and one of these, the technical committees, is LITD 22, which is geospatial information. So these technical committees comprises of various stakeholders, all kinds of stakeholders, from the consumer groups, the industry association, and the manufacturers, regulators, R&D organization, academia. They are the part of these technical committees of BIS. And how we prepare standards in these technical committees, the process is very much similar to the process being followed at ISO IEC. So it's a two-stage process. Like firstly, after we receive the proposal, it is approved by the committee and then discussed narrowly within the committee, and then once the committee approves it, it goes for a wider circulation for public comments, and all the documents are hosted on BIS website for public comments. So it is very much similar to, I don't need to go into the detail of this, which it is a very transparent and very dynamic process, and just similar to what we do at ISO and IEC. So we are closely following up these committees from ISO, IEC, JTC1, IEC and ISO, and BIS in India represents at all these forums, and is the founder member of ISO and IEC. And BIS through these committee members, the technical committees of BIS, the members from these represent India at ISO and IEC. If somebody from India has to represent an ISO and IEC committees, so that person has to be the member of our National Mirror Committee. So now coming to LITD 22, which is responsible for geospatial information standards. The mandate is to produce national standards and also act as the mirror committee for ISO TC 211. So the composition, just to give you an idea, like the BIS officers are the member secretary, and they provide a platform to the stakeholders in the country to prepare standards. So Ashish, with whom you have been interacting, is the member secretary of this committee, and we have almost all the relevant stakeholders in the country who are represented on this committee. The chair from DST and AGI, there is an institute called BISEC, Central Ground Water Board, Central Pollution Control Board, Central Water Commission, ESRI India, Forest Survey of India, and from the academia we have various IITs on our committee, and ISRO is a member, InSpace is a member. Then from the ministries, various ministries are the member of this committee, and the Survey of India is of course there. Then OGC is also there on our committee. So NSDI and we have, you can see that we have on board all the relevant stakeholders who should be there in the, who are relevant for this work. And committee members, these are about 30 organizations who are listed, plus there are panels and working groups under this committee where there are another members from these organizations. They are also represented, and some in personal capacity as well, some individual experts who are working for development of standards in these areas. So at national level, we have so far, we have really picked up now for this particular committee after we have, this policy has been announced. So our plan is to go very aggressively now, is to very aggressively and actively start the process of standardization in this field. So the numbers are not very impressive here, but we are working hard to align ourselves with the ISO standards and examine each and every ISO standards for the suitability of adoption in Indian conditions. So the standards, 60 out of these 16, 14 have been the adoption of ISO standards, and one of the important standard is the metadata standard, which my previous speakers, Mr. Rajendra Gaikwad ji, has just informed. The NSDI standard, which was adopted as 16349, it is based on ISO 19115, and we are in the process of revising this standard in line with the revision of the ISO 19115. So we, at present, 12 standards are under process of development, and you have already heard about this data content standards from the from one of the speakers, whatever work we are doing, and we'll transform all that in the form of Indian standards with respect to soil, geology and forestry. And then we are working on cadastral data content for geospatial information. We are in the process of revising 16439, and we have taken up these two very important standards on airborne LiDAR and NAVIC receivers. So now I just hand it over to my next speaker, Mr. Akhilesh from Dr. Akhileshwar from ISRO, to just give an overview what this standard is all about, and we intend to take it up further with ISO when we are we feel confident to submit it to ISO. This is TC211. So Dr. Akhileshwar will just be taking you through the content of this standard.
Thank you, ma'am. So good afternoon, everyone. I'm Akhilesh. I'm from the Satellite Navigation Program Office of ISRO. So in the morning presentation, Mr. Allen has spoken about the importance of data quality. And one of the parameters that he has mentioned was position accuracy. So this standard is generally aimed at meeting that and representing that in the process of data collection. And Mr. Rajshekhar has also mentioned that they're opening the data collection to different organizations apart from multiple organizations apart from solely depending on Survey of India. So from that perspective, we felt that having a standard on the data quality per se, especially related to positioning, is important. So this is the basis for working on this particular standard. So before we go into the standard itself, I would just want to briefly introduce NAVIC. So NAVIC stands for Navigation with Indian Constellation. It's an independent regional navigation satellite system that is developed by ISRO for India. So it essentially covers the Indian subcontinent and the surrounding regions in its coverage. It is comprised of a 7 satellite constellation, and we are in the process of upgrading the satellites. So it provides 2 position, navigation and timing services, which is the standard positioning service, which is meant for civilian use, and the restricted service, which is meant for military use. So we are also planning to expand the coverage area of NAVIC to include more regions in the service area. So coming to the receiver standards per se, we are seeing increasing adoption of GNSS or for that purpose NAVIC equipment in India across different sectors. And some of the sectors have relevant sector-specific standards, and these standards are published under different organizations, and they are specific to a particular area of application. But there is no generic standard per se which can verify if an equipment is conforming to the support claimed for the particular GNSS per se, in this case NAVIC. So we wanted to work on a particular standard which can verify if a receiver is compatible with support for NAVIC signals. So we have gone through some of the ISO standards that are there which are relevant to GNSS per se. So these are a list of some of the standards that are there. But what we felt that they are more from a perspective of defining the service quality of a GNSS system rather than the user equipment that is used to collect data using the GNSS signals. We have one standard that is there on classification of GNSS receivers, but that particular standard does not have any reference to the performance of the receiver per se. So we've gone through some of the sector-specific standards that are present for the GNSS equipment. There are multiple standards in the transportation sector. There are certain standards in the communication sector released by 3GPP. Then there are standards for high accuracy applications, the RTCM under RTCM. Then there are certain standards for data exchange. And there's also a standard for marine navigation through IEC-TCIT under IMO. However, all of these are, again, as I mentioned earlier, these are application-specific and sector-specific standards. In addition, there is an International Committee on GNSS, which is part of United Nations Office for Outer Space Affairs. And this is basically a collaboration between different nations who are interested in GNSS activities and who own GNSS systems of their own. So under that particular committee, there is a IGMA task force, which is International GNSS Monitoring and Assessment Task Force. And that task force is working on certain standardizing certain aspects of GNSS functionality. Some of the examples are given here. But again, these are all specific to a particular development technique or a service offered, or again, they're specific to certain logging and related aspects. But again, as I mentioned earlier, there is no specific standard for a performance of a user equipment that is used in the field for using the GNSS signals. So there is one existing standard on GNSS receiver performance. It is a European ETSI standard, EN 303413. But this standard is again only supports the 4 global constellations, which are GPS from USA, GLONASS from Russia, Galileo from EU, and BDS from China. However, there is no support for the regional constellations, which are NAVIC in India and QZSS from Japan. In addition, I'm aware that South Korea is also working on their own positioning system. And as such, there is no such support for their positioning system also in this particular standard. Moreover, this standard is only limited to 2 frequencies, the L-band frequencies, and there is no support for S-band signals where NAVIC has signals in the S-band. And the Korean system is also planning to introduce signals in the S-band. So considering all these, we felt that we need a generic standard for receiver performance, especially for NAVIC. And we felt that it is required because we want to provide a sort of a common denominator to identify whether a particular equipment is supporting NAVIC or not. And in order to, it is also aimed at simplifying any further work that an application-specific standards body wants to conduct in generating an application-specific standard, wherein they can just refer to this generic standard as a minimum requirement, and then based on that, they can improve the certain specifications which are pertaining to, which are especially important for that particular application and which require more stringent specifications compared to generic standard. So that is the aim, and then it obviously aimed at improving the adoption of NAVIC in the Indian sectors market. So this is the general idea behind which we went forward with generating this standard. And in the LID 22 committee of BIS, we have officially got a recommendation for establishing experts panel for working on this particular standard. So the panel 5 on NAVIC receivers was constituted, which is led by Dr. Manish from ISRO. And we have a different members from academia, industry, and government organizations who are helping us in developing this particular standard. And we are currently working on the preparing the draft. And once we are ready with it, we'll be circulating it for the comments and recommendations from industry and academia. And once we are ready with this standard, we plan to propose a work item in the ISO TC 211 in order to evolve it the same into a possible global standard. Thank you.
Thank you very much for both speakers there from the BIS. I think one thing that I did note, actually, you've got 2,500 standard makers within BIS, so that's quite something. So you won't be short of people to be able to edit and put standards together. That's fantastic. And I did the GNSS thing. I think you're right. I think you're hitting on something with the quality issue. I think a lot of people made the assumption that the signal comes from the satellite, it's received at the Earth, it's technology, it must be correct, sort of thing, but that's not necessarily the case. It bounces through the atmosphere and does all sorts. So that's really useful. I think we've come to the end of session 2. So I think we've got some presentations to make. Thank you.
Thank you, Alan. I take this opportunity to invite Mr. Ashish Tiwari, Scientist D, LITD, and also the Member Secretary of LITD 22 to please present mementos to our distinguished speakers. Sir, if you could please, Mr. Rajendra Gaikwad, Space Application Center, ISRO. Ashish, sir. Mr. P.V. Rajshekhar, Survey of India. Ms. Reena Garg, Head Electronics Department, BIS.
Distributing many, I managed to get one.
Shri Akhileshwar from ISRO. Thank you so much, sir. So with this, we come to the end of the second technical session. I would request everybody to give a big round of applause to Alan for conducting these sessions so nicely. Thank you, Alan. Please join us for the tea. Our next session will begin at 4:30. Tea is served in the lounge. Please join us for the tea. Our next session begins at 4:30. Please be sure to be back in time for the next session. Thank you. I have another very important announcement. We are hosting dinner for our dignitaries today evening. I request all the dignitaries present here to please join us for the dinner in the evening. Thank you.
आशीष सर को दीजिए, ये
ये बताओ यही होता है, गायब होता है इसको लगा के ना, इसमें मैं चाह रही थी सेशन 2 वाली भी अगर कोई मिस हो गया तो डाल लीजिए। थिंक रहे ना लास्ट में ना ये लोगों को ड्राइव पे अपलोड भी करनी है, तो घर जाने के बाद अगर पता चला तो हम वापस तो आ नहीं पाएंगे।
कॉपी कर लेते हैं।
एक दिन खत्म करो उसको,
एक ही फाइल आएगी वो लेटेस्ट वाली।
ये लेटेस्ट वाली इसी नाम से थी ना हमारे पास, ठीक
मैंने कॉपी की थी।
डन। अब ये हो गया,
चैप्टर क्लोज।
इनका मन करे तो रखें, इनका मन ना करे तो ना रखें।
हमने तो
देखो ये फिरोज का सिस्टम है, इसका सारा डेटा यहाँ पे गायब कर दिया है ना, और
नीतीश का है,
जिसका भी है, और इसका मैंने बैकग्राउंड बना दिया, जिस बेचारे को बोल देना वापस से लेकर। ठीक, इसमें तो थोड़ा सा एडजस्ट करना पड़ेगा क्योंकि मुझे अच्छा नहीं लगा कलरफुल वाला, मुझे तो कौन सा मुझे
तो फिर उसको हटा दें
अभी
अभी ऐसे रहने दो।
फिर मुझे पूछ लेता तालीम में चाहिए हो सकता है, देखिए यहाँ लिखा हुआ
560
लिखा हुआ आपको वापस स्टार्ट होगा ना, उसमें ना उसको हटा के ले जाके अंदर स्टार्ट करते हैं।
अभी ब्रांड की बात करें,
अभी नहीं मुझे कुछ सुनाया
वही क्लास
है नहीं, कम नहीं
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. We'll start the session shortly. I believe people will join us in a few minutes. We have already told them that the session is starting. So let's start. The last session of the day is a panel discussion on roadmap for geospatial standards in action. And to moderate the discussion, we have with us Shri Harshvardhan Madiraju from OGC. Shri Harsha is a global geospatial advocate and a widely networked geospatialist. He has over 18 years of experience in international marketing, business development, and non-profit management. As the Associate Director, he serves and supports members and communities in India, Africa, and Europe through OGC. Sir, please. So I hand over the session to Harsha, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, everybody, and thank you to BIS for this opportunity, to OGC for moderating this session. We have 5 panelists in this session. We have Mr. Peter Paslow, Chair of ISO TC 211. I invite him to the stage now. We have Dr. P.S. Acharya, ex-CEO NSDI India. Sir, please join us on the stage. Dr. Sumit Sen, CEO GISE Hub IIT Bombay. Sumit, please join us on the stage. And we have Ms. Mithika Garg, Senior Solutions Engineer Oracle. Mithika, please. And we also have Jayanta Podar, co-founder and CTO Gardaltics. Jayanta, please join me. Thank you. So, with this, I would take brief moments to introduce each of the speakers. Peter, most of you know by now because Peter has been interacting with you all from the morning. For the saving of time, I'll skip his profile, and we have now Dr. P.S. Acharya. Again, most of you in the government and the industry know you well, but I take this opportunity to once again briefly introduce Sir. Dr. P.S. Acharya has worked as scientist and subsequently as consultant in the Department of Science and Technology, Government of India, and he has led the NSDI program as the Chief Executive Officer from March 2014 to December 2020. He was instrumental in the demonstration of geospatial coordination-based identification of geospatial features using ISO, OGC, and ECMA standards that were used in the National Geospatial Data Registry. The unique identification of 2D parcels and 3D building units subsequently adopted by DOLR, that is the Department of Land Resources, Government of India, and the revenue departments of various state governments countrywide are based on these standards. He was actively involved in the framing of the National Data Sharing and Accessibility Policy 2012 and the National Geospatial Policy 2022. So we are very lucky to have you, sir, over here. And sir was also the former chair of the Geospatial Committee within BIS, LITD 22, which Dr. Datta is now chairing. And the next speaker is Dr. Sumit Sen. Again, Sumit is a well-connected professional in our industry. He's currently serving as the CEO of GISE Hub IIT Bombay. And Sumit is actually a huge advocate of OGC within India and across the globe, and we are very lucky to have him in the community. So Dr. Sumit conducted research on geospatial semantics at Institute of Geoinformatics, Germany, and collaborated with the research groups at Ordnance Survey, UK. He established the research and training group at GIS Development India and assisted in setting the research lab at IIT Bombay, which is the GISE hub, which is Geospatial Information Science and Engineering hub. And Sumit is also actually organizing next week a OGC winter school, which he has been doing from the last 1 year. Again, few of you might be there at the winter school is what I believe, and again, I want to thank Sumit for this opportunity to OGC to lead the winter school. The next speaker is Mithika Garg. Ms. Mithika is a geospatial expert with over 14 years of experience in the industry. She has experience in solution architecture, project coordination, software development, and client relation management. And she has experience in sectors such as utilities, public sector, mapping agencies. And she has worked at HCL Technologies and ISRI in her previous roles. And currently she is the Senior Solutions Architect at Oracle. Thank you, Mithika, for joining us. On behalf of Oracle, who is also an OGC member and also a member of AGI in India. So AGI has nominated Mithika to join us here from the Indian context. We now have the final panelist, Jayanta. He is the co-founder and CTO of Geographic. Geographic, for you who don't know it, it's actually a new tech startup which is developing AI platforms to do geospatial analysis. And through his career, Jayanta demonstrated expertise in managing technical teams, administrating enterprise GIS infrastructure, and delivering innovative solutions. His expertise is beyond the technical realm, and he actually also provides a lot of training sessions and workshops catering to the needs of government, academia, and industrial audiences. We are glad to have a startup again from AGI, a nomination representing us here. So I've had the opportunity to briefly interact with the panelists over the emails and send a few of the questions. So we are going to go into 3 key topics. One is definitely on the standards roadmap with both international and Indian experiences. Then we would move on to topic 2 on semantic and technical interoperability. And then on topic 3, testing and compliance, which is being seen as a key aspect within the BIS LITD 22 committee. So with this, I would ask Peter to answer a few questions. Peter, if you're comfortable, can you, I know there have been a lot of presentations from the morning, bringing in international experience. Can you, from your own experience of the UK and Europe, a little bit tell to the audience how does the approach to the roadmap creation for geospatial standards happen actually? How do you approach to creating a roadmap at a national level for developing, adopting standards?
Okay, so yes, I think that does differ from country to country, but there are some things we can draw out in common that we can learn from one another. So for example, in Europe, the European Union has what they call their rolling plan for ICT standardization. And every few years, the European Union, which has many separate commissions for things like agriculture and transport and so on, they consider what they think they're going to need in terms of standardization in the future. And then they approach the standards bodies to see if where there are gaps, what can they do. So that's the forward-looking parts where they're looking for new standards. But we also engage both OGC and TC211 with the geospatial parts of the European Commission, keeping them up to date with what we're doing, encouraging them in the adoption of standards, which is the other part of the roadmap. It's all right developing standards, but if nobody adopts them, they're not much use. So the European Commission or the European Union is quite in a sense, quite a top-down structure. It's a bit like having a federal government, although it's officially not a federal government. But it has a tendency to pass directives saying what you should do, and then to agree technical guidelines about how you do it. And the standards come in at the technical guidelines level. So an example at the moment there, they published about 20 years ago some technical guidelines about sharing environmental and geographic data. So those use the the old school OGC ISO standards like WMS, WFS, and they develop content models like you're doing here in India, which they based on TC211 standards. So people got used to sharing data that way, and then they've done some more innovative things. So they now have what they're calling a good practice, saying this is how you could do replacing a WFS with a OGC API features for certain circumstances, because at the moment the whole functionality is not there, but for 90% of what they need. So they're being quite logical about saying the directive, the high-level aim remains the same, the technical approach for achieving it changes. The problem they're suffering actually is one I think that every country's got to get right is, what's the governance framework? How do you agree when it's the right time to introduce the new things, and later on when it's the right time to dissolve the old things? And if you're a federation of 27 independent countries, that's even harder than if you're a federation of states in one country. So a different example in the UK, we've, I think, taken a lighter approach. My colleague Alan, who you've watched chair the last sessions, he chairs our national committee in the UK. And what we've done and he's taken forward is to come up with a short list. We call it our register of national standards, so of geospatial standards. So they're all international standards, not national ones, where we're saying if you want to share geospatial data, use these standards. Because actually, TC211 publishes, I don't know, 75 standards or something like that, and OGC publishes at least that many. So people often come along and say, well, which ones should we use? So ours is based more at saying if you're a grassroots thing, like a local authority or a startup company, and you're wanting to share data, here's some suggestions. I'm going to go on a bit here. So the thing I put in at a worldwide level is you've got now the UN IGIF, and the geospatial bodies have created a sort of capability roadmap,
yeah.
So a framework you can use if you're wanting to develop with the IGIF that says if you're just at this level, here are the standards.
Yeah, the tier 1 to tier 4 kind of
tier 2,
maturity.
Tier 3 we put it. So that's a good resource that many countries can use.
Yeah.
Sorry, that's a longer answer.
Yeah, sure. Thank you. Then this is to Dr. Acharya. Dr. Acharya, can you brief from your own experience in India, how did India approach the work on standards, and what was the roadmap then, and what is the status now and way forward?
Thank you, Harsha. Good evening to all of you. In fact, this is really a big opportunity from the BIS. In this platform, we are sharing the standards journey in the implementation of NSDI. Now, of course, NSDI is taking into the IGIF, where standard is a recognized component. Even before the IGIF, standard was highlighted as one of the 4 components. Usually, we talked about that metadata, standards, network, part collaboration, and things like that. Thus, standards were there before. When NSDI journey started in 2006 formally, though it began in 2002 workshop. But the challenge was which standard to begin with we should implement. There were several organizations participating in NSDI initiatives, Surf India, ISRO, NRSC, and Central Water Commission. There are different thematic organizations. Thus, where do we begin with? In fact, their basic job was to share maps, not data, though it was data infrastructure. Thus, how do we start WMS surveys? Because OGC was directly associated at that time. DST became a member in OGC, and we tried to understand how to implement WMS. Of course, WMS was there in different software packages, but in order to understand the intricacies, and because after WMS we were to move to WFS, feature service, thus what should be our strategy? Thus, map service specification of OGC at that time, I think subsequently it became ISO 19128. That was used by IIT Kharagpur to first demonstrate to different organizations what's that standard and how to prepare the map service, which were having 3 components. I think get map, get feature info like that, get map info like that. Thus, those were written and presented to different organizations. Then came feature service, and feature service required re-engineering of data in order to conform to the standards. Particularly, we came across the ISO 19103 later, which is conceptual schema language. The schema has to be defined. Thus, in this way, WMS and WFS were the priorities, as Peter also mentioned. Thus, different organizations started implementing WMS, WFS. Thus, there were many map URLs and some feature services, service URLs got available. Then, if so many services are there, where do we improve findability? How do we find such services? Thus, the focus was on implementing the data registry, and there was catalog service at that time, but subsequently it got deprecated. But catalog service was used in a vendor package that was deployed to create the registers, the definition register, feature definition register, then schema register, the code list register, the feature catalog register. In this way, different registers were created as a part of data registry, at least as an experiment. And the important standard that was used from ISO is ISO 19135. That was procedures to register geographical objects. Thus, how do the organizations upload the services, their schema, their definitions? As you saw in the content standard today, in fact, the domains, soils, geology, forest, all those are now standardizing those schema or content. Thus, where do we store those so that there is reference to the common definitions, terms, vocabularies for ensuring interoperability. Thus, NDR came into being. Thus, NDR basically again was built upon the WMS and WFS services of different organizations. The state special data infrastructures, today it was referred to by JSLR from the Department of Land Resources. He gave a reference to this the land records data. In fact, the state special data infrastructures were getting developed, and some of the, I think about 15 to 16 state governments have implemented the WMS and WFS services to share their data, because state governments shared their data. Thus, in this way, the policy of 2022 formalized establishment of the National Geospatial Data Registry, the NGDR, which would now take shape. And Dr. Datta also gave a reference to the UGI, similar to UPI, Unified Payment Interface, where we share transactions, money. Similarly, we should be able to share data, geospatial data. Thus, it is Unified Geospatial Interface, which he referred to, is an important component which would be, again, using the APIs, geo APIs to share geospatial information for different purposes. Thus, this is the journey up to now. Then, where do we move ahead? In fact, those are to be based on certain challenges. We have reached this stage, but there are certain challenges. I think that would be a subsequent discussion, or should we bring
Yeah, that's a thank you. Subsequent discussion.
This is the journey, and we are very much in the right context. With the change in policy, change in market, and other drivers, we are set to adopt newer standards, and in that context, the interface of NSDI with ISO, OGC, and FIG going to help in a very big way.
Thank you, Dr. Acharya. I have a few questions to Sumit from the same context. Sumit, you've been personally involved in this standards journey for so long now through GISC Hub. You're also working a lot in the standards ecosystem. Can you tell to the community here, what is the role of GISC Hub in the standards development?
So, thank you, Harsha, and thank you, BIS, thank you, ISO. I just want to take a step back and take the cue from Acharya-ji that India is a very large country and we have tremendous challenges if I were to take the land records example, what does a land record standard mean for small landholder farmer or landless farmer, and what is the use of that standard? So there are tremendous challenges, and I think there's a need for solutions. I mean, when we speak of Inspire in Europe, every state in India is almost the size of a country. So while that is a challenge, and I also see a challenge that the capacity to even understand the standards or the technology that go into the standards is limited. But I see a tremendous potential in India, especially because we have an immense young human resource base that is eager for such challenges, and hence the capacity building, and also the ability to learn these technologies through project-based learning. So GIC Hub is kind of based on the whole idea that we can learn these things by solving some of them, and that's the role of GIC Hub, I think. More importantly, we don't do this alone. GIC Hub is a hub. We do it with our partners. We are a consortium of academic partners. We are a consortium of industry coming together and international partners, OGC. So we believe that we can tackle these questions collectively, and we have started doing a little bit, and hopefully we'll take it forward from there. Thank you.
Yeah, one more question is, what are your current priorities and activities from the hub on standards?
Right. So I was going to quote from the vision or a values statement of IIT Bombay that we want to be the leaders in innovation around the world, creating new technology and standard. And if you apply that to geospatial standard, that's pretty much what we want to do. But more importantly, I think what we have to do is think out of the box. We have different domain areas. This is a transdisciplinary subject. And the biggest challenge that I see or we see together is how do we bring everybody together to the same table. So I think these are going to be a lot of iterative experiments, I would say, but also learning experiences and in directed manner. So that's what I think our role will be. We are working on ARD, we are working on schema standardization, we are working. So those are the places that we will be working in.
Yeah, thank you very much, Sumit. We'll now move to Mitika from Oracle. So Mitika, can you help us understand how spatial products from Oracle are benefiting the customers in India? Because not many people generally know that Oracle has spatial offerings, and how are you enabling your customers in India through your offerings?
Sure. Thank you, BIS, and thank you, Harsha. So most of the people are not aware of how Oracle is working towards the geospatial, but Oracle is following the comprehensive approach, and OGC and the geospatial technologies are playing a major role in developing the geospatial products of the Oracle. So from last 25 years, Oracle is supporting the geospatial, and now it is part of the Oracle Spatial and Graph, which is Oracle database component. And this comes as a part of the database. So same database, you can use it for the spatial as well as the non-spatial. So when generally we talk about the how we are helping customers, so interoperability is the one of the major challenge which we face in the GIS industry. So because there are lots of GIS tools and technologies, and it is a diverse technology, and a lot of players are in the market. And when we talk about the diverse technology, Oracle offers an interoperability platform where you can integrate with a lot of tools and technology. And itself, it offers a platform where developers can easily develop the applications related to geospatial. It provides open APIs which can be easily integrated with the spatial and the non-spatial data. And I myself also found it very useful because I was associated with earlier history, but I found it like how you easily can integrate the different solutions together using the Oracle technology. So it provides a lot of inbuilt low-code applications also, where you can easily develop the solutions also on top of. And being a spatial part, we are also working with OGC as a member and supporting all the new standards developments and supporting majorly of the standards like WMS, WFS, and Geospark Quill is also one of the standard, which is like we are working as a part of community there in the global also. So these are the some of the way how we are supporting customers in India.
I think you've recently also worked with the Department of Science and Technology in one of the projects.
Yes.
Can you explain a little bit about how it went?
Yeah, so we are working with a lot of public sector customers. So one of these DST and NSGI is also one of our customers. So where we are helping them is creating the standardizations and standard formats of the data, where it can be easily I can say in our standards where it can be easily integrated with different tools and technologies. And our specific standards has been set, like sir was talking about the how WMS has been, then WFS, CSW. So our middleware technology supports all these OGC compliance formats, which is like if any of the customer would like to choose any of the geospatial technology, but the base is the RDBMS, where you are storing most of the data. And previous lot of conversation I've attended where people talk about the open data and geospatial data policies there, where data is available as free, but where you are putting that data, and it needs to be in an enterprise environment and it should be scalable, because currently we are talking about the 2D and then there will be 3D data, lot of indexing, a lot of security and blockchain enabled exercises needs to be done in a future course of technology. So these are all part of the database technology and Oracle solution of products. So we offer a range of products which is helping customers in multiple ways.
Sure, thank you, Mitika. And we'll now go to Jayanta. Jayanta, as a startup, how has been your product journey been like, and where are you currently standing with your product stack?
Okay, thank you, Harsha. It will be a lie if I say, it was a piece of cake kind of a thing. So it was a tough job getting started. The first time we are, both of us were new to a startup industry, and when we went there, we both are from geospatial background. So that was a plus point from what we have. But we have another component, which is the AI component, which comes into it. So that's where, so my partner, Kiran, he also headed the data science and imagery division when we was in Esri. And that helped us. And then we got a data scientist, along with us to work on it. And that's where, we started getting some ideas. We are seeing the different solutions that are there available across the world, and especially in India, and trying to identify what are the different gaps, what are the different opportunities. We always felt that, today, the customers, especially the government and industry, they don't look for, out of the box kind of solutions. They are looking for proper solutions that are made for those industries. So what we thought of, we created a framework on our technology, and then from there we are going for we call it as a last mile customization. So as far as, whichever the customer is, if it's, say for example, land records, we'll develop something, relevant to land records, the solutions that they know, the terminologies that they are aware of, and configure it in such a way so that it will be very easy to use. Okay, and if I talk about standards is something which came very late in my mind. Although we are aware of the OGC standards and all, but say for example the ISO standards which are there for geospatial. So I wasn't aware until and unless we started one of the projects that we did for special data infrastructure, NSDIs, for one of the states. And that's where we came to know, okay, there are different metadata standards, there are different types of models that can be built specific to different domains. And then try to find out, okay, where are we lagging? How can we, cope up with that? How can we learn from there? And good that, from there we are also building our own, databases, making those structures, database structures and schema, everything that is, compliant to the different OGC standards or ISO standards that are available and implemented throughout.
Sure. And how do because you're talking about an AI product, right? How different is your AI product from the products available in the market, and how do your customers benefit actually from your product?
Okay, so I'll not call it as a product as of now, because our product is currently at the MVP stage. Okay, and what sets it apart is we have implemented a couple of like you can say USPs in that. One is it's a first of its kind, which is a voice-enabled mapping system. So normally we have seen all conventional, areas where we use mouse, keyboards, work on it and all. But a lot of times, maybe in military or different decision-making organizations, the decision makers won't have that time to do all those mapping, or won't have that technical, advantages or knowledge of how to do those things. So in that case, what we have done is you just understand the different commands that are available and just give those commands to the system so that it will do the activity. Like, starting from adding your data to do queries, to do different analytics. Say, for example, if you want to you have some COVID data available with you, you want to create some heat maps out of it, you create heat maps, doing some clustering. We have also integrated a few basic AI modules into it, like automatic feature extraction, water body extraction, LULC extraction, built-up area extraction. So all those things into it, and they are all, you can give a single command through voice, and it can do those activities.
Sure. I think it's a very unique product that, or rather MVP you have in the market at this point in time. Congratulations for that. We would now go to the second topic. The topic of discussion is on semantic and technical interoperability. I'd come back to Peter and ask him, what are your suggestions for a country like India with numerous departments, like where we have started discussions, like working on geospatial needs? How should they prioritize the work on standards, especially semantic and technical interoperability?
So, from my experience, I think the semantic interoperability is the harder problem. The technical interoperability is kind of sorted out already. But the semantic stuff varies, obviously, from domain to domain, and from country to country, certainly. And interestingly, just this morning, I was approached by somebody who was here, I don't think he is now, who's involved with the ISO Smart project semantic component, so where they're looking at how can ISO better support semantic technologies in the way we publish, and OGC's got a lot of activity in that space. But that's kind of a different level of semantics. That's getting agreement on what a polygon is or what a line is, which we've kind of broadly done. It's just making that available in more modern ways. What you normally need, and here it's being done through the national content models, you agree then, I don't know what you choose to call them, but you agree when a road is a road and when it's a track. We have discussions in the UK because track means different things in different communities. So a track of a boat across the sea is different from the track that you might drive a four-wheel drive vehicle on. It's same kind of thing, but not exactly the same thing. And that's different from the track that you gain by taking a GPS unit with you as you walk around, or your phone. That leaves a track where you were. And all that's the same word being used for subtly different concepts. And that's actually something which is relatively hard for people to grasp necessarily. We were discussing that down in the basement. Today is where have we got concepts that are nearly the same but not quite, and how do we make that more clear to people? So then, if you're moving then to a world of artificial intelligence, we've got to make sure we capture that knowledge in such a way that the computer can use that knowledge properly. So when you first run across data before the data scientists have had a good tidy of it, you often find you get totally bizarre results. We ran across all our river data in the UK trying to find the extent of a river called the River Avon, covers the whole country. No, it doesn't. It's just that there are 5 river avens. You know? So sometimes you make a stab at something and it doesn't quite work. That was a naming problem rather than a semantic problem. So that's issues you need to get the right experts in the room, as it were, to decide. But actually data's moving too fast for that. So how can we get to a point when we can trust machines to make decisions on the data we're creating? So that opens this whole analysis-ready data space that at the moment is concentrating on Earth observation data, but I think we'll need to look at other things too. Once you've got your semantics, though, what do you do with them? Because they're going to change. So it actually comes back to the even harder part of getting the governance right. So if you manage to get your 25 departments in one state to agree what they're going to call a land parcel, how do you get them to agree when that definition is going to change over the next 10 years, or to shadow the legislative changes that resulted in changing? So there's been a lot of initiatives in IT which have worked really well for a short time and then fall apart because they don't have that ability to react to change. So I'd say alongside getting the experts in the room to sort out the snapshot of what the semantics mean now, you need to get their bosses in the room as well to work out what the governance of that's going to be, so to stand a chance to endure into years into the future. Because although the IT and technology will change, the data changes more slowly, and the real world in many ways changes more slowly than that. But we have, in my employer on survey, we have about, I'll get my numbers wrong, I think it's 500 million data objects, features representing bits of geography in the UK, and we change them at enormous speed. It's like 10,000 a day change. But actually 500 million is a very big number. So if you change 10,000 a day for a decade, that means like 98% of them haven't changed. And so you've got to work out how do you manage the changes of semantics when the data hasn't changed. So we might, what's out there hasn't changed, but we've decided to call that thing a road rather than a track because somebody passed an act of parliament or something. So how do you reclassify? And both the big software companies and the small ones are both good at that in their different ways. Oracle's got a lot of tools to help with that, and the startups tend to have the agility and the ability to cope with that using their brains directly on the data, let's say.
Yep.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Again, but I'd say go with governance and experts.
Sure, yeah. But thank you for covering the commercial aspect as well. Dr. Acharya, what are the next steps, because we have looked at the history and the current status, what are the next steps in the standards journey for India from the perspective of semantic and technical interoperability, especially in alignment with the National Geospatial Policy?
So, thanks, Harsha. In fact, now I am a part of BIS certainly, but not mandated to formally speak about the future.
Yeah.
Because my colleague Dr. Gopi Krishna is there,
yeah.
Who is a part of the system. He would continue to dwell upon this, but from the past experience and the kind of information we gather from the deliberations of ISO and OGC, we feel that a lot of standards are coming up. Like, well, let me not name one or two, but there are several standards are coming up which could be immediately used to develop test beds using Indian data. While saying so, I would like to also give reference to the geospatial policy, which very clearly says that if there is a standard already existing, there is no further standard development necessary. Thus, whatever standards are there with ISO or OGC, those would be put to develop the test beds. And here I would like to bring out the support that is provided by the JICE hub through these spokes, because it is a hub-spoke model which Dr. Sumit Sen referred to. They would be developing or are helping DST develop, helping NSTI develop these semantic interoperability tools using the standards from ISO, OGC and other sources for ensuring semantic interoperability. Thus, I do not like to give any specific reply to this, but through the policy, you might have seen that there is a set of activities or there is a set of goals given for next several years. Yeah. Thus, in that context, a lot of focus would be given to implement IGIF of UNGGIM, and as a part of that, semantic interoperability has to be ensured so that there is automatic exchange of data based on meanings and concepts. Thank you.
Sure, sir. Thank you. Dr. Sumit, what are your views on the prioritization of semantic and technical interoperability in India?
So, I'm taking cue as a person who has worked in Ordnance Survey and in the NSDI on geospatial ontologies and semantic interoperability. For almost more than 2 decades now, I have now come to the conclusion that prioritization, at least in India, we cannot have a very clear demarcation of semantics versus technical versus. The reason is there are some which are very high priority. India being a multilingual place, some of the semantic components are very high priority as well. There are some established ways to deal with them, but those systems have to be in place. We are not doing a great job right now as you speak, but hopefully we will. But I think I agree that semantics generally is a hard nut to crack. So as long as we can solve the immediate problems and the high value problems, let's say, put it that way. And then I think what we have to also do, so that's where we borrow some of the tools and practices. But what we also have to do is a lot of disruptive innovation when it comes to standardization, because the data, as Peter said, is changing so rapidly. The moment we have devised a technique for data sharing, there are new data sets that have come up. And what are we going to do with it? For example, ERD1, but that's basically coming from multispectral Earth observation data, but we have large, very large, over the time collected LiDAR data sets that we are sitting with, which is not getting analyzed. Road, so for example, we have the HD road data for driverless cars. There's data temporally continuous, and nobody is able to analyze. So there are lots of problems that needs to be, and it depends on the value, the high value problems that need to be solved. If they are semantic, so be it. They will be hard. Some ways to tackle them will come up.
What do you think are those high value tickets
for India? For India, definitely the regional and linguistic differences that we have in systems. Those are the very high value, because disasters, for example, interoperability, absolutely. I mean, just imagine, and I hope, and I will pray that nothing similar happens, but if it's a regional disaster, how are we going to even quantify and understand what's going on? Because right now our systems, land systems, water systems, are so divided, fragmented. So we would have to work on those as a high priority, I think.
Sure, thank you. Though I think that's also a very good opportunity for organizations like OGC to collaborate with government, because for you in the room, OGC works a lot, like how Scott said in the morning, on innovation programs, and climate change and disasters is one of the large focus topics for us, where we were working with national governments in the US and Europe and elsewhere. I think for the governments here, the national organizations here, I think there's a huge opportunity for us all to collaborate through innovation programs as well. And now I go to Mithika and Jayanta. And Mithika, can you tell us how you enable technical interoperability in your products?
Sure. So Oracle approach, a very comprehensive approach. When we talk about Oracle, it follows a simple feature sequence, which is very easy and accessible, and also it follows all the OGC compliant things. Second is it offers open APIs and protocols. So when you enable Oracle database or Oracle suite of products, accessibility of the data is easy. You can integrate with any of the systems, and also both ways. Third is Oracle also offers the Oracle Cloud Infrastructure Solution, which is easily you can integrate on-premise as well as the cloud-based solutions. So you can, let's say, some of the hybrid approach if you would like to follow in situations where people would like to put their data on the cloud and as well as on-prem. So that is also one of the point. Another point is Oracle database is the major platform which now with the recent version Spatial is the major component which is bundled in the database. So, and along with lot of open APIs like GeoJSON, REST-based access, where you can easily put your data and access your data via REST API. And in the recent 23C version, we are also enabling the GeoRaster API as a REST API. So you can also share your raster data, like raster data as a REST API also. So this is all part of the database bundled in the system. Also, in terms of all the let's say compliances and the standards, Oracle also major policy is the security. So Oracle goes for a lot of in terms of security testing. There each product is go with all the upgrade patches and all the testing of the security. So a lot of technology products and other solutions which are there in the market, if they would like to go for the testing on the Oracle software, so we are open and we do testing of integration with their software. So that is also one of the interoperability access where other technologies can easily integrate and exchange their data. So these are the some of the ways Oracle is helping their customer to easily integrate the systems.
Thank you very much, Mitika. Jayanta, can you tell us about, like you gave the example already in one of the SDI projects that you've tried to do. Can you little bit delve deep into what kind of interoperability things that you've came across?
Okay. It's very important when we are working with different, so many different types of agencies and customers. Talking to each other, different data will be available at different formats, the structure would be different. So there was a need for having a standard format for that. So in SDA project we have something called as the cataloging. Okay, so for cataloging we received a specified ISO format 19115 and 19139. To be followed for providing all the metadata, adding all the metadata information to the data sets that are available there in geospatial data sets. And we got around, I think, 130 odd parameters in that which were issued. And in the platform which we created for them, we have, and I think it's one of the mandates as well. So the admins or the data owners will be able to add the different required metadata information into it. Okay, some of them are mandatory, like since we are working on geospatial data, say the extent you have to put, it's mandatory. Okay, similarly there will be mandatory and there will be some optional information that can be. But when it is going to all the departments, we are having a standard format in which we are receiving the data from the different departments, and that's how it's helping them out. And apart from that, we have in the tools also we have different types of import and export tools as well. So it's also essential for us to read all the at least the open data formats and the OGC compliant formats that are available. So in there we support import and export of different types of geospatial data formats in it as well.
Sure, thank you. Mitika, are you seeing any special needs arising in India in the projects that where Oracle products get implemented, especially on interoperability? Any are you seeing any mandated needs saying that we need these kind of technical interoperability to be certified, and then because you already have an OGC certification in the products, that you see an advantage of go to market? So do you see that thing in the commercial stages of the projects, etc.?
Oracle is working towards making their data more accessible, and it is like earlier we used to work on the RDBMS, but now we call it as a converged database. So converged is having a lot of capabilities, like In the same database, you can store RDBMS tables. Also, AI machine learning based instances are also there. You can store the IoT data, you can store the spatial, all are part of the converged. And now the specific JSON based features also there. So now we are talking about the converged thing, and I think we have found that because in the customers, sometimes they are using the separate databases for separate workflows, which we found it. And then we have had customers where they have integrated all their components with the Oracle database. So instead of keeping multiple databases, like one for the let's say for transactional workflows, one for IoT based integration, one for only storing the non-spatial data, and then for spatial data. So it is difficult, or it is a time consuming or maintenance also to integrate all the things. So we found now we're going to converged data design, and this will help storing all kinds of interfaces in a single enterprise system. And it is easy to scale also, because when we start any of the project, it starts with the slow, but it slowly increases, which requires a lot of scalability, and which is the core capability of the Oracle database. As you know, in the financial sector, we are present in all of the banks, 99% banks, in the terms of security and transactional UPI interfaces and all. So Oracle is doing well there, and a lot of standards have been followed. So same we want, it should be some standards where data should be easily accessible. You should not restrict to any of the specific geospatial technology. It should be easily integratable with all of the technologies, and easily shareable data can be accessed through the APIs and through different mediums also. So that is we are telling our customers also.
Sure, thank you very much. We'll now move to the third topic of discussion, which is on testing and compliance. I'd pose this question to Dr. Acharya. What has been the journey of India with respect to testing and compliance of standards in India?
Well, as of now, there is no mechanism in NSDI for testing whether a particular data set is conforming to a standard or not. But certainly that's a priority, and it is in the process of getting developed. Certain activities were carried out as R&D projects for testing data sets. I mean, those data sets getting collected through volunteered GIS or other similar means there is a need for testing its quality. Thus, there are certain ways to do it. Some projects have been supported by DST in the recent past, but nothing substantial has been available as an operational scale deployment. But certainly that is an issue that is being looked into in NSDI context. But about technology technology testing conformance, I think you are aware. I mean, OGC is having the OGC validator module, and there are other means to do it. Those are to be relied upon. But those are all technology testing. But about the data testing, I think I'm not really aware, and we are still working towards that.
Sure. Yeah, thank you. Sumit, what are your views, especially in the morning we've heard that aspect of QFAIR, right? Now we also have the quality aspect to be tested. What's your views on this aspect?
Yeah, QFAIR, but I will just also continue from the thing that Acharya was mentioning, and I think it's the same thing across countries. In UK, increasingly in many countries in the Middle East, the digital twin countries where you have Korea and Singapore, the challenge is, how do we know if the data that has been supplied is compliant? One, what is it compliant to, and will it work? So I think what we have to increasingly move towards is the third question, which is when somebody provides data, the compliance should be on the level, we start from the number 3, which is, does it work? And that built into the contract enables self That's the principle by which OGC lives by. Is OGC doesn't do compliance testing in the sense that he's an OGC certified company or this is OGC certified data. You do run it by this site engine, and if you run it goes, so self-compliance kind of. So I think that's the paradigm that you're looking at, but across the world, I know, I have received lots of requests. How can we make a policy? How can we make a procedure, PRC guide, where, we can say this is compliant? I think there's no one pill solution for that. Some of that can be mandated. Some of it will have to be in a part of the contract in terms of whether it works with the other systems, other data sets that you have.
Sure. Thank you very much. This question is for again Mithika and Jayanta, what specific standards are your products certified for, and what's your roadmap on geospatial standards?
Okay. So from Oracle, we are actively participating member with the OGC. So our global product managers, Jayant, and product leads is actively working with the OGC as a chairing member also. They are working on the standards, like we are already following the OGC standards like Simple SQL and WMS, WFS, WMTS, all these standards, and GeoSparkle also. And in the roadmap, which are relevant to us, we are working with OGC and actively participating as a community member. We are also working as a Geo Parakit also for one of the standard where he'll be working with you to be part of the as a Oracle standard. So these are the standards which we follow.
Sure. Jayanta, I know it's not a right question because you are still at an MVP stage, but what are your views?
So although we are not, if you ask me thappa kidhar hai, we don't have that thappa as of now, but we are complying with, all the OGC standards requirements and all that are there, and very soon I think when we are currently testing with multiple users, around 2,000 users and all have been testing our product, and maybe in a few months of time we'll be able to take it for some external audits and OGC compliance and everything. We can test it out, and there we can check that out. Like I'm from a startup, and I feel what we need first and foremost is a bit of an awareness. That's what I do not see a lot, especially in the geospatial industry. I cannot comment on other sectors. So if we have any conferences and all, I think we should see more of ISO and compliance related, data standard related sessions, and don't make it parallel sessions with 5 more sessions, because when you talk about standards, and I'm talking about a normal human mentality kind of a thing, it will come at the end for me. First of all, I want to see what are the jazzy features that are coming in different applications and all. But standards, I feel, are equally important, and it actually tells the my customers and all, okay, he's complying with this kind of standards. So your data or your applications which will be there, they are not only standardized, but they are also safe and secured, and quality is maintained on that.
Sure. Thank you.
I'll break your pattern.
No, the pattern is done actually. Yeah.
So I'm just going to pose to Jen. GIC Hub organizes 3-day workshops, and we have time and again said, what is a workshop that you want? Do you want to have a workshop? So is the industry, the startup industry, startups, are they ready to come up and say, I want this? No conference will let you have a discussion without a parallel session. I have not seen any, but that's what I'm going to suggest.
So good to get in touch with Sumit then.
Yeah, sure. Thank you. Any questions we have from the audience, please feel free to do so. We have time for questions. Anybody? Yeah, sure, Dr. Datta. Yeah, can you pass a mic to Dr. Datta, please? There is a mic here. Thank you so much.
Yeah, I think, like the whole day, as we are discussing about the focus on like the standard in action. Like we have heard about from the panel about that the banks and the challenges, what they have gone through. Let us be a little positive way, like, how from here, out of this negative experience, what are your positive suggestions that as a LITD 22, as a, the mirror committee of TC 211, the actions we should take, like some of them, like during this last 2 days of TC 211, we have heard about, like, people are talking about that all the standard documents are too voluminous to communicate to the users. So what is the way that we should bring it out, a communication product out of that, or the similar way? I think probably we want not only your pain points, but the the directions and the roadmaps ahead of the learning of your pain points.
So if
yeah, please go ahead, Sumit.
Mind, this is
yeah, it's okay.
So I don't know whether I came across too negative, but I do believe in the tremendous potential of I will say Indian youth to start with. There's a huge potential right now in the Indian youth that can take up these voluminous standards and implement them. It's only a direction that I wouldn't say corralling, but the direction, the right direction, and this is not just for India. These engineers that we can build the capacity with, they will build for the world. So I think that's the biggest optimistic, or let's say positive, that I see once we have this movement going. So I think that's the biggest, if we invest in the capacity building, I think we are in for a huge revolution.
Yeah, sure. I want to add one point, the specific point that Dr. Datta said and gave it to the panel. So Dr. Datta was saying these huge standard documents which cannot be read by anybody, how do you make them consumable, right? So that people can understand the value and take those standards. So probably Peter can.
Yes, I think it's a very real problem which we've been aware of for a little while, and we're trying to find various ways to approach. And I think one angle on that is that the different standards have different audiences. So we have some standards that are aimed at developers, API standards, for example, or even the standards for data modeling, slightly different kind of developer. But and on the API ones, so OGC has, I think, has led us in two things. One is to make the standards more developer friendly in the sense of breaking them up into smaller parts and making it easier that, okay, if you just want to implement some things, just read these bits, not the whole thing. So we from Modern Survey sent 2 developers across to the States who tried implementing a WFS. They went across to some of the earlier OGC API features, code sprints, I'll come back to that, and they came back saying, well, we wrote one in a weekend, this is great, we like this standard. There's a big difference between writing one in a weekend in a code sprint and making a national scale API that's going to manage to do your whole country, but they've done that over the following couple of years. So one is that of making the standards themselves simpler, but simpler for whom? And this is the developer audience standards. And the other one is code sprints, so the opportunity for developers to get their hands dirty in the company of the experts who wrote the standards, and are in listening mode, so the developers can criticize the standard and say, well, that wasn't very clear, make it clearer. So that works well in the developer-oriented standards. In some of the more sort of core, ones that lie below the surface a bit, where the target audience is perhaps actually other standards developers, then the challenge is a bit different. What we've been doing is getting people to put out short explainer videos, which at least give you a start to get into it. So that by short, that might mean it's a 7 or 10 minute video, after which you can think, okay, now I understand why I should at least try to read the standard, because that could be a problem. So that's the second part. The third part, I'd say, is we do have a wiki which has a page for each standard where we can put in explainer content use cases, which are also useful to people. So this organization used this standard to achieve this. So the wiki needs a wiki manager. If you've got somebody keen on maintaining wiki content, we lost the South African lady who used to do it at her university, demanded her time back. But it also needs content. So if you've got good use cases, how we found it easy to use the standard or how we found it hard, but anything really that you'd allow us to republish so other people could use it. So there's 2 or 3 things. There's developer focused versus more, I don't know, bigger, chunkier standards. And then there's break them down, run code sprints, and publish supplementary material, whether that's videos or user guides and things.
Sure. Scott, do you also want to take this opportunity to answer this, add value to this question on how OGC is actually helping these developers to adopt these APIs that are being discussed by Peter over here?
I was sitting there thinking, why? Peter's great. He gave a perfect example and did a really good job. But to talk a little bit more about the whole paradigm, there's different types of standards that do different things, as Peter highlighted. A lot of the things that ISO TC211 does are so fundamental that, quite frankly, the only way to understand what they're going to do is to take that really hard effort and read and learn, because if you need to understand that general feature model, you've got to understand a lot about geodesy, about how we model things in the real world. You don't get a shortcut. It's just going to be hard. But a lot of these other resources, expedited publishing, e-learning activities, ISO's wiki are just tremendously valuable for the community. But I also think it's a matter of events like this, where we can sort of coach other people who have heard about the standards, know they're out there, point them to a handful of resources to get moving, and we can move quite well.
Thank you. Anybody else want to ask any question? Yes, please go ahead.
Hi, my name is Dr. Anirudh Roy. I represent Genesis International here. So I do have a couple of suggestions, and I would like to know one from Peter, how these suggestions are being implemented elsewhere in other parts of the world. So the topic of this panel discussion is Roadmap for Geospatial Standards in Action. So having said that, if the standards have already been formulated, what actions that we expect on the ground on various government initiatives, various enterprises, how they are adopting. Keeping that into that mind, I feel it is very important that certain things should be mandated from top-down approach, rather than few knowledgeable person talking to each other and finding a value for it. It's very important that the decision maker, the administrators, they get a value for, they understand the importance of it, and there should be mandated, if there is a value for it, that should be put in the all request for proposal, whereas the large mission critical projects are there, and that should be monitored as well. This is one part. Second part about the technical interoperability and the semantic interoperability, which you have discussed, Harsha. Currently, we all know that there is a lot of cyclone activity which is happening in south of India. In Chennai, we do have there a lot of water logging. Now, simple example of semantic interoperability is that in disaster management scenario, one department will take us to the safety zones. Another department will take us to the evacuation sites. Both actually mean the same. But as far as their departmental data sets are there, because it has been modeled that way, the decision makers or the first responders will think that these are two different places, wherever actually they mean it is the same place, because the meanings have not been conveyed properly. So the essence of semantic interoperability lies in the foundation that when we create the data model for a specific administrative zone, in the data model the same name should be uniformly mentioned, they should be trained, administered, and then should be practiced. So I feel very strongly when we create the standards, there is a huge need for capacity building, outreach program training for all those who matters and for whom this is intended. So my short question now with this background to Peter, how do you see in elsewhere in the world these standards have been practiced and put into action? Thank you.
Yes, First, I would make a comment about mandating, because that works differently in different countries for a variety of reasons. And a little anecdote comes from when I was engaged with the smart cities communities, and it was an international working group again. They made the comment that in some countries, in China, if the central government mandates that a city will do it like this, the cities will do it like that. You know? There's no sort of, well, you don't get argument for long in China about how to do it. And that's no disrespect to them. It works really well for them. The German delegates in the meeting said the problem is if the federal German government mandates something, all the cities will say why they don't have to do it like that. They'll all claim their independence under some charter from 1730 or something that says I don't have to pay this federal government. So they have to be aware of their own political situation. So in ISO terms, nobody has to do what's in our standards. That has to be up to national or regional government policy. So in the UK, there can be a government policy that mandates a standard. That occasionally happens. They mandated a standard for a register of previously developed land. In other words, that every local authority at certain levels, like city, had to publicly say which parcels of land qualified as previously developed and therefore could be redeveloped with less planning permission problems, rather than ploughing up a farmer's field to turn it into a housing estate. So because that was mandated, they towed the line and did it. And that works when it's government agencies obeying the line. It doesn't work. Getting our government to mandate things for public sector to do doesn't work. That's just my country. So it varies from place to place. That was a bit about mandating. What we in ISO and in OGC can provide, and with people like IIT contributing a lot now, hopefully, is material that can be used to satisfy that other part, to build the groundswell of innovative companies and informed customers who demand the standards, and you get the demand from below. So our local authorities used to use basically two different GIS software until QGIS was invented, and then that came along as three because that was free, so it was cheaper for them. One of the software developer companies implemented GML reading quite smoothly, the other one didn't. And we went as a data publisher to say to them, please implement this so people can read our data. They said, well, until our customers ask us for it, we won't, just because you want us to do it. So we had to go past them to their customers and say, if you're a user of that software, can you get together and lobby them? Because we've got better data than you're getting in your shape files. We want to give it to you. This was some time ago when GML was the right way to do it. I'm not saying it would be now. So that's an example where there has to be a customer or a groundswell from below to insist on a standard being used. Sometimes it's a mandating from above. Your other point was about semantics, and that's, I think, what we were saying earlier, that you need the people to agree what the correct term is going to be, and then you need the governance or the groundswell to get that to actually happen. And it is a real problem when different communities, professional communities, are using different terms for what's effectively the same thing, or in certain circumstances it's the same thing. So you might use a school as an evacuation site in disasters, but you wouldn't use it as an evacuation site for any other reason, because the children are there being educated. You can't have everybody else just turning up because they're, it's got to be declared as a proper evacuation before you can reclassify the schools as evacuation sites. So there's a lot of legal and safety concerns sometimes around that. And there are good reasons why different communities have different terms. So I don't think you'll ever get every community to use the same term for the same thing. So that's where actually the technical side is in place. Semantic technologies allow you to say, in these circumstances, this term is equivalent to that term. And then the machine readable stuff can say, okay, someone's declared an emergency, therefore I'll use the same symbol across football grounds and schools, because both of those have been declared to be evacuation sites, as an example. But you won't get people to reclassify or to say in all their data that this football ground doubles as an emergency evacuation site. So I think there's that second level of semantic interoperability for certain circumstances. And again, OGC have run these disaster pilots and so on that have written quite quite extensive. I mean, an engineering report from OGC is far bigger read than a standard, but in there somewhere is the useful detail of how to do it.
Thank you, Peter, for recommending the OGC engineering reports. We have a question online before we take it to Dr. Gaikwad. Yes, Mr. Sanjay, who is online, who has raised the hand. You can unmute yourself, introduce yourself, and ask your question, please.
Yeah, thank you, Harsha. I am Dr. Sanjay Rajpal. I am from Bhaskarachar Institute for Space Application and Geoinformatics. We are into development and implementation of various geospatial applications for optimization of logistics across the country, as well as area development and many more sectors of the country. So more like a application organization. And I'm really thankful to BIS and ISO for organizing these sessions where we have a lot of good ideas. Coming to my question, are there in any of the countries, especially I'm asking to Peter, whether any of the countries are having accreditation schemes for certification of these standards? Or if you have heard, if you have plans for that.
Okay, so I'm aware of what's going on in Europe more than I am in the rest of the world, although I am the chair of an international committee. And I think Korea has something as well. But in Europe, I'll go with this, in Europe and Korea, where they've developed content models using our standards, so they have a content model for transport networks and a content model for water networks and so on. They then do have online tools where you can upload a data set and have it validated against that content model. And I know they have that in Europe. I'm reasonably sure they have it in Korea. So that's an example of where people have taken the standards, developed a national or regional standard, and developed a testing tool for it. We've already heard earlier about the OGC testing tools, which are there for mostly for products, but you can actually go back to GML. I'm a bit old-fashioned with this. You can upload a GML data set to the GML part of the CIT, the test engine, and it'll validate it that it's GML. It won't tell you if it's a land cover data set or a river data set, but the European Commission INSPIRE ones will, as long as your definition of river network matches their one, of course. So, but the technology's there, and they have made, the European Commission's made a lot of the things they've done there open source, so it should be possible to take that and adjust it to the national data model for a theme if you've got a very similar theme, which I think most of us have now. You don't have water networks in some parts of the Middle East, but it's not that the water network is different essentially from one place to another. So is that helpful, Mr. Rajpal?
Yeah, this is quite helpful. So basically, like those testing tools or test beds should be integrated into the applications which we are using for managing the data sets, because they keep changing, as Dr. Sumit Sen was saying. It's a challenge, like we always have a changing things every time the data is added.
Yeah, so there's always a challenge doing that, because what do you then do with the result? So if you're processing incoming data on a reasonably slow basis, so in an Ordnance Survey we might be doing this, we commission someone, probably in India actually, to make us a road network data set out of this imagery we've sent you. They send something back, we can automatically test whether it's valid or not. There's a weakness in that, of course. It doesn't tell you whether any of the roads in the data match the roads in the real world. That's a completely different exercise. Whether that's good quality is different from does it conform to a specification. Because no machine, well, okay, you'd have to build a whole extra set of things to get a machine which could validate whether the data's in the same, is positionally accurate as well, because what do they compare it against? So that's, we do have standards for that. So in particular, we've got a ISO 19158 is the quality control of data supply. That doesn't tell you how to build a test engine, but it does tell you how to relate to your data suppliers in such a way that they're probably going to be supplying you quality data. In fact, it's been Indian organisations who've contributed quite a lot of experience as to being the people delivering to that standard. So.
Yeah, Dr. Gaikwad, your question, please.
My question is,
It's probably on just.
It's on, yeah. So basically, we have different types of data sets, right from the, as we have seen that RDBMS is there, there are different types of spatial, non-spatial contents are there. So what happened, these data sets are available and it has been catered through some of the tools or some of the COTS packages. So basically these packages are readily available with some of the standards. So what it's not audible?
No, I'm talking to Ashish.
Yeah. So basically these are the standards which are nationwide is available, like BIS is there or any kind of standards we are publishing. So whether this package or any tools which we like different types of parts are there are readily available or they are working in this way, like we normally address the international standards as such, but national standards is also very important in that particular area where we can disseminate these services through that one. So this tool development is been taken care by the industries or any efforts has been taken in that directions?
Yeah, I think this question pertains to Indian context. I think from that LITD 22, we are now seeing that LiDAR specification where a software package is also being proposed to test that as a standard. If some of you might have been in the LITD meetings that are there. So yeah, for certain new standards that are being developed in India, for example, for LiDAR data quality, they now want to create a test package. And Dr. Anirudh Rai, who is sitting behind you, is actually part of that committee. Dr. Anirudh Rai, you want to comment on that, how you are taking that approach?
So Harsha, this is a proposal.
The proposal, yeah.
And the committee is actually looking into it. The primary aspect is that, as you are aware, whatever the best practices, the proven ones, LITD 22, just like that, they adopt that. So whether it is ISO standards are there is no further questions. Wherever we felt there is a need for modifications which is required based on the ground realities and the feedbacks which are coming from the customer, committee is informed and we try to create in our own way. One of the questions that came, that should we use these packages in the COTS product or any other things, or there should be some product that should be created which meets specific to the standards that we are going to meet. As of today, to the best of my knowledge, this proposal is under consideration, and I think we feel it should be done that way, but it is yet to be announced.
Yeah, maybe I will pose this question to Ashish. Ashish, because there are discussions on compliance aspects from the geospatial side in India. What are your thoughts at this point in time related to compliance of standards in India? Do you want to comment on that?
So we are receiving various kinds of feedbacks from the industry and from the state governments. So right now what we are seeing is that a particular set of industry has to develop different solutions for different state governments and in a different format. So yes, there is a need to have standards being followed on the ground also by various stakeholders. Now how to get those standards followed is a different mechanism. So that's why the compliance and all those things comes into picture. So is the market ready for any mandate from the government side that we need to check whether is it the appropriate time or not? But our current practice is we make standard popularized. We inform various state governments, look, these are the standards available. You can give these standards referred in your RFPs so that you need not to develop your own RFPs, and by the end, so currently we are in the process of educating the state governments and the various industries that please refer these standards in your programs so that you need not to reinvent the wheel again and again. The regulation parts that we may discuss at a later point of time when we think the market is mature enough.
Sure, thank you. Any more questions if you have from the audience? If not, I would take this opportunity to once again thank Peter, Dr. Acharya, Sumit, Mithika and Jayanta for their contributions, and thank you BIS for this wonderful opportunity for all of us in this concluding session. I would now pass on the mic to the BIS team. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Harsha sir, for conducting the session so flawlessly. I will request our head, Ms. Reena Garg, to please come forward and please give mementos to our panel members. Mr. Harshvardhan Madiraju. Mr. Jayant Podar. Mr. P.S. Acharya. Ms. Smritika Garg. And Mr. Sumit Sen. I would also request Ashish sir to please come on the dais and accept the memento as the member secretary of LITD 22 and for all of his efforts in this meeting, in organizing this meeting. Please give a big round of applause.
Must acknowledge a lot of hard work done by Ashish and a big round of applause for him.
Madam, you want to take a photo with the panelists? Ashish, please join us. Yeah, please. We can have a group photo also. Yeah, we'll have a group photo with everybody.
Since we have a lot of time for dinner, we can have a group photo.
Yeah. Can we all have a group photograph?
Yeah, so all the delegates, please come forward for a group photograph. All the participants in the room, please come forward for a group photograph. While we are collecting, I'll quickly take this opportunity to thank all the speakers today, all the participants, and all the virtual participants who are present. Dinner bowl. Dinner.
It's a good thing.
Everyone should be, some of it. But where the other people? आपने बुला दिया. Yeah, I think some people have to go there.
including the BIS team. Everybody in the BIS team also please join us.
The BIS should use the standard for technical. Standard for technical.
Thank you.